everybody good? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming. It is now 12:05. I'm going to go ahead and call the Board of Trustees regular meeting for May 12, 2026 to order. Item 1.02 is a roll call. Clerk call.
Trustee Holt present. President Mayberry.
Here.
Dr. Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix.
Present.
Trustee Smith.
Present.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Vice President Woodley.
Here.
And Student Trustee Peyton Weir.
Here.
All members are present and we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 1.03 is a presentation of colors and Pledge of Allegiance. We are delighted to have the members of the Spanish Springs JROTC with us, and I'm going to ask Trustee J.J. Phoenix to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, and I want to give a shout out to Riley Lang, Addison Miller, Austin Kraus, and Alexia Carr of the Spanish Springs RLTC Color Guard. Thank you for coming out. Before we begin item 1.04, I'm going to turn the time over briefly to Superintendent Ernst for a statement.
Thank you, President Mayberry. It's important for us to acknowledge that a deceased individual was discovered on the outdoor campus of a Washoe County School District school this morning. Preliminary information shows that this is an isolated incident, and law enforcement does not believe there are any outstanding threats to the school or the community. All students and staff inside the school remain safe, and families of the school involved have been notified. Please know this is an ongoing police investigation, and the identity of the individual has not been determined at this time. School counselors and psychologists and social workers and other district mental health professionals are on site to provide additional support. At this time, I would ask that we all pose for a moment of silence in acknowledgement of this situation. Thank you, President Mayberry.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, we're going to move on to our agenda. Item 1.04 is our land acknowledgement. Good afternoon, Trustee Smith. Would you like to read that for us?
Thank you, President Mayberry. We acknowledge that the Washoe County School District schools and communities are situated on the traditional homelands of the three major tribes of the Great Basin Native American peoples, including the Northern Paiute, Washoe, and Shoshone tribes. We honor their ancestors past and present and recognize these lands as a continued gathering place for communities. We express our deep respect and gratitude for the opportunity to live, work, and learn here in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I do want to point out, items 3.03 and 3.04 are being removed from consideration at today's meeting and will be brought back to the Board of Trustees at a future meeting, so those will not be heard. And we will not take any public comment on those items. Again, items 3.03 and 3.04, which is one reason why we scheduled this meeting as early as we did. So I apologize for the inconvenience, everybody, but thank you for being flexible. That's the challenge of our open meeting laws sometimes. Okay, move to item 2, consent agenda items. I am going to pull item 2.13 from the agenda. There's just a few items that we need to correct and clarify in that item, so we will not be voting on item 2.13. Are there any other items that any trustees want to pull to discuss? Yep, sure, go ahead.
Okay. I just have a quick question on, sorry, I just need to find it again. Yes, on 2.05, is this in addition to the math instructional materials adoption that we recently did? I just wanted some clarification on that. Hi, oh, perfect.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, and the Board of Trustees. Hi, Trustee Hull. Yes, this is in addition to. This is our upper level mathematics, and so it is a partial award for pre-calculus at this time. So we're asking for approval and purchase of those materials just for pre-calculus.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Can I get you to state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm Nicole Johnson, the Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Westlake, sure. Do you want to make a motion or you have a question? Yeah, it's not on the agenda. I'm pulling it completely. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for a motion. If there's no other comments, we do have a public, yeah, we do need to hear public comment. Thank you for that. Go ahead, JJ.
Wait, not 2.13. Sorry, just a little bit.
John Eppolito for consent agenda items 2.03 and 2.05.
Hi, John Ippolito with Protect Nevada Children. On 2.03 and 2.05, it looks like another 600,000 plus to put the kids in front of the screens for longer. And in addition to that, I think someone already asked about 2.05. That was 3.1 million that you guys approved in April. So way too much money on screen time. And I know I keep saying the same thing over and over. And I sent you guys this article, Teaching in the Age of AI. One time, I would really like to hear this board discuss why are we putting the kids in front of screens for so long? Because it doesn't help them. It doesn't improve their performance. And so this article that I sent you, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, maybe some of you read it. The section in here, most of the teachers that they interviewed were from Tahoe Truckee Unified. And right at the end, they interviewed a Nevada teacher from Incline Elementary. And I have a copy here for the record. The Nevada teacher said that her school, Incline Elementary, basically she said they're using screens too much. The district she just came from, she just transferred into Incline Elementary. She didn't want to be named. I don't even know who it is using technology less and less. And in our district, we're using it more and more. It's unfortunate. And because of all that data use, we know we just had a big data breach, Canvas, the student data was breached. And I know I sent the board an email asking when you were going to let parents know on, I forget what day it was, but coincidentally, 40 minutes later, the school district sent out an email to the parents about the data breach. I'm sure that was just a coincidence, right, Chris? But either way, what the district didn't say is what data was breached, and that's what you guys do all the time. You've done it before, and you'll probably do it again. But other sources have told us what data was breached. Student names, student IDs, student email addresses, and student messages, which is probably the most concerning of all. We don't know how many. Again, Washoe County's, also for the record, your message to parents didn't say any of that. You guys do that all the time. And one of the things that you're approving today, 2.03 or 2.05, that's Pearson education. Pearson has had the worst data breach that we know of affecting our kids. Well, Pearson was one, where the student information was posted for sale on the dark web. And you guys never told the parents about that one either, but I can get it for you if anybody still cares. I'm out of time. Thank you. Protect Nevada children.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.12.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.12.
I can second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Trustee Phoenix, a second by Clerk Hall. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Okay, now we'll move on to our items for presentation, discussion, information, and or action, starting with item 3.01. And this is a presentation, discussion, possible action, approve a one-year contract amendment with Curriculum Associates to extend the iReady Math and Reading Site license. Presenters today are Don Agnotti, our Chief Academic Officer at Elementary Education, and Dr. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. I'm Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer, and I'm here to kick it off with my colleague, Don Angotti, Chief Academic Officer for Elementary.
So the first slide we have for you today is what is iReady? And iReady is a comprehensive assessment system that combines diagnostic assessments with personalized instruction and a robust data tool. It uses computer adaptive technology, meaning the questions adjust for students as they get harder or get easier. It adjusts and finds a sweet spot for those students there. It also provides detailed reports aligned to standards, which highlight mastered skills and learning gaps. And it assigns individualized lessons to support both intervention and enrichment across classrooms. The iReady platform supports our district priorities around Goal 1, which is a strong start for every child. The universal diagnostics and early targeted instruction build those foundational literacy and numeracy skills. Also, it aligns to Goal 4, which is our academic growth and achievement, where data-driven instruction and personalized pathways drive measurable student growth. And it advances Pillar A by ensuring consistent standards-aligned curriculum and instruction across our classrooms. Prior board action, September of 2025 approval. The board previously approved funding for iReady, including the diagnostic assessment system and the instructional resources in reading and math. The current proposal that we have in front of you today continues implementation under existing board-approved direction with an added formal evaluation component to dive deeper into the product. Why iReady? So NRS 388 and 392 require, read by grade 3 if you're familiar with that language, requires K through 3 reading assessments annually, which is beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year for the read by grade 3 law. This is used by iReady. It's paid for by the state, as we called out in previous board meeting. Or MAP as an alternative upon approval from NDE. However, that would be district paid if we went back to MAP. And that part of this too is also to avoid the double testing that we incurred earlier, so that we didn't have to do MAP and iReady. We went with iReady instead of MAP, which helped out. Real-time actionable data provides immediate detailed data to teachers. Immediately when a student finishes their pathway or their diagnostic, teachers have that report immediately, so they're not having to wait for that product to come out for them, and it informs their instruction quickly to assess their student needs. It's personalized adaptive learning, so the platform adapts to each student's performance, personalizing and tailoring it to any diverse classroom needs that a teacher may have. It's critical for supporting our multi-tiered systems of support. Our iReady aids educators in identifying students needing interventions. It tracks progress within those MTSS frameworks to provide those interventions that are needed and get to that granular level to really intervene on that student to meet their needs. And it's aligned with our instructional goals, as we called out with our district priorities with goals 1, 4, and Pillar A. How students use iReady, they start off with a diagnostic assessment. That takes place 3 times a year, as I mentioned earlier, fall, winter, spring. That's designed to measure growth and identify learning needs. Balanced instruction integrations. Teachers strategically integrate iReady during small groups or intervention or independent practice alongside direct teaching. It doesn't replace their teaching. It supplements them in the classroom. It's purposeful and monitored use. Students use iReady. It's to ensure that it's aligned to instructional time. And again, we understand the sweet spot for iReady is 30 to 45 minutes. So to ensure that we're not exceeding that or also falling below that as well. The accessibility and special populations piece is designed to support and not supplant, which I mentioned earlier. It serves as a supplemental tool with core instruction and MTSS. Our students with disabilities, the diagnostic data helps identify skill gaps to inform instruction, IEP goals, progress monitoring. Our resource teachers use it to write present levels of performance goals and IEPs. It's individualized pacing and targeted lessons. It supports differentiation that occurs with our students, and it's aligned to their needs as well. Our EL students, the reading instruction emphasizes foundational skills, vocabulary, and comprehension, which again align to our science of reading work and our letters training that we're providing for teachers as well. That data supports teachers in distinguishing language acquisition needs from content gaps. So we're able to delineate between that, and then again provide those students the resources they need to be successful in the classroom. Our advanced learners, it's adaptive again, so that if there's access to an instruction above grade level that needs to occur, we can also provide that for them as well. It provides that enrichment without removing them from core instruction to get that enrichment. It also provides that as well. So year-to-date usage reports. This table shows you a little bit of where we're at in terms of the grade levels as well as average time per week of usage. So again, I mentioned earlier the sweet spot for iReady is 30 to 45 minutes. You can see that at the elementary level, K-5, we are well within that 30 to 45 minutes. And I'd like to point out we're on the small end of that. We're not towards the high end of the 45. We're just trickling over that 30 minutes that's required. And another note there too, looking at kinder, our youngest learners are at 25, so they're less than any of our other 1st through 5th grade students there. And the same trend is for math as well. So you see that we are just meeting that 30-minute mark over it, and again, not exceeding that, which is important too, because that sweet spot, if we go over, there's drawbacks with that, and also if we're underutilizing it, then that. So we're staying within the sweet spot in terms of that 30 to 45 minutes on average for our students K through 8. How teachers use the data, they analyze the diagnostic reports. They get those reports beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. It immediately provides information for them in terms of student performance patterns, individual learning needs. They can pull instructional grouping reports and be able to identify down to a skill level, phonics, for example, or phonemic awareness work that students might need. And then the platform also provides them ideas and lesson interventions that they can provide for students to be able to work on those skills to fill those gaps. It's targeted small group instruction. The data helps teachers group students by specific skill. So while students are working on the platform, teachers are meeting in small groups with students to be able to address those skills. And that could be where maybe it's a skill deficit, or it could be even an enrichment for higher performing students as well. The progress monitoring and adjustment. So the teachers use that progress monitoring to track student growth and adjusting teaching strategies. Again, trying to collect as much information on student progress as we can, because we need to ensure that we're providing the appropriate interventions to ensure that students are making progress with that. And then professional judgment. iReady data empowers teachers to make informed decisions without replacing their professional expertise. They're experts in the classrooms. This is a tool that they can leverage to be able to provide them additional information as they're working through their classroom and identifying their students that have needs or need to be enriched. So the implementation and early impact, the K-8, it's consistent across grade levels with ongoing professional learning and coaching. We provide that to all of our staffs and across our schools. We monitor the fidelity when using the flexibility for site-specific needs. Sites have that ability to be a little bit flexible with it if they need to. The early impact, teachers adjust small group rosters and lesson focus after the diagnostic windows. Again, it should be fluid. It shouldn't be a student in the same group all year long. It should be fluid based on the results that we're seeing there. They use the diagnostics results to intervene and differentiate core instruction. Students engage more actively when iReady lessons are embedded in the daily classroom routines and in isolation. We want teachers to embed it in their daily classroom routines. It just can't be used in isolation. PLCs utilize the data tremendously to be able to make decisions in terms of instructional decisions as a school site or in terms of a grade level, identifying students that need additional support, but also enriching students as well to continue to push them with that. And then consistent expectations for iReady usage across grade level teams. That PLC ensures that that's consistency across the board as well. So some ongoing efforts and evaluation that we've talked about. Back in 2024, iReady was on board in 2023. So in 2024, we conducted a focus group that consisted of 20 principals, 36 teachers, and 62 students from all grades. You can see the principals, the themes from them were that the data is useful for lesson planning, working with teachers, talking with students, because again, it's critical that we do evaluations after we have a product to determine how the product is performing for us. Principals indicated lack of devices was sometimes a barrier. Now remember, this was back after the first year, so I'm kind of dating it a little bit. Principals wanted more time to collaborate with each other to determine how to use iReady effectively and more functionality in the teacher tools. Teachers, some of the results from that where professional learning was beneficial, but they needed more time to use the tool. The diagnostic data was useful for sharing with students and families. Incentives help motivate students to work hard and do their best. Sometimes diagnostic data didn't reflect student capabilities, but some felt iReady restricts teaching flexibility, especially time requirements. And then we had student input there. So we had some student voice. Students like iReady, getting to track their progress. They liked the games and getting to work ahead or review concepts as needed. Many wanted more monitoring by teachers if they didn't pass a lesson. And then students did not understand why iReady and class lessons didn't always align. So again, that was after the first year, just some feedback and an evaluation that we conducted to be able to move forward with it. This survey was conducted this past year in our parent climate survey. So as you can see here in question 7, I'm excited about the use of iReady at my school. Just under 60% of, this was a staff climate survey, felt that they were excited about the use of iReady, and this is 25-26. And the same 7 questions we've asked since 23-24 on the climate survey, so the questions have not changed at all. So we have 3 years of data that identify and get feedback on iReady, including the students and how they're using it weekly in their classrooms, the professional learning that's identified there. So again, we have some areas that had upticks, we had some areas that had some drops, but overall it's pretty relatively flat in terms of that from 23-24, where we started these 7 questions, and this was the 25-26, which was taken in December of this year, and the results were given to schools early this spring. So that's current, as you see it there. And an 80% response rate is pretty strong when you're looking at that in terms of a survey. Ongoing evaluation efforts, kind of a quantitative analysis, obviously conducting various studies. One is the fidelity of usage versus students and smarter balanced outcomes. This was done in 24-25. We examined whether that 30 to 49 minute weekly benchmark was associated with better SBA. And then we found students with fidelity implementation outperformed students with lower and higher usage rates in ELA and math on the SBA assessment, which is a state assessment, which we shared with you back in September with our milestones and momentum and goal 4. Annual study, so equivalency with MAP and Smarter Balance, we found that the annual study to verify if iReady produces the same scores as MAP and Smarter Balanced, that high equivalency between MAP and SBA and proficiency and growth. What it allowed for was that equivalency was so tight that it allowed for removing that double testing requirement, which I mentioned earlier, and we were able to now just utilize the iReady screener tool, which is called out and read by grade 3, rather than having to do iReady and MAP testing this past year. Currently, and ongoing right now, spring of 26 to fall, we're conducting quasi-experimental design to determine implementations at an appropriate level. If lesson completion relates to positive student outcomes, again, not just the minutes, but how many lessons are students completing and what percentage are they achieving in that percentage? How successful are they with those lessons? And we continue to collect feedback and observe iReady in practice to make sure it's meeting the needs of students, staff, and our schools. And again, continuation with the ongoing evaluation efforts. Again, evaluation questions of the threshold of iReady usage per minutes per week associated with positive student achievement outcomes. Again, if measured, question 2, is the participation positively associated with smarter balance, iReady diagnostic, and or other achievement measures, because we know there's other measures that are being used as well. Continue to collect feedback and observe the iReady in practice. Looking at observations of random samples of classrooms representing a variety of grade levels. Is that instruction meeting the high threshold of instructional quality? Are we seeing students actively engaged? Are we not seeing them actively engaged? Are students able to describe their learning? Okay, can they repeat back to us, hey, this is what I'm learning and here's why I'm learning it? And then can they demonstrate their learning? And then also, how do educators and students perceive iReady? How would they redesign iReady if given an opportunity? And what are the educators' recommendations on whether to maintain the iReady lessons for next year and beyond? So again, those are ongoing evaluation questions that we're working with our team with in our research and evaluation team around some of that work that's moving forward as well. And on that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
Okay, now that we've discussed all the exciting student achievement pieces and the perceptions around iReady, I wanted to be certain to include this slide because we want to ensure that the board is aware of pending federal class action lawsuit filed in December 2025 in Massachusetts against Curriculum Associates, which is the publisher behind iReady. The suit alleges that the iReady platform collects and transmits student data to third-party analytics services without obtaining parental consent. The plaintiffs argue this goes beyond what is necessary for educational purposes. Yet it's important to note that Curriculum Associates has strongly pushed back on these claims. They filed a motion to dismiss in February 2026, calling the allegations, quote, legally meritless, end of quotation. They affirm that they do not sell student data, do not use it for advertising, and do not build commercial profiles. They state all data use is strictly for educational purposes with school and district consent. Currently, there is still active litigation. The motion to dismiss is pending. No court has ordered iReady to be removed or shut down from use in any schools nationwide. The platform continues to operate in schools across the country, and we will continue to monitor this litigation closely and will update the board if there are any material developments. So on the next slide, I want to walk you through the specific safeguards that our district already has in place to protect student data, regardless of the outcome of the litigation. We have a contract review workflow internally in the district. It's not just an IT process, it's a district-wide process. But before we get there, our contract with Curriculum Associates includes data provision, privacy provisions aligned to both FERPA and COPPA. Under these terms, all student data remains the property of the district. The vendor is explicitly prohibited from selling student data or using it in any non-educational purpose. iReady operates under the FERPA, quote, school official, end of quotation, exception, which means the district authorizes data use only for legitimate educational purposes. Curriculum Associates' privacy policy confirms compliance with both FERPA and COPPA, and this is the same legal framework used by virtually every educational technology platform in K-12 education. Every educational technology application that the district adopts undergoes a multi-stage technical review via our contract review workflow that I already mentioned prior to its being used by students. This contract review process involves personnel from a variety of offices across the district, including academics, the Office of General Counsel, business for both budget and procurement reasons, as well as many technical evaluations from the Office of Information Technology. We all examine for areas of redundancy. So is the capacity of the tool already being used in another previously approved tool? Because we don't want too many tools approved in the district. We also look at contract language, the details that support all that contract language. We look to how the tool aligns to district, state, and federal governance, as well as the technical impact on the district, how it would be used on our network. how it would also primarily, how it would be accessed by our students or our employees, how it works in our environment, how it works in our infrastructure. But most importantly, IT security takes a careful view at the vendor's reputation, how it works in a sandbox in terms of capturing data privacy issues, and where the vendor indicates that they store their data. It has to be stored on United States servers. We remain committed to full transparency with the board on this matter. If the litigation results in any discoveries with how the vendor handles data, we will assess the impact and respond accordingly. To date, there have been no instances of student data breaches associated with this iReady platform.
All right, thanks, Chris, and back to me. When we look at the iReady software funding, the initial acquisition was covered by ESSER grant funding. If you remember the federal stimulus dollars that occurred a few years back, iReady was funded out of that. This current contract ends on June 30th of this year. Planned transition to the general fund. The general fund support was always anticipated. The annual subscription cost was factored into prior 4-year financial plans. This is not a surprise expense. It was planned for within the budget. The fiscal year 27 budget presentation last September, we noted the estimated annual cost of $2.2 million. That figure has since been reduced to $2 million, and subsequent updates have addressed the state's partial reimbursement of these costs, which was $6.40 for the ELA screener. And then also, too, is the approval of this contract doesn't create any additional financial obligation. The funding was previously approved as part of the board's existing budget direction that occurred. Moving into the one-year contract rationale. The one-year contract rationale for the 1 year maintains continuity. It provides continuity of assessment and instructional supports for the 26-27 school year. We're to the middle of May right now. We're to the end of the school year. So again, it provides that continuity for next year, and then obviously conducting the evaluation to be able to determine what the next steps will be for us. Commitment to ongoing comprehensive evaluation. We're going to evaluate student achievement, growth data, fidelity of implementation across sites, and alignment to our priorities. Right now, our priorities are science of reading, MTSS, teacher clarity, our systems and behavior. So again, how does this tool tie into all of those current district priorities to be able to increase student performance with that? Commitment to ongoing stakeholder input. Again, structured input will be gathered from associations, teachers, school leaders, students, and families. And then board approval, again, it positions us to come back to you as the board with recommendations prior to any future renewal consideration for 27, 28, and beyond when we have this comprehensive evaluation data collected as we move forward with that. The focus review of iReady, we talked a little bit about the evaluation. Again, kind of putting these into different buckets. The assessment practices, again, reviewing the NDE required iReady reading diagnostic for read by grade 3 with grade 3. Examine how iReady's intervention pathways, again, compared to science of reading, how is that aligned with interventions, and then determining whether testing at the secondary level should be universal or intervention only. Program use and participation, identifying which students benefit most, reducing unnecessary use for on-grade or advanced learners possibly, and evaluating the impact of weekly lesson expectations on instructional time. Cost and value analysis, reviewing licensing costs, instructional time trade-offs, and also the usefulness of the growth and achievement data for our teachers to be able to utilize. Implementation and feedback, again, I mentioned earlier, gathering input from teachers, principals, students, collaborating with associations, WEA, WSPA, to ensure transparency and a shared understanding. And overall, the evaluation will produce a clear, targeted recommendation for 27-28 that reduces unnecessary testing, focuses on where it matters, and maximizes value for students and schools. And on that note, we are to the superintendent recommendation. And again, we're recommending today that the Board of Trustees approve the contract amendment with Curriculum Associates to extend the iReady math and reading site licenses for all Washoe County School District elementary middle schools for fiscal year 27, the amount of $2,023,963.22, funded by the general fund, while committing to ongoing comprehensive evaluation and stakeholder input prior to any future board action. And at this time, we'll take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ngati and Dr. Turner. Appreciate that very much. I know that there's a lot of questions. It's not lost on me that we've received a lot of feedback on this item. So I'd like to do this very systematically and kind of just go around the dais with any clarifying questions you may have. And then we will take public comment after that. So Trustee Smith, would you mind leading us off?
Thank you, President Mayberry. Just as a point, I think that's great to have us go around. I do reserve that if one of my colleagues asks a very good question, I may have a follow-up clarifying question because, that's kind of how we use each other's minds to explore different parts of this. But thank you very much. So, wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the information that has come in. My questions are mostly born from the high-quality public comment we got on all sides of this. And so my clarifying questions are largely themes and questions that came up from the public. They're not really in any particular order. The first is, and I apologize if any of my colleagues have the same questions as me. Does the instructional program align to our state curriculum? Because I'm hearing themes about misalignment, not that it meets the Nevada academic standards, but rather that the iReady program is not aligned to our curriculum. Not being an educator myself, I hope I asked that question the correct way.
Yes, no, that's a great question. There's alignment there as well with the curriculum that we have. Of course, everything we do in curriculum adoptions are aligned to standards. So again, when we look at programs that we are purchasing, we go through that process of how does it align to our curriculum, how does it align to standards, the assessment pieces as well as the platform pieces as well. So.
Okay, so it does. So iReady follows, the program follows the same learning that's happening in the classroom.
Yes.
Okay,
That's the design that I called out earlier, would be to align it with that instruction. Right.
Thank you. All right. My next question is, so obviously we got a lot of public comment on this, and I'm curious because, I've heard about iReady. I have 2 children in the district. Full disclosure, I have a 9th grader who had previously used iReady in middle school, and I have a 4th grader now who has used iReady, I believe, since we started the program. So I've heard things about iReady over time, but when did we as a team or as a district start to hear that maybe there were some differences of opinions on this or concern? Like, did the emails come out of nowhere? I genuinely don't know. Or did we hear about this before?
I'm not aware of any preliminary, prior to the buildup of this agenda item, I'm not aware of any negative feedback, overwhelming negative feedback at this point. I'm sorry, I'll defer to Superintendent Ernst.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Turner. Thank you, Trustee Smith. I think with all aspects of curriculum, teachers, we're all very passionate in our trade and what we do. And so when we're looking at curriculum, might it be a social studies curriculum or textbooks that are 30 years outdated that we've had to, as a district, pause for many, many, many years before we were able to actually implement new textbooks. There's thoughts on how good those materials might be. There's thoughts on iReady. We've had so many different programs throughout the district that there's always feedback. I think the most recent round of public comment was something that had not universally been expressed to me as a superintendent. I've had numerous conversations. I meet with WESPA, I meet with WEA often. And really, I haven't gotten a lot of feedback about that echoed or was similar to some of the public comments we got. Now, that being said, I appreciate all of the public comments that have been offered. And I think that as a system, you want to be responsive to our teachers who are doing the work. We want to listen to their voices, and we want to make sure that we're learning. Initially, anytime you remember, 3 years back, this board unanimously in favor of iReady. 1 year's growth, I think, is what we often heard at that time. And in that, there was a lot of excitement about the program. Well, anytime you are trying to get a program established, you have to really have some good parameters around it. And so, therefore, you saw some of the parameters of which our teachers has to operate in. We know from iReady that the number of minutes that students are doing when they are in between that 30 to 45 minutes, that is where they are showing their optimal successes. Over time, when you look at a program, it should evolve. We want it to evolve. And so when we get these kind of signals and we look at the program, perhaps there is opportunity for consideration about how to most effectively use the program going forward. So a long way to answer that question, but I appreciate the opportunity to being able to speak to it a bit.
I appreciate it very much. I think more information is better than less, certainly because I'm not an educator myself and I'm just processing the feedback that's coming in. Just a couple more, Mr. President. The slide 7 in particular with the times. So I understand that this covers the amount of time that is required for the students to be in. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. This is the assessment and then it's also the learning, right? Okay. And then does this also include the time to boot up? Because this is actually a two-part question for you, Chief Turner. Does this include the time? So it's okay, let's say we're going to fly to Vegas and that flight is an hour and 30 minutes. So we know it's an hour and 30 minutes. But really you got to get to the airport an hour beforehand. You got to get your bag afterwards. Do we know the period of time that's really being spent on this? And part 2, since I see you going for it, Chief Turner, what are the tech challenges with this? Because we do hear that people have a lot of difficulty logging on. So that's a two-part question, if that's okay.
Yeah, happy to answer. Thank you, Trustee Smith. These are diagnostics that are report figures exported from the tool itself. So it does not include the ideas around turning on the computer, logging in the computer, negotiating past forgotten passwords, all of those pieces. This data right here reflects actual time on task in iReady. Second part of your question?
Is there an unusual number of tech challenges with iReady in that compared to all the other tools that students use? Because your team is the one that are on site helping with all that. Does it take an unusual amount of time on the tech support side, I guess is my question.
I wouldn't say that iReady presents us with any additional time challenges in terms of support on the technical side. There remains always technical challenges, and we publish frameworks for how teachers use computers. Like we want a classroom set and in each individual computer to always be assigned to the same student so that the computer doesn't have to recreate a new profile if it's in use by a different student. So those pieces can make us more efficient. But I'm not aware of anything technically that iReady presents to us that's extraordinary compared to any other ed tech tool.
Thank you for that. And Mr. President, just one more. It's kind of a waterfall question, but just one more before we move on, if that's okay. Well, actually, it's two. Is magnetic reading included in this quote? No. Okay, because we did get some emails saying that they love magnetic reading. I didn't think that was in here. Okay, thank you. And then the part of this proposal that is legally mandated is the K-3 reading assessment. Is that correct? Am I understanding that the right way?
That's correct.
Very
Yeah,
good.
the reading screener.
And then, do we know how much that part just costs compared to the $2 million?
I don't off the top of my head have that information, but
Okay.
we could definitely get that.
And then the time for that would be a different level. So the time for that minutes for the legally required portion is built into the minutes that we see here for K-3. Okay. But that would be probably a smaller amount, right? How frequently does the diagnostic happen, the legally required K-3 diagnostic? I know with MAP, it used to be 3 times a year because my kids did it.
Yeah. The diagnostic is 3 times a year, so it's fall, winter, spring.
Thank you.
Right.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Yeah, and again, my purpose here is just to keep this meeting efficient, so try to avoid duplicate questions. We'll go to Trustee Nicolette. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that ever since iReady's inception, I have continually, almost every school visit, asked, how's it going? What are we working on now? And it's been very insightful. I'm always glad that I have, because I've received kind of an evolution of information. As you can imagine, when you onboard something, it doesn't feel real comfortable. Through the year, it's gotten very comfortable. There are people that, teachers, administrators, students, that they're still struggling with it, and I know we need to address that. So to that point, when you mention the word fidelity, I got to tell you, red flags go up for me. So, and I get what the word means. I would say it's almost always impossible, especially given our wonderful district array. So can you please tell me, for your thoughts right now, what they are about how you would pursue that?
So it goes back to, again, Don Angati, Chief Academic Officer for the record, it goes back to the expectations that we have around iReady and the sweet spot of what the program asks for. You know, that 30 to 45 minutes is what we're looking for in terms of that. We know that life happens in schools, and we know that there are other things that may take a precedent over that with instructional decisions or whatnot, with curriculum. Sometimes a science lesson may run over or a math lesson may run over. So we understand that flexibility piece, but really just trying to stay within the product identifies that there, you know, growth can occur and will occur with that 30 to 45 minutes, that minute range. So again, it's really trying to adhere to that as much as we possibly can to stay within that guardrail of that.
You did a great job in helping me segue. So, minute-based versus successful lesson completion-based. Tell me how, in your mind right now, because there's a lot more that needs to be uncovered and talked about, et cetera, how can you manage, we manage, the balance between minute-based and the child who's done in 5 minutes versus the lesson completion-based, and how a teacher is going to be able to manage that with 25 students in their classroom?
Right. That's a great question. I appreciate that. When you look at and you made a good point about the, not just the minutes, but the lesson completion and the percentage of accuracy.
Sure,
Again,
sure.
if students are just completing lessons and they're completing them at 50%, that's not meaningful either. So I really feel like, you know, again, and teachers have access to the data. They have access to those reports. They also provided resources to intervene and provide additional supplemental resources for students with that. So I would say not only just the minutes is key, but also lesson completion versus the number of lessons that are completed in a week too. So, for example, if a student completes their 2 to 3 lessons and they're achieving that at an 80 to 90% clip, I mean, I think that's sufficient for what we're trying to accomplish with that too. So not only is it the minutes, the minute usage here was because of screen time. That's why I wanted to share that a little bit, because that came up a little bit. But also too, it's key that you brought up that lesson completion as well as the accuracy that they are completing the lessons in.
Thank you. It is really important because every student, as we know, is unique, and every teacher has a unique style, and so it's important to embrace that, especially when we're reaching for fidelity. I guess I have several more questions, but I'm just going to ask one. It's a yes or no. So let's just say today we in our infinite wisdom say, nah, we don't want to do this. $2 million, that's a lot of money. This is just Diane talking, right? Are we in a position to quickly pivot so that we can fulfill our requirement for the state of Nevada and NRS? Thank you.
I would say that we would have to obviously do some analysis of that to be able to see what we could come up with that pivot, what that pivot would look like. I think that's pretty, I know your question is clear, but it's pretty vague on what, we would have to go back and identify what exactly it would be the requirement from the state with read by grade 3, what that screener would entail. And then also we would want to get some input from other entities as well, like we called out in the presentation. Go back and we get with our teachers and our principals as well, because again, we have a tool that's out there and we have, some folks see the value of it and some don't. So I do feel like when you're sitting in a situation like that, and then here we are a few weeks before the end of the school year with people planning for next year, I think that's a critical decision. We'd have to look at that and see. Are we in a position, I would say, strong position? No, at this point, but I, again, would feel that that's what we'd have to do. We'd have to get into a good position with that, sure.
Thank you, President Mayberry. And if I could also, Dr. Nicolette, because that's a real good question in terms of what would be there to replace it if it was no longer there. And I think an important aspect of setting up our teachers and students for success is making sure that they have a toolbox of resources that they can use to support kids, particularly around interventions. Any of our students that might be reading below grade level, by read by grade 3, we have to have interventions in place for our Tier 2, Tier 3 students. And so that's an important component. And I would liken it to if we took away benchmark. We've talked about benchmark most recently. If we take that away, then all of a sudden you have, well, what's the curriculum that we're going to use? What are the core materials that we're going to use? How are we going to support that as a large system? Similarly, we stay with the Microsoft platform because we know that we can support Microsoft. When we get too much variety in the system, a system that supports just under 60,000 students, when you're looking at central resources and the ability to support those, that can have some challenges as well. So a lot in that question to be considered, but I think keeping materials, and I think right now you look at going into year 3, year 4 in terms of usage, that's where the opportunity is to refine. But the complete absence, I would say, of any of our materials, if we took our math materials away, if we took away our phonics program, if we took away Haggerty, those programs that are working to teach our students phonemic awareness, if we take them away, then that means others have to find the resources, and that means as a larger system, you're using maybe a wider variety. So just a little bit more information on that. Yep.
Trustee Nicollet, are you done? You have some more questions? Okay, thank you. So the question I have, can you, these are more rudimentary questions. Can you just, I think for the public, kind of break down the difference between diagnostic and instruction time?
Sure. So the diagnostic piece is given 3 times a year. That's the baseline. Because again,
And that's a requirement.
Yes, correct. And iReady is designed to come out at the beginning of the year with a baseline score of where a kid is. Then we provide the pathway. They work through the pathway piece, and then that's the gap between the next diagnostic. So they work through the pathway. It adjusts based on the questions or whatnot, finds where their sweet spot is in terms of their learning, and then here comes the middle of the year diagnostic. So then it evaluates growth. What growth has a student made in each of the additional ELA categories or math categories or the strands per se within that. Then they're on their pathway. The pathways is aligned to their learning, and then we have the end of the year assessment as well to determine we have growth from beginning of the year till end of the year. What does that look like in terms of that?
And the instructional is a supplemental piece, essentially.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so when I look at slide 7 and I look at the screen time, reading and math, I'll just take an average looks like I look at the average time per week, 30 minutes on both, roughly an hour. So is that essentially 15 minutes a day?
So that's weekly. So I would say if students are averaging 30 minutes a week, that's about 6 to 8 minutes approximately, 10 minutes. And again, teachers utilize it in a little bit more of a window. Ideally, iReady at its best. You walk in a classroom, you have a teacher working with small groups of students. You've got students that are working on their individualized pathway. They're working through that. The groups are fluid, moving kids through the groups, working on the skill base. So that instructional time is tied in with that. So I would say on average, that's about 6 to 10 minutes a day. 30. And teachers do it different way. Some will do 3 10-minute sets. Some will do 5 minutes.
Sure, could be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever, and the teachers have the flexibility to do that. But what about the special ed piece? How does this benefit our SPED students?
Can I phone a friend on that?
You can phone a friend, sure.
Where's Jen? I'm going to ask Jen Van Trest to come up and talk a little bit about that, because that's her expertise there.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Ms. Ventress.
There you go.
Yeah, is there a benefit outside of the norm of general education students with the special education students with iReady?
Hi, Jennifer Van Trest, Chief Academic Officer, Student Development and Success. Yes, there is some advantages, definitely some advantages for our students with IEPs. The MyPath, the online program, gives us hardcore data as to how they're performing on our standards and how we're closing that achievement gap. And so we can show during progress monitoring for report cards, weekly, quarterly updates on how they're performing on gen ed tasks. Typically, our goals and objectives, because they're standards-based and grade level-based, are going to align with that, with what they're working on in iReady. And so it's a great tool for our special ed teachers who may not be in the classroom during every time that they're performing, to get that information. So it's a really great tool. We use it in our IEPs as part of present levels for students. So yes, it is definitely a win for progress monitoring for our students with IEPs.
Thank you for coming up to the podium. Clerk Hall?
All right, thank you. So I don't even know where to begin. I think that I want to bounce off a little bit of what Trustee Smith was saying. I think that the start of iReady, I think that let's just set the level playing field. It was not done well in a lot of schools, and a lot of teachers really struggled with it because it just really felt like we were thrown in there. I want to applaud a couple of things. One, the shift to iPads in the lower grade levels, I think, has absolutely increased the ability for the students to get on them more rapidly. I see them scanning the QR code. I absolutely have seen an improvement in that area. So I do want to applaud that, but I also think that we need to be realistic that it wasn't done well. And so it started, whenever you start a program in classrooms and it feels like it was just thrown at you, I like to call it the binder syndrome. I know you've heard me say that, Dawn. But it was another binder syndrome situation, and it was absolutely thrown in there. And so when you start it at a negative place, it's really hard to come back from that. So I think that if we can just set the playing field level and say, this wasn't done well to begin with, that doesn't mean that we can't do better in any implementation, and we can learn lessons from it. And so I also want to say that I really appreciate the concept of working with our community, our teachers, our staff, our parents, and our students in this upcoming year. No matter what we decide, whatever we do, we have to work with our community to do better at ensuring that we're doing the right thing for our kids. So I just want to say that. The other thing that I struggle with iReady is the words personalized, adapted, differentiation, and flexibility have been used over and over and over again with this program. But nothing about the classroom implementation is adaptable, differentiated, or flexible. Nothing. We've told teachers, you must do X, Y, and Z for every single student. I have a child who started kindergarten during COVID year and never caught up. She's now in 6th grade. She still scores lower on her diagnostic than grade level. On the other hand, I have a child who is brilliant, GT, tested out of the entire iReady program in 6th grade and had nothing to do for the rest of middle school except do, progress monitoring because he's on an IEP, so he had to. So 2 students who, in my own household, who greatly dislike iReady because it's not working for them in the right way, because this idea of it being differentiated and adaptive and flexible, but they're still forced to do X, Y, and Z. So what would it look like if we only used it as a diagnostic? Is that an option? That's my first question. What would that look like? And not do the personalized learning pathway and just used it like we used to use MAPS, where it was simply a diagnostic. I'm just curious if that's even an option.
Well, I think that you have, options that are out there. I mean, I think that obviously Superintendent Ernst had hit on some things about when you're pulling resources and whatnot and what that involves with that. The diagnostic screener, yes, and then what would be that fill in terms of that? What would that instruction look like that would replace that pathway, so to speak, or that my pathway?
Well, I guess my question, let me clarify. So I think when I think about it saying that it's adaptable and flexible, if a student in their diagnostic needed some additional supports, then the program's there. But maybe the differentiation is that not all students have to do 30 minutes a week. And I think that's where I'm kind of like curious if in this year, as we look at it and we really do this true assessment of if it's working or not, can we loosen that kind of, I wouldn't call it a policy, but that edict that says these are the minutes that everybody has to do. I think that's really what we're hearing from the community, from the teachers, that they want that differentiation and that flexibility to be able to say, yes, like, I absolutely think that my sixth grader probably needs a little more time and support, but maybe another sixth grader might not need 30 minutes a week. So can we look at it like that? And has Curriculum Associates done any research on using it in that way? Because I know you talked about fidelity, and I know that there were a couple other questions about that. And so my understanding is that when you say fidelity, it's that everyone's using it the same way, but I feel like that is counterintuitive to a adaptable and differentiated program.
Yeah. No, that's a fair question, too, and I appreciate that. When you look at it, too, there was a slide that we talked about earlier about the student need in terms of that. So when we do this analysis, there are some students that we realize, hey, they don't need to be on that pathway. But then we do have a component. That would all be in contract negotiations with Curriculum Associates. I don't have all of that for this meeting here,
Totally.
which I have no problem. And again, this 1 year allows us to do exactly that. Okay, identify where, hey, we need it for intervention support because we have, 20% or 30% of our students at a school that might need extra support. Great. But we also have a percentage of students that may not necessarily need that. Okay, so we can offer that. And again, when you start to I call it the a la carte piece, okay? When you start the a la carte, now remember, contracts tend to get a little bit funky with that. But again, that's work that we would, again, this 1 year to allow us to do that and say, okay, what is the value? The screener is read by grade 3. That's pretty much a given,
That's a
100%.
Sure.
Math screener, I like that too, because what do we use as a math screener to be able to catch kids beginning, middle, and end of the year and align it to our curriculum and whatnot. But again, going back to that one slide of this evaluation, being able to produce, okay, hey, maybe we see that there's a percentage of licenses that we would need at schools for intervention or for MTSS or whatnot that way.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's not a universal piece, which we called out earlier, and maybe it's more of a focused group that we work through, and then have the ability to be able to and look into some of that and collect that information.
Okay. I'm not opposed to a diagnostic. As a teacher who used MAPS and the data that I got from it, I was at a Title I school with a lot of EL learners. I 100% know how important it is. Even as a social studies teacher, I would take that data and absolutely determine my curriculum and the way that I worked with my students. I'm absolutely not saying that that's not necessary, K through 8. In fact, I wish we could find something for our high school teachers to be able to also support their students as needed. But I think that the most feedback that we got was really about that inflexibility of the requirements of 30 minutes a week, and that was from parents being concerned about screen time, especially for our youngest learners. I think 30 minutes on getting on iPads every week for our kindergartners, that's a lot, because as we know, kindergarten class taking 10 minutes to do 10 minutes of iReady is actually 25 minutes of a teacher's instructional time, because there's so much stuff happening, right? Because 5-year-olds are kind of all over the place. So I think that's really where my biggest concern lies, is that I want to see us working on that. And so that's not really going to change the contract for this year, because we really have to figure out what that looks like. But I think my final question for right now, until after we hear some public comment, is what is that evaluation going to look like? How do we plan to involve parents and students? And I appreciated the data that you included here, which was from a couple of years ago, but I also, and some of it, there was some negative stuff too, right? But I think we need some real and raw, like, how can we make this better for all of our kids? And so I'm just curious if you've kind of thought about that and what that's going to look like and how we're going to truly incorporate people from all of our different areas in our county, parents, teachers, students. I even want to know from kindergarten students what they think. I want to know from 8th graders who think it's super cheesy. So I'm curious what you've thought.
No, I appreciate that question too. And obviously that would be a cross collaboration with our research and development, or research and evaluation department. Dr. Davidson's unable to be here today. I asked Kyle Kemp to attend, so he's in the audience. He's hearing your question about what that looks like. We gave you a few questions in terms of some ideas of what some questions could look like on a survey. And I agree. I mean, we need student voice in this, so reaching out and trying to figure out how that would look. I mean, that's their area, that research and analysis piece. So I'd want to, obviously collaborate with them on that, which we will. And I think moving forward, that is critical that we get those voices in there with families and students you called out and our associations. Because I feel like, there's value with a lot of our principals see the value of that data, and our teachers feel the value of the data. But also there are opportunities I feel that we could explore over this next year to tighten it down a little bit or get the tool a little more conducive of what you're talking about and align it a little bit tighter that way too. So it'd be a cross-department collaboration, of course.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Trustee Westlake, thank you. Clerk Hall.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I have some comments that could probably lead into questions because I don't know. I took it upon myself to ask as many of my administrators, who all of my administrators are amazing individuals. I highly respect them, and they are very honest with me. So I want to pass on some of this information because I feel this is an opportunity right now for us to be getting the information and then utilizing this specific tool to help our kids. So when iReady came along when I was first a trustee, and it was promoted whenever I talked about it and opened up discussion, Dr. Susan Enfield, as an intervention tool to meet kids where they are and intervene to establish progress. But what I was finding when I was talking to administrators is I think there's some misinformation out there, and there's really no blame or fault to be laid at anyone's feet. We're a very large district. We have new, and I'm assuming, this may not be the case, I'm assuming the directive is given from superintendent and people on his team down to the area superintendents, because they're the ones going into the schools and explaining what the expectations are. But we do have a lot of new area superintendents coming in, and I mean, that's good. I mean, that's great. However, what I heard loud and clear from principals was we keep changing the message. And I gathered myself that different messages are being told. Some of my principals told me that they were told they could strictly only use the iReady during Tier 1 instruction, where others were strictly told it was during enrichment and intervention. And so I was getting very confused. I mean, it was about a 50-50 grab bag. And area superintendents are moving to different areas. And I think that's good, because if an area superintendent is really strong in and can bring certain expertise to one area, we should be sharing it around the district, and another one might have something that they could move in and bring to another. But I think that is extremely important. However we move forward, we have got to get it together, what we are telling our principals. And the other thing is there's also a lot of mixed messaging going out there, what our expectations are. And some of my, I call them my overachiever principals, and she said I could use her name, like Teresa Quintana at Desert Skies, someone I respect to the moon. She sets those expectations, and I'm telling you what, she goes over those printouts with a fine-tooth comb. She knows if a child's too long minutes, so she thinks they're going to get burnout. She talks to the teacher. So I think we have to be really clear what our expectations are. And I know we're always thinking about culture, and I do get that. But at some point, the rubber needs to meet the road. And as long as the schools have autonomy that works for them, the culture's got to be kind of the same as far as what our expectations are. Because if we don't, and a principal tries to adhere to those expectations, but it's gotten around that, oh, well, yeah, we kind of want the kids on it, and this, we're going to get all kinds of pushback to our administrators, our principals, and that is not fair to them. It has to be an expectation. What we say is what we mean. So there's that. I do like what my colleague, Trustee Hall, said, because the other thing I was hearing loud and clear is that this is really important for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 kids on IEPs. I heard from several administrators that IEPs either went away or were reduced but it's because of the intervention. And I heard from some of my administrators, teachers just setting kids up in front of their screens, and then they just sit back. That is not what my understanding was. So I kind of need to know, here's where a question finally is going to come in. Is that how iReady is supposed to be being used, and not breaking out in groups and meeting these individuals that are lacking and these individual students and these students over here that are lacking this, and then it's used in an intervention tool? Or is the teacher just supposed to sit back and let the kids sit on those screens and not be involved? Because I can't vote for a program like that. That is because that was not my understanding. That's what got my vote the first time, is that it was an intervention tool. And I've asked, I've asked, can we get an reading interventionist at every school? Well, it's astronomical. And I'd love to see a mathematic interventionist at every school. It's insurmountable for our district. But iReady is supposed to be an intervention tool. And I don't know that we've made it clear what our expectations are. And so I kind of need to know, is it an intervention tool where the teacher is actively engaged? Is that the expectation we are saying and standing firm on? Or is it just, just do whatever the hell you want?
Well, thanks for the question, and that last part shouldn't be what it is. It should be designed, again, when iReady is at its best, you have the students that are working on their MyPath. The MyPath is aligned for them. You have a teacher that's pulling small groups of students, working on the instructional piece and checking for understanding as they're working through the classroom. Never should they be sitting, sit back and put kids on screens and just let them go to, that's not what the design for. Your question about getting tight with the expectations, I agree. Yeah, I think that's doable. And again, this allows us to do that. Okay. This decision here of giving us this year to be able to go back and conduct these analyses allow us to get tighter with expectations and also make adjustments if we need to, and be able to be flexible a little bit more with that. And also identify what it is and get feedback from teachers and others and principals as well to say, okay, then what are we seeing in our buildings? How do we want this to look? And then be able to implement it in that regard. So as far as just, having opened a school that was, one of the first ones to go with a one-to-one and have it close at COVID, at the third quarter, I can attest to that piece where screens need to be utilized for instructional purposes. We never should be putting a device in front of a student and just saying, have a great time and go on wherever you're going to go. We should always constantly be monitoring that as well. But again, it's designed to be an intervention tool or an enrichment tool, not just intervention.
Yeah,
It could go both ways. I mean, like I said, Trustee Hull mentioned, made reference to her 2 students, and you have one on each side of the fence in terms of that. So again, how are we providing enrichment to students with that My Path and adjusting it that way, but then also providing that support? And then that teacher also working hand in hand in small groups while that's going on, and those groups being fluid as they go through. Okay. So that would be that's my vision of that. And in a classroom, when it's working in action, that's what you see in terms of that.
And that's what I envisioned when it first came to me. So I want to segue into one other thing that you mentioned, the teacher monitoring and, responding. I think a stop sign comes up or something when it's the kids, or they can see the clickers, just click, 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 click. And that could be that the child is bored or they're not engaged, and that's where the teacher, God love him, comes in and meets that child and has a discussion with that child. That being said, I also learned that, and I am only one trustee of 7, but I have to say this, I'm hoping others agree with me, that iReady is being sent home as homework, and that is horrifying to me. There is no way we can train all our parents to be looking for the things that the teacher is. And so I would just say, take the little bump in the road, the little loss. If the child's not meeting all his lessons, you know what, we'll get there. But sending it home with there's no supervision, the teacher isn't there to actually see what's going on, that's terrible. Terrible. And kids having recess reduced, I also heard that, to finish lessons. We've got to figure out our priorities. And the kids that are struggling and maybe struggling and screen time and all of that, those little guys need to get out and have a full recess, let their mind power down, re-energize, get the wiggles out. I don't want to see this become as a punitive, and I don't want to see it become as something that is not observed by our professionals in the classroom. So, thank you.
All righty. Everything they just said. All right, no, so
Yeah, you
I spent a lot
got
of
the
time.
easy job, right?
Yeah, I got the easy job. Again, like the colleagues here, I spent a lot of time, considerable amount of time reviewing from multiple perspectives. I reviewed the district, your presentation, and then I looked at WE survey that was out there, listened and public comment, did some national research looking at how it is across at the national level, and spoke directly with principals and leadership to see how the implementation, keep that in mind, into the classroom. So what became clear is that it's a legitimate value, iReady, particularly with the diagnostic tools, progressive monitoring, intervention. You heard intervention, so another key word there, and real-time student data for educators and principals to rely on. It's not only just for the teacher, but it's also for the principal to help guide them and direct them, and helping that new teacher guide them through instruction and managing and learning. At the same time, I also believe that the concerns raised by educators are legitimate. Again, the WEA survey highlighted concerns regarding instructional time, student engagement, implementation expectations, and classroom alignment. And those concerns should not be dismissed, and I appreciate the district itself, again, with what you are doing, actively reviewing and these ongoing evaluations to all the stakeholder feedback. And so my question before I go on is, was this information brief you gave us, did you have this discussion with the associations and principals, and were they privy to all this in dialogue before it came to us?
So can you clarify that for me in terms of
In other
what
words,
you're...
I'm just saying this information that you gave us, did you already have a conversation with them?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that is known, that that type of
Yeah.
management work is where the rubber meets the road, and
Right.
we have a better communication process, and I want to emphasize that. The other is that I found that it was important that the conversation does not appear to be simply whether iReady is good or bad, but the evidence suggests that the real issue, again, goes back to implementation, and it's how it is used and how it is integrated. And you heard from our colleagues here that there are real concerns, and they're hearing from the parents. And those things are very important, especially when it comes to instruction. which leads benefits most, whether schools are using this or not. It's really, we're looking for that high-quality led instruction. So I know that some of the teachers are using this, and they are maximizing it, and they're doing a great job. There are ones that I spoke to that are in my district there, and they are really, they're iPro ready. They like all the tools that are there because they use it all the time. They use it in their discussions. It's a part of their team meetings, so to speak. So they kind of, they integrate that, but again, maybe not all of them. And I think I heard someone say initially, when it was integrated into the school district, it maybe wasn't all right aligned. But the next question I asked, not to put you on the spot, you said earlier, it says, when we do analysis, have you done already some analysis already? Or are you waiting for the curriculum associates to give you back that analysis?
No, we've done, obviously, after the first year of initial implementation, there was analysis done. There's ongoing analysis as well. We just want to get tighter with that. We want an opportunity to dive deeper with that, because you brought up a lot of very good points about implementation. And we feel like we can get tighter with some of those aspects. It's been called out by multiple trustees here tonight.
Gotcha.
So again, that allows us that opportunity to do that. And again, in collaboration with our research department to be able to do that work and make sure that we have, questions that are not biased and that they're going to be legitimate and that we're going to get good feedback on that, which is going to drive that implementation and tighten down those expectations in terms of what we have. So that's exactly what
And
we're
I
looking
really
at.
do appreciate, as management, looking at that for the rank and file, so that it's easier for them to use and understand. So I just take that perspective as a commander, they're looking down into the soldier, and taking how this is actually going to work. You know what I mean? I have my good ideas up here, and I just say, hey, go do good things. You're going to get all kinds of good things, but it's going to be everywhere but nowhere. And then you're going to come back to where we are kind of today, where, okay, we need to reset, we need to relook, and we need to redefine, and we need to redo what we are doing. So just keep that in mind from my perspective. The other thing about cybersecurity, and I'll just use that verbiage there, when it comes to what is it here? The risks, the potential risks. What are those potential risks for a breach? And then what are those mitigations here at the district? And I would like to publicly hear your perspective so that it's understood, because that is something that I believe some of the audience really want to know. You've heard them talk about that, so I would like to ask you to respond to that, sir.
Happy to. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. All of our educational technology tools, we use a credentialing program that's called Clever. And so we align Clever's use with our Microsoft identity. So let me back up. A student or an employee, they all have a Microsoft identity so they can log into a computer and send email. In the student's case and in the teacher's case, that identity carries forward to another tool that we use called Clever, which credentials to dozens, if not hundreds, of ed tech tools that are in use in the district. The reason we use Clever is, there's a number of reasons why. So it makes a teacher's life much simpler because they can align all of their ed tech tools that they use in their classroom with this one credential. So Don's classroom might use 5 different ed tech tools, and all of his classes are rostered in there, the students are already known because it's aligned with Infinite Campus too. So Don's students are already in there. Don is known as the teacher, and everything is already rostered, so he doesn't have to do any hand configuring. The other piece of efficiency that's realized through the use of Clever is students aren't required to remember innumerable URLs or web addresses, as well as usernames and passwords. All they have to do is remember to go to clever.com, use their Microsoft Washoe County School District credential, log in, and then Clever knows what educational technology applications they have rolled out to them from their teacher. So all they have to do is remember one piece. These are best practices that are in use in school districts and organizations around the country. The fewer credentials that you have to create, the fewer linkages between a person's identity and an individual tool, the safer we are. So this meets us in a space where we're much more efficient, both administratively and support in IT, and support in the classroom for the teachers and the students. But it also meets that best practice piece where there's fewer opportunities for data leakage. And that happens when, let's say, a student has to go through a process where it forgot password or mistyped the URL, or any of those mistakes can make us vulnerable. And the tighter we can get in that space, the better off we are. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to.
Did I get there?
Publicly put that out there. I understand the concept and, cybersecurity, you have your credentials, you have all that, double layers, triple layers, identification, all that stuff. I guess my follow-up question is, the ongoing training for staff and then the education to the parents and the public. So they're reassuring that, we are doing the best that we can, and it's not just, leaving it at that. Is that something that we communicate with the people?
So that's an ongoing effort. In light of the news that's been released over the last couple of weeks related to data breaches for other EdTech tools that are in use in the district, it's an ongoing effort, like I already said. We have to re-educate all the time. We find opportunities. We find our employees are using opportunities to click on the wrong link and almost send money, all too often. And so it's my job to continue to communicate best practices and how to be wary, always be suspicious of what ends up in your email, never trust the source. And I think that goes along with what's being addressed to us, both Don and I, in this forum too, is the opportunity to communicate like how do we get to the fidelity that was mentioned in the slide presentation? How do we get to that universal acceptance and use in our elementary and middle school classrooms? It's that communication piece, the training piece, and we can continue to work in that direction. Don and I can partner up on the piece that's related to iReady, and then you'll see, monthly reminders from the Office of Information Technology and Superintendent Highlights to be wary. And you'll see another one this week that we always need to be concerned about our own cybersecurity, and how we tighten up our own data policies personally and organizationally will only make us safer.
No, and I get that, thank you. Just coming from the service, it's above and beyond everything that you're saying, plus though. Okay, so I get that. I just want to make sure that we're doing those things, and that I'm on the record that I'm putting you on the spot to ask that question. But to end on a good note here, I did want to say a thank you for the information about the parent climate survey and that the 80% response rate. So you are getting some of that good stuff there, and that I liked that you said the 2 million was planned for. So it was something that was already in effect. And so basically, I think my colleagues asked about the required minutes. I thought I heard somebody say, and I think I wrote it down, 30 minutes required. And I was saying, is this a contract deal or is this a WCSD deal? But I think you kind of answered that a little bit already.
Yeah, the 30 minutes is more of what the recommended platform is for the sweet spot to be able to, it's that My Pathway tool. That 30 to 49 minutes is about where that sweet spot you want to try to get kids into.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then I also want to make it be known that, it is required by NRS 38892 that we have to have something, and to stop mid-stride in the middle of session, basically, that's not a good management move there. So the last piece was flexibility, and really taking what we've got here today and then listening to the rank and file, so to speak, and then taking that and implementing that into your strategy. And then when it comes back to us, it may not have to be, it may be something that might be, okay, very good, thank you very much for that brief. Does that make sense to you all? That's it. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Phoenix. We're going to go to Vice President Woodley, and then we'll hear from our student representative, and then we will take public comment.
Okay, thank you, President Mayberry. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great.
Yeah,
I just have
we can hear you.
one clarifying question with regards to Curriculum Associates LLC. I know for me personally, when I switched out my wireless service, and it's not a multi-million-dollar contract, but I did receive contact from representatives, and I'm just curious to know, have our teachers or principals been in contact with account representatives to check on the services that they're providing to our district. Do they make any outreach, or have they had any outreach with the end users?
Again, Don Ngati, Chief Academic Officer for the record. I'm not aware of any principals or teachers that have reached out to Curriculum Associates directly. I do know that our director, our elementary director, Jenny Anderson, has made contact with Curriculum Associates. Obviously, when we're looking at the contract pieces of that, she's in contact with that. We get quotes, obviously, through them. So there has been some contact, but I can't speak to the fact if any principals or teachers have reached out to them at this point.
No, my question was more, their representatives reach out to their customers, the
Yes.
principals or the teachers.
My apologies for the misunderstanding. So we do have a professional development platform that's built into this. So yes, we do have a person that's through Curriculum Associates that goes out and works with our principals and our teachers and provides professional learning and whatnot with them, site to site, based on the need. If principals reach out, then we deploy that person to go there and work with them on that. So yes.
Okay, I'll leave my comments for deliberation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Ware?
Okay, so I wanted to connect a statement to Miss Trustee Westlake. I personally have not used iReady because I wasn't in the year it was founded, but I've heard a lot of different comments from students, and a lot of them feel like iReady feels like a chore to them because a lot of different teachers have also blocked off the active games that iReady also has. They banned them, so the students just feel like they're just doing the work, which is great, but they also don't have that little break of the active games. And also I want to connect back to when she was saying kids have to work on their iReady during recess. I think that's a really big problem because that just stresses the kids out more and they need their free time to readjust. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I just have one important small point to clarify. Superintendent Ernst gave a great talk earlier when Dr. Nicolette asked a question, but just to confirm, the magnetic reading and the phonics for reading are not in this for today, right?
Thank you, Trustee Smith. So magnetic reading is a consumable program that is outside of it. Certainly when you look at the standards that are within iReady, there's phonics pieces within that, but you have two separate pieces and they're not in this altogether.
Excellent. Thank you so much for clarifying that, because those are also Curriculum Associates products, but that is not what thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. And no games? They turn the games off? Just kidding. That's probably a good idea. Okay. Okay, real quick, Trustee Westlake, then we're going to go to public comment. Please keep it tight.
So, I don't know, is it the same magnetic reading and science of reading? Does this align with science of reading? This does align with science of reading.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Westlake. Yes, magnetic, if we're asking right now about magnetic reading,
No, iReady and science of reading, do they align? Is it?
I'm not sure I follow completely what that means, but we are training all of our teachers in the science of reading and have been doing so. We're now in year 3. Science of reading uses different parts, different pieces of curriculum. It's not a one-to-one straight
Okay.
crosswalk
Okay.
over. This program does science of reading. Science of reading is a way of teaching reading built on really 5 pillars, 5 important components that are woven into the whole of reading instruction.
Okay, just so long as they get it somewhere. Okay, I have to finish saying this. I think we need to concentrate on quality, not quantity. Quality minutes, which may include a game, to just, make it fun. Kids learn by play and all of that, so quantity is not the most important thing. The quality, so being there with the teacher that's engrossed and supportive, and maybe not the exact minutes. Maybe a teacher can tell this kid's getting burnt out. Maybe he only got 1 lesson. You know what? We'll get there. But you push and you push and you push, and sometimes you end up back at the starting line with some very unhappy students. Thank you.
Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. I know that you're about to move forward, but just a couple of thoughts in relation to it. I think the questions have been outstanding, and they show the value of us and the team and what the team needs to do in terms of looking at this and perhaps modifying, evolving, best use going forward. And I would also say that it's important to continue to remember, yes, we're definitely educating the whole child. And I think just a short while back, we were sharing some of our student outcome data. And really for the first time in the history of Washoe County School District, we saw historic gains in the proficiency level. And this is for all students, all populations of students. Every single one went up. Now, I'm not saying that's because of iReady. There are a number of pieces that go into the recipe when you're trying to educate students. But I just think it is a bit noteworthy to remind us all that we were just celebrating the largest historic gains in academic achievement. I just don't want to diminish that. I don't also want to overstate it, recognizing there's a lot that goes into that, but I do think that that's important.
Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. Can we go to public comment, please, JJ?
Brandy Vesco.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vesco.
Hi, Brandy Vesco, mother of a student in the district and former ed tech reporter for government technology in the Center for Digital Education. I urge you to vote no on renewing iReady, even for this reduced one-year term. Our children are not guinea pigs, and we do not need one more year to figure out whether iReady works. A product that has not already been proven to be both beneficial and safe for students should not have been purchased in the first place. Please don't make the same mistake twice. iReady has been on the market for 15 years and has more than 13 million users, which should have been plenty of time and data for a gold standard study or two that proves this product works. Instead, the best we seem to have are 2 Johns Hopkins white papers. White papers are not peer-reviewed, paid for by the makers of iReady. Even these found no effect on learning and reading and a mere 0.8% improvement in math. This is not worth our $2 million. Perhaps most egregious of all, during the 3 years we spent trying to figure out how to implement this product we spent $6 million on, our children have been suffering. At my own daughter's school, Marvin Moss and Sparks, play is withheld based on whether students met their iReady Minute requirements the previous week or passed their lessons with at least a 67% average. So while the district was trying to figure out how to get students to use iReady correctly this past 3 years, play was being withheld from 2nd and 3rd graders at an already recess-deprived school. We're talking 15 minutes of recess in a 6-hour school day here, simply because these 7 and 8-year-olds couldn't figure out how to use this with fidelity either. Would you want your children or grandchildren attending such a school? When this issue was brought to the attention of Area Superintendent Waugh, she did nothing to stop it, and my school leaders refused to stop it as well. At the time, I wasn't aware that this is in violation of Board Policy 5600 and the State of Nevada School Wellness Policy. I trusted that my school leaders and district leaders would know about and adhere to such policies on their own, as these policies are in place for a reason. Instead, nothing has been done to bring my school leaders into compliance. At best, they may simply be moved to another school, and at worst, they might even be fired up to a higher position. This is all happening under the watch of the current administration, which is why I am in no way in favor of promoting someone from this administration into the top position of superintendent. Where were you when you were supposed to be looking out for the basic rights of our youngest students? Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan Manguso.
Good afternoon, Ms. Manguso.
Hi. In a little while, you will honor a teacher, one that has inspired the lives of thousands of students, one that has inspired a billionaire stranger to donate hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably millions, over the course of 20 years to dozens and dozens of the district's poorest and smartest students. Students who went on to become doctors, lawyers, chefs, engineers, and beyond. She has also inspired her students to become teachers as well, showing by example that education has value far beyond a standardized test score. It can change a life, and a teacher by profession can be a steward of that phenomenon. That same teacher inspired me to stand here today and every time before it to fight for the education all our kids deserve. That teacher is my mother. She is a genius, scoring 1,600 on the SAT 2 times, required to take it the second time because no one thought a girl from rural Nevada could be that smart. Luckily for all students, she would inspire years and decades later. Instead of climbing some ladder for corporate ambition she most definitely would have crushed, she was also inspired by one of her teachers. She was inspired to teach and show her students the power and value within them by way of education. She inspired them to want to learn. According to the survey by the Teachers Union I pray you have all been updated on, only about 24% of 900 staff surveyed recently indicated iReady was either strongly worth the investment or somewhat worth the investment. That is a combined total of 24%. Despite the district spending approximately $2 million annually on the program. Less than 30% of educators reported students are either highly engaged or somewhat engaged while using iReady. That means students aren't taking it seriously and don't care. iReady data is therefore not representing their clear capabilities. $2 million could hire a few dozen teachers to simply travel the district providing one-on-one instruction to kids who have fallen behind. $2 million could provide more art and PE instruction to schools that don't receive it. $2 million could reduce our deficit by $2 million. If you really want to honor my mother and any or all of the teachers, listen to them. Give them back those valuable instructional minutes and their autonomy to teach. That's what you do with those minutes. You give it back to the teachers and let them inspire their students to want to learn and harness the power of education to change their lives.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kaylin Evans.
President Evans, how are you, sir?
Can you hand it out and then I'll start talking? Yeah, all right, sweet. Good afternoon, trustees. Kaylin Evans, president of the Washoe Education Association. As an association, one of our responsibilities is to elevate the voices and experience of our educators, especially when we see a clear pattern emerge across a large sample size. If educator perspectives on iReady were evenly split or somewhat split, we would not be advocating on this issue tonight, but that is not what our data showed. We received over 930 responses from educators across the district. Statistically, that is a very significant sample size relative to the overall educator teacher pool within Washoe County, and the results were overwhelmingly consistent across multiple categories. Less than 30% of reported or educators reported students were engaged using iReady. More than 70% indicated it takes away instructional time priorities, and only about 24% felt the district's roughly $2 million annual investment in the program was worth it. This is a significant amount of money, and especially with the financial outlooks and budget concerns the district may be facing in the coming years, we have to be thoughtful and strategic about where we are investing limited resources. When we are spending millions of dollars, educators need to genuinely feel that those investments are moving the needle for students and providing meaningful value inside classrooms. That does not mean that there is no value in any part of the platform. Many educators still see the value in the diagnostic and assessment components, and maintaining those tools would still allow the district to remain compliant with the read by grade 3 requirements. But our educators are smart. They are the people implementing these tools every single day in real classrooms with real students. We have given this program time. We have given it implementation. We have given it opportunity, and the overwhelming feedback from educators across this district is pointing to a very consistent direction. And I think the question being asked, what fills the void if the instructional component is reduced, misses the bigger point. Reducing the instructional component of iReady does not mean students stop receiving literacy instruction, math instruction, or intervention support. Educators were teaching reading, math, math and providing intervention long before iReady existed, and they will continue doing so after it. What many educators are asking is for more flexibility to use those instructional minutes on teaching actual science, teaching actual social studies, writing intervention, PE, hands-on learning, a number of things. And the time devoted to iReady is not limited to screen time. It includes setup, scheduling, troubleshooting, implementation expectations, and transitions back into instruction. As both a parent and an educator advocate, I think about the fact that my children's own school, Sarah Winnemucca, is trying to raise just $14,000 to help provide art and PE for all of the students at that school. And that puts into perspective how meaningful those dollars can be at the site level. And respectfully, we really appreciate, well, actually I'm running out of time, but again, we're not advocating against the assessment tool. I think we really need to look long and hard about the use of this as an instructional platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Eppolito.
John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children. iReady. This lawsuit relating to the student data, almost all of these vendors state in their privacy policies they do not sell student data, just like Chris said. Also, almost all of them say they, quote, share student data with their partners. No one really knows who the partners are and how that student data will be used. Chris doesn't know. He won't say he knows. Commercial profiles. Yeah, they don't create commercial profiles. What they create are student profiles. Legitimate education purposes. I disagree with that when you come to Infinite Campus, especially. A lot of the non-educational data that Infinite Campus will store forever, things like discipline, minor discipline, MTSS, medical, counseling, and psychiatric. How is that data going to affect the future of our kids? Go to protectnevadachildren.org and you can learn a little about that. So I think it's disingenuous, and I know that's what the district does. I don't know how many people are in that department now. There used to be between 70 and 80. And even with all those people, we know of twice when student data was our Washoe County District personal student data was placed for sale on the dark web. Once was Pearson and once was Edmodo. The district doesn't really like to talk about it. I'm sure they don't like me to talk about it. But unfortunately, it happens, and it's going to keep happening. Canvas, the person who took the Canvas data today is going to decide if they release student data. The superintendent of Clark County was just interviewed, and she said they would not negotiate with them. I don't believe that this particular hacker has it, but we'll see. Maybe we'll know by tomorrow. Maybe you'll have to change the thing you already sent out to parents, Chris. But you probably won't anyway, even if it does happen. You didn't before. Sorry, I get excited. Edmodo and, well, that's right, I already said that. Oh, this computer adaptiveness of this iReady, that's just like the SBAC. And what some kids learned across the country was if they answer the questions wrong, the test gets a lot shorter and they're out of there a lot quicker. I'm not suggesting any student do that, but that's what some of the smarter kids figured out. I don't know if they do the same thing with iReady, but I know some kids that might have done that. I might have been one of them. The low-tech, please consider a low-tech school. I've brought this up in here before, and I know I've talked about it with at least one of the former board presidents. Please consider a low-tech school, the kind of school where Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and many .com executives send their kids to. It could be a magnet school, it could be a charter school. I think you'd have a lot of support. I'd help if you let me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The board received emails from Colby Reardon, Maggie Babb, Kathleen Bailey, Midori Ishibashi Wall, Raquel Pelletier, Cassandra Harding, Kristen Addis, Shandor Korda, Katie Yeager, Jerry Lynn Victorian, Cara Sierra, Julie Costa, Marcy Broderick, Nicole Hayes, Lisa Thomas, Joseph Vesco, Malika Landis, Julie Lucas, Shannon Ramacati, Melissa Sullivan, Maddie Simon, Laura Bartz, Shelby Steffens, Scott Callahan, and Zoe Bray related to this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll bring this back to the board. We've been at this pushing 2 hours. Let's begin deliberations. I'm happy to entertain some further discussion and a motion. Clerk call.
Thank you. I think one thing that I would just like to have addressed is the recess thing. We've heard it a couple of times, and so I'm curious if we could get some clarity around the district policy, from leadership. What is being, I guess, implemented by principals? We've gotten that from a few emails. We've heard it from a few parents that they're really concerned that recess time is being taken away. And so let's keep it to just the iReady piece. So can we get some clarification on the removal of recess time to complete the minutes? Is there a requirement or something that we can?
Don Gotti, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. I'm not aware of any requirement to take away a student's recesses for iReady. That's, so I know we've heard public comment around that. That's not in our expectation, is that you keep a child in for recess. The recess minutes right now are called out through the wellness policy, 5600, and identifies as 30 minutes of recess. Our instructional minutes charts indicate 30 minutes of recess. So that's the expectation that we would have in there. Again, I was made aware of today of, if we're pulling kids for recess for iReady, that's part of this implementation consistency criteria piece that we would obviously explore. But it's 30 minutes basically is the amount of time per the wellness policy.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Question possibly for CFO Mathers, but potentially both chiefs here may know too. The state being NDE reimburses for the state mandated testing. Is that correct? So the portion that they mandate is actually covered in whole or part by them. Is that accurate? I was trying to go back in my memory and try to figure out where my other thoughts came from, and I think that's really what I was getting at, is that the state reimburses us for the portion of it that they mandate. Is that correct?
Thanks. Had to hobble up here. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. Right now, the state has only promised to reimburse us for grades K through 3 for the reading assessment based on the Read by Grade 3 requirement. We hope to press them on the math assessment that's also required. You may recall that the amount of reimbursement for the K through 3 reading assessment is between $100,000 and $140,000. So that's all we're being reimbursed for currently.
That's excellent. That's very, very clarifying. So they're reimbursing for the K-3 reading, but not for the math that they also require. Thank you for that point of clarification.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I'm struggling a little bit because in my heart of hearts, I really think we need to reduce the screen time for children. I think I can't get into the cybersecurity. I don't know enough about tech I've probably given away more of my information than any hacker would have ever gotten on their own. But I think the screen time is hindering our kids' connectability to others, to relate, to enter into discussions. And we're always talking about we want our kids to be discerning and to be free thinking and all of that. And I'm just, it troubles me. And then I worry about, I know I know we did not direct our teachers to take away recess time. However, that gets back to the quality. where we are telling the expectations is we want these students to complete this many lessons and these students to complete. And, you know, I have to say, our teachers are going to try and meet those expectations. Not all of them, some of them, you know, because I think we have been a little lax in the messaging that we're giving. But most of our teachers, I'll say most of our teachers, they're going to try and meet those expectations because we've told them that this works. So they're invested in our children. They want to do the right thing. But because of as large as the district is, I think this is going to be a very difficult thing to surmount. There is going to be still withholding, recess, lunchtime, sending this home for parents that are not professional teachers. And so I love the assessment part because what I got, hands down, everyone that I talked to, the assessment with MAPS, when we have MAPS and SBACs now, they don't get those results for like two months after the test. How is that helping our teachers to be able to meet their kids? But with the assessment with iReady, they know where those kids are immediately. And with any testing, it's a certain amount of time, and then the kids are released. So I just, I'm hoping my colleagues, I guess, will see the value in the assessment, but the other, I just don't see how we can grab a hold of those expectations. We don't have eyes everywhere, nor should we. I mean, our teachers are wonderful. They have to have some autonomy. But I just think that is really a hard thing to wrangle. The assessment is great. I mean, absolutely wonderful to help out our teachers. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Vice President Woodley, and then we'll go to Trustee Nicolette.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. I want to express some concerns I have and some feelings I have about this subject. I know previously Dr. Nicolette made a reference to ask the question of what would it look like if we decided not to approve this and pivot from this approach. I know that as responsible stewards, that's not something that we can just drop and do and change immediately. I know earlier it was stated that we do want our teachers to have a toolbox of options for success. Me personally, as a former employee that worked for an agency, I know if myself or my employees, if we had a software, if we had a gadget, if we had any tool that we were using that we felt was not successful, I would have hated for my leaders to select to continue with that tool. Now, I know that some information was shared today on the success and the success rate, but we cannot ignore the emails, the reports, the discussions we've had with people personally, over phone calls in person, of some dissatisfaction with our end users of the product. Initially, I was thinking maybe we should just take out $1 million out of each year and just get at least 10 interventionists. But then that's only 10, right? That's only 10 for a one-on-one intervention out of the dozens and dozens of schools that we have. So I don't know that that's feasible. This is not a direction, of course, because any direction we give as a board. But one idea that also comes to my mind is I'm looking on the invoices and it's delineated, stated there's between 11,000 to 27,000 per school for the personalized instruction. And I wonder if that's something that in the future we may want to look at as an option of tools for our principals, if they want to either use iReady moving forward in the future or take that 12, 15, 26,000 and hire someone to help them address the issues in their school. The point that I want to make most importantly is that we have to listen to the end users of our software, of our tools that we give them to be successful. Obviously, we can't just abandon this the last minute, But I think it's very important moving forward that this is something that we take into consideration. Hopefully, in the future, all those, all that, all the responses that we receive, all the input we receive, is something that will be seeked out prior to being brought before us for millions of dollars. So that's because, once again, going back to saving our deficits and our staff, that I'm not a fan of spending a lot of money on something that our employees don't even want. So I just want to make sure that moving forward, that it is something, whatever it is we're moving forward with, that it is something, in fact, that our employees believe is successful and is good use. Once again, we have to be responsible in the moves that we make here. So I look forward to hearing what motion comes to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to this quasi-experiment for next year, and I think it's extremely important to piggyback on my colleagues' statements. Every voice is important, and it makes it confusing, but it's very, very important. To that, to kind of revisit my question about, are we in a position to respond? $2 million, yes, that's a lot of money. Having said that, we wouldn't be saving it if we pivoted, would we? We would be spending it on another tool because we have to. Is there any kind of off-the-top comparison? We'd have to spend more, we might spend a little less, or is it just, we're going to probably spend this amount of money no matter what we use? Thank you.
No, thanks for the question. So again, the option, if it wasn't iReady, go back to map testing, and that would be a cost that we'd have to incur for map testing for the state, for the screener piece of it.
Any guess? And we would not receive any remuneration, that 100,000, 140,000. Any best guess as to, is it apples to apples?
I would say it's probably apples to apples. That's a good way to look at it that way. Again, we don't, like you brought the question about pivoting there. We are, we definitely can explore that piece there. Again, it's going to take it's going to take time and work on that end there too. I think that what we look at now at our proposal here is the rationale for it, again, to collect further information so that we can make that decision on that, moving forward with that.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. So I feel like I need to say something because of what Trustee Woodley said and Trustee Dr. Nicolette said, because I did do a lot of, I felt like I was an amateur sleuth, just trying to drill down to the nitty-gritties. So I think it's important that it's clear that maps or any other platform probably would not give us an immediate assessment. And that is really important because the assessment is where our teachers know what interventions need to be provided for their students. So the immediacy, maps might be just as great as iReady as far as assessment. It's the timing. So with iReady, the assessment is immediate. And in the elementary schools, if I think this is right, the Tier 1 instruction was expanded, 70 minutes, I think, from 50, and there is a block built in for enrichment and for intervention. There is a block for that, you guys. So I trust our teachers. I trust our professionals to use that block of, they were doing it before we had iReady. They just weren't getting the information they needed on what to intervene with because it was taking so long to get the information that 2 or 3 months had gone by their Christmas break, for heck's sake. So with the assessment, I trust our teachers to be able to use that block of time that they've gotten for intervention and enrichment from the 3 times a year from the assessment to be able to do what teachers do, teach. intervene, enrich. The other thing that I think is important, and why I think it's important to use the intervention and enrichment, to use what they find with the assessment, because that's generally when strats and our SPED kiddos are pulled out of that block of time to do their special intervention. And with those assessments, our SPED teachers are also going to know what the teacher and the SPED teacher can work on a plan according to the assessment. So I guess, in short, what I'm trying to say, it'd be nice if we could see, if we just did the assessment with iReady for this next coming year, and make sure that the expectation is this is what's supposed to be occurring in Tier 1 instruction. This is what should be gleaned out of those assessments and how you utilize that and communicate it to your partners like special ed teachers. And then in the enrichment and the intervention, the teacher is using the information they got from the assessment to intervene and enrich. And then I honestly think that's the only way we can see is iReady making this movement for us, or is it the assessment and the teachers then doing the intervention and the enrichment doing it for us? But if we keep going on with what we're doing, you guys, I'm afraid we're going to be hearing, and I heard it. I didn't just see it in emails. I heard it, that kids are being held in from recess, that kids are being sent this home. And it's too much for our kids. It's just too much. Again, quality over quantity. And I think our teachers can handle the enrichment and the intervention as long as they have the assessment tool. And especially like our little kindergartens, because we had to adjust the calendar, you know, just to get the assessment of where our kinders are so that we can get them caught up on alphabets or numbers or whatever, so they're ready for first grade. Okay, I promise that is it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Clerk Cole.
Thank you. I think we have gotten. I think in my year and a half with the board, I think this is the most public comment that we have ever gotten, which is incredible. I love the communication that we're getting, and I think what Vice President Woodley said is really, really important, and I just want to drive this point home. We have to be listening to our community, and I think going into the next school year, there has to be some really clear communication about the expectations and that flexibility piece, because that's what we're hearing. And I understand that right now to make a huge pivot, one clarification, MAPS did provide the data immediately. However, we would not be reimbursed from the state if we pivoted to MAPS. So that would be the downside. But MAPS did provide us as teachers the ability to know. But what it didn't do is have the option to give a personalized learning pathway to a student to support them. And I do see the benefit of that. But what I don't see the benefit of is requiring every single student to have those requirements. That's where I'm really struggling with this. And so I'm at the point where I feel like I'm repeating myself with what I said last week or 2 weeks ago with Benchmark. I'm absolutely willing to move forward, and I hear our teachers. Like, I want everybody to know that I hear you so much, and I have been in that position where I'm like, how could the board make this decision? But I'm gonna have some faith that this conversation and the immense amount of feedback we've gotten from our community, teachers, principals, which some of them have been absolutely in favor of continuing using this because it's been incredibly helpful for their school community. I want to have the faith that we're going to move forward and start the fall school year off and say, this is what we're going to do this year. We are going to be listening to the feedback we got. We're not taking away recess from kids. We're not sending it home for kindergartners to do homework, because kindergartners don't need homework. Like, that's just bottom line, right? I really want to believe that. So here's where I feel like is a compromise, that we move forward and say, this year we have to do this right. We have to get the feedback from the community. We have to figure out what works best for our community. I don't actually care what Curriculum Associates said is best. I care what our community says is best, because they're out to sell a product. So they're going to tell you that we need the full boat, and we need all these things, and we need all these bells and whistles, because that's their job. They're salespeople. So they're gonna ask Johns Hopkins to write those white papers. They're gonna do all of that, and I've read all those reports, and I think that's really important. But what I'd like to suggest is that, and hopefully this works, that we move forward with the motion as is, with the caveat that we add a reporting where staff comes to us at least 3 times next year, maybe in line with kind of the diagnostic time of year, so that we can continue to get additional feedback on how it's working, how the communication plan is going better, how the evaluation is going, and continue to get this feedback from parents and find out how it's really working. Are we doing better with making sure that kids are getting their recess time and that they're not getting it taken away? So that's what I'd really like to see, and I'm happy to make a motion with that caveat, if we feel like we're ready, unless other people have some other discussion points.
I do have a friendly, maybe
Well,
I'll
I haven't
give
made the motion yet.
Okay, when you make the motion.
Nothing's even been made.
I just want to make sure that we were done with the discussion, so, but otherwise I'll be willing to make it.
Folks, pardon me, we got to wrap this up here soon. So we'll go to Trustee Smith, we'll go to Trustee Westlake, and then I'll entertain a motion. Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate that. I really haven't had the opportunity to deliberate, though. I've asked clarifying questions, and this is $2 million when we've already spent 6. So I personally won't be rushed on this. I'm uncomfortable with a few of the points today, but I'll start with the positives. The survey information that the superintendent has and that came out from the associations was favorable for the diagnostic. So I think that's a good starting point about where we agree. I've heard lots of feedback that the diagnostic is a positive, and we also need it. I understand need it is K-3, but there's benefits for educators all the way up to 8th grade. So I always try to start with, where do I hear the agreement, and build from there. And the agreement is that the diagnostic is fairly well received. I see the issue with the time that is spent for the instruction and the replacement of that with the in-person teaching with our educators. So I do want to positively reinforce the diagnostic portion of it, because it seems like that's something that educators like and the district also finds benefit for. So I feel good with that, K through 8, because we need something like that. But I have confidence in our teachers, and I really want the face time for them. And that's something that my own child has asked me. In all my nearly 5 years of being a trustee, my younger son has never, ever brought up an item in front of this board with me. But my 10-year-old knew we were voting on this today. I don't exactly know how, but he knew. And he gave me his own experience with that, which is in line with, he understands the diagnostic because you have to test, you've got to show you're learning. But he said beyond that, he was like, I just really like it when my teacher teaches me. And he wanted me to know that too. So I also feel that the time to assess iReady would have been this current year that we're in right now, which is the year heading into the renewal, as opposed to spending another $2 million that we really don't have to spend. A portion of it, yes. I know that the state only reimburses us for the K-3 reading, and there's still the math, and if we want the assessments all the way up through 8th grade, which, spoiler alert, is where I'm leaning towards, is only doing the assessment for K-8 and stepping away from the rest of this, I do trust our educators that they will find a way to use these minutes more productively than putting our kids in front of a screen. And that is not to say that I don't support technology. I voted for iReady 3 years ago. I have voted, I think, for just about every bit of technology we've ever had. But there reaches a point where the pendulum starts swinging a bit too much. And it's nothing is ever too far down the line where we can't make an adjustment. And so that is really what I think. I think that the feedback in the national level concerns are just too great to ignore. When you're hearing from hundreds and hundreds of educators, I have to trust that voice. And so the motion I would like to make is that we simply move forward with the K-8 diagnostic for next year, for a 1-year term. That's what I'm interested in. That's what I think that we can do.
I second.
Well, they didn't
I thought you
exactly.
said that was a motion.
I can make that motion, but I'm just going to play my cards out on the table here, folks. So.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to make that motion, but we'll Superintendent Ernst, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Smith. Appreciate you, trying to find where there's common understanding or places of agreement. Relative to the diagnostic, I know that on some of the comments that we received, there was concern around the diagnostics themselves actually perhaps not giving accurate insights into the student's ability. So I think that's an interesting aspect as well. I also, I think that we're quantifying a lot of public comments that were received. We do a staff climate survey every year. These have been the same questions in the climate survey every year. And the understanding that we've received from far more than just the recent public comments leans the other way. We saw it in the presentation. And so I certainly, can appreciate all of the deliberation that's occurring. But I think, one of the things we're talking about is an evaluation, and evaluation's based on quantitative information, at least in part. The quantitative information that we've been receiving for the past 3 years shows that this is actually positively received, not from something that's just sent out. I mean, when our research team puts surveys together, they're very careful with the questions that they ask to make sure that they're not leading questions and they're not things of that nature. So I just wanted to point out that the diagnostics is not just this perfect tool. In fact, I would say there's nothing in education that's a perfect tool. It is the teachers themselves and their abilities to use these tools that's what makes it all happen. So I just wanted to make sure, if we're trying to kind of square up some information in the deliberation, that when we're looking at the number of comments and then we're looking at the number of teachers that actually took the survey and then we're comparing those, I think there's also something to discern in there. I think the comments that you've offered are fair comments, but I just wanted to also make sure that we're kind of considering the quantitative piece. Certainly, as far as looking into recess and those types of things, fully agree. We'll happily follow up on that. We totally understand and don't feel like this should be used for it. Nor accelerated reader or anything of that nature should be used during recess time when students are using it. So we'll definitely be following up with that. But I just wanted to, again, just kind of help balance or just offer some additional information.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I know we've gone over a lot of things more than once, but to me, this is extremely important, and I'm not even going to concentrate on the monetary, but I've got to think about our teachers, but I've got to think about our students even more so. And I can't get over all this blue. Okay? I can't get all over. This is not emails. This is a survey of our teachers. And we've got I'll tell you, the side that's on highly disengaged, and if you cut neutral down the middle, and neutral going over half of it to disengaged and highly disengaged, that side of this little graph kicks the butt out of somewhat engaged and highly engaged. Little bitty. And then preferred path forward. Do not continue almost all the way to the top. Keep instructional only this big. Keep diagnostic only, and keep both they're about equal there. But do not continue, to me, kicks the butt out of keep both. And keep diagnostic. And then the last, I mean, I can't ignore this. I understand emails sometimes come from high emotionality and maybe just an individual experience that a parent or a teacher had, but impact on other instructional priorities. Supports priorities this big. And that's our strategic plan, you guys, our priorities. No real impact. This big. Yes, somewhat, but yes, significantly impact on other instructional priorities. So yes, significantly, that's taking away from what teachers feel is necessary for our kids. And then, is iReady worth the investment? Again, not worth it, almost to the top. Almost to the top. So, and this was a survey sent out by the teacher organization to the teachers, and I just have to say they might have felt a little more comfortable answering that survey than what we send out. I don't know every teacher. I only know what my teachers tell me, and I've had a lot tell me that they're afraid to speak out. You know, it's scary. So you speak out to those that you know will listen. And I just think all this blue cannot be ignored. And again, I say, I think the diagnostic is great, but then I think we need to let our teachers teach.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Trustee
you.
Westlake. And, thank you, Trustee Smith. Yeah, forgive me, I'm not trying to rush you at all. To be fair, Trustee Hall was in the process or had suggested that she was going to make a motion. If you're there.
Well, let me ask one clarifying question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm looking at the quote that's attached to our agenda, and it does not seem that that Curriculum Associates in the quote gives us any kind of differentiation between the use of the learning pathway versus the diagnostic. Do they even sell it separately? Like, is it a whole package? And if you don't know that, that's okay. I think that's really the impasse that we're at right now, is that there's no way for us to even know what that price would look like, and if that's even an option, because I don't know that I can even refer to a district that I know of that's even using it, and I think that that's a really important differentiating factor, and I think it's very clear that we're all in agreement that diagnostics throughout the year, having that data, I don't think there's any question about that. And so where I'm coming from, and I understand that this might not this is a lot of money, but we don't even know if that's even an option to only use the diagnostic, except by our own choice. We could choose to just use it, but that's an enormous amount of money, and to not use the full product, which we also got some great feedback that some people are using it and really appreciate it. So I think, I think that there are some great positives that we need to highlight, but we also absolutely need to hear this feedback that the way we've implemented it these last 3 years is not working. It's overwhelming that people are not happy with it. And I think that that's a really important factor that we need to take in. So again, I can make this motion if we feel like we're in a place where we're ready to. Because we really don't have we don't have the ability to see if it's separate. So, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the one-year contract amendment with Curriculum Associates LLC to extend iReady Math and Reading Site licenses for all Washoe County School District elementary and middle schools for the fiscal year 2027 in the amount of $2,020,000. It's a big number. $23,963.22 with reports to the board on the evaluation progress at least 3 times in the 26-27 school year.
Second.
Okay, hang on, sorry. Okay. All right, so we got a motion on the floor by trustee Clerk Hall, which is, as she stated, including reporting to the board 3 times in the calendar fiscal school year 26-27. I have a second by, excuse me, trustee Nicolette. Discussion? Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I'm going to be a no on this, but I want you to know that my motion would have been to direct the superintendent to come back with research on that one-year contract extension because we did not have some of those answers. Being that it's May 12th, that would have been my motion, would have been to direct the superintendent to come back to what a one-year extension for the diagnostic only would have looked like. So for the record, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. I'm getting sick of my own voice, but I have to clarify why my vote will be no. Again, the recess and sending it home as homework, if we have lessons that these kids are still doing, I am afraid very much so that those things will still be occurring because it is hard to have expectations in one hand, and then in the other hand, the teachers just feel, well, I'll do the best I can. And I just don't think we're going to be able to nail those expectations down for the recess and the homework. And also, I have learned to love my teachers and respect my teachers. And I feel the teachers can do the instruction and do the lesson planning with the assessment they get from the diagnostic. And we have a lot of unhappy teachers out there, you guys. We have a lot of unhappy teachers out there that love the assessment, but the other, not so much. So that will be a no for me. Thank you.
Trustee Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, just for the record there, I don't view iReady as a replacement for quality teaching. There's no doubt about it. You heard that, and it's a tool that is used. But again, we heard earlier tonight about, the implementation, and I say that again, and how we actually did that, and how can we do it better. And I appreciate, again, the district, you're going to find a way to make that happen, and you're going to report back to us. And when I get to is that, I just use my old military hat as commander. I need to find out, what are we doing? How are we doing? How is it affecting them? And you need to report back to me so I can make that informed decision. And I think that's something that I would really like to see in the future, that all the work is done before you come back to us. And that we have a pretty good feel, and that we can ask those specific questions. But again, going back, I want to make sure that I emphasize that, the instructional impact, take a real good look at that, and listen to the stakeholders. You've heard that already, because you want to hear their feedback. And I also like what Principal said, or the superintendent said about, how your survey questions go and how they are delivered like that, because you can have public input, and that is important. But again, you might have a variety of information and how you actually squeeze that down to actual outcomes of what you're really looking for in that survey. So again, at the end of the day, because we're on a suspense here, and we have to make something happen, I feel comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Vice President Woodley, you have anything to add?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and from my perspective, look, there has to be a middle ground here. You know, we've heard from, not going to repeat some of the conversations we've had. There's got to be some middle ground. We started with a 3-year contract. We're down to 2. I do, oh, correction, thank you, I stand corrected. We're down to 1. I do believe that, that this motion does allow for some accountability. The notion that kids are missing recess, it doesn't sit well with me either. I think this gives us an opportunity to review it for a year. For me, removing some of the instructional time is a bridge too far at this time. I think this is a good compromise, and I'm comfortable with it as well, so I'll be supporting the motion. Okay, having said that, haven't heard from everyone. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, we have, the motion passes 5-2. Thank you, colleagues. Very good, robust discussion. I appreciate everybody's input and patience as well. So thank you. Okay. We'll move on to item 3.02, and then we'll see where we are at the time. With us is Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer, and April Anderson, Assistant Director of Procurement and Contracts. Thank you both.
Thank you, President Mayberry. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. I'm going to start off with a little bit of the history, but we're here today asking for the approval for the Guaranteed Maximum Price number 2, which is the Phase 2 of this project. And I'll start with a little bit of history for you guys. The design funding was approved in December of 2022, a long time ago it seems, by the Board of Trustees and the Capital Funding Protection Committee. Full construction phase funding, the entire amount was approved for funding in February of 2024 by the board and the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And then we came back with guaranteed maximum price number 1, or phase 1 of the construction, in the spring of 2024 to award that to Clark & Sullivan so that we could hit the ground running and dig those footings and start that building. So we're completing phase 1, which is the construction of the new building, and we've had a couple of Future Eagles nights at that school, eating in the cafeteria already, and getting some tours for those Future Eagles, which is exciting to see them wanting to come to that school. The scope of the work for this phase 2, which is guaranteed maximum price number 2, is for the demolition of the existing building, and then the construction of the amenities, the outside amenities with the grass fields in that. Also want to mention there will be a farewell event for the existing building on June 3rd, so you can come and say goodbye to that building, and for the community to be able to do that. We are going to anticipate hosting a ribbon cutting here before August school opening, and then hopefully get those amenities completed starting in June and then completing in April of 2027. And that would conclude that project at Vaughan at that point. And with that, I'll turn it over to April Anderson for the purchasing process.
April Anderson, Assistant Director of Construction, Procurement, and Contracts for the record. I'm going to highlight the solicitation process that Clark & Sullivan utilized to arrive at the guaranteed maximum price, or GMP as we call it, that we're bringing before you for approval. They issued bids to pre-qualified subcontractors on February 12th. They also had a mandatory pre-bid walk for abatement and demolition contractors. And then the solicitation was out on the street, as we call it. And then on March 12th, they accepted sealed bids from all of the required trades, and this is at 1% of the contract and higher. And then as required by NRS 338, district representatives were in attendance for that bid opening. And then as we've been seeing trending lately, this project also generated quite a bit of interest, and Clark & Sullivan received they received 80 total bids, which was multiple bids on most scopes. Then after that process was completed, the purchasing department and capital projects department collaboratively evaluated Clark and Sullivan's GMP proposal. And then after multiple discussions and clarifications, we arrived at a final GMP of $7,719,126. And then one thing I wanted to point out that I probably should have mentioned up with the subcontractor piece was what's really exciting in this particular contract is that we can say that nearly 100% of the subcontractors are from Northern Nevada. Of the contract price, only $12,000 is out of our area, which I thought that was kind of a neat little trivia and wanted to share that with you. So at the end of the day here, we're asking for you to approve the GMP of $7,719,126 with an owner's contingency of $400,000, which would bring the grand total to $8,119,126.
Comments, questions for the presenters? Trustee Westlake.
Thanks, President Mayberry. I am super ecstatic for Vaughn. That was my middle school, and I am so pleased for that community. So I don't want this to really be taken as a negative. It's more of a cautionary tale. Vaughn is going to be underutilized. And I said this back when I was running the first time as a school board member, and I was nearly crucified for it because it was lost on everyone what I was getting at, but it has come back full circle to fruition, kind of what I was talking about. And what I said was, can we please be very careful with how much we are spending on these buildings? I understand that we want them to be beautiful and magnificent and wonderful. However, there is not just money growing on trees. And I made the comment, our teachers, because I wanted it to, and boy, it stuck in their heads. Let me tell you, I said, our kids can learn in mud huts. Now, does that mean I want our teachers, who I value, teaching in mud huts, and our students that I love teaching in mud huts? No. But the cautionary tale is, we just heard last board meeting that we're having to scale back because we're running out of money. How we built Vaughn is not going to be fully utilized. I don't think it's ever going to be fully utilized, you guys. It's just not. I know those neighborhoods over there. My grandparents lived on Vassar and Cardone, and I know the families that are over in that area. And they're getting elderly and they don't have children. I know that area. I grew up in that area. I grew up on a ranch on Kitsky Lane. So I guess what I'm saying is I love this for Vaughn, and I wouldn't take anything away from Vaughn, but I honestly think we need to be very, very careful. Very careful on what kind of countertops we're putting in, very careful on what kind of flooring we're putting in, because the money is not unlimited. It's just not. And then I got to go back where the amenities are $8 million. And Chief Tammy, you know, I had to claw, scratch, bite to get a field put in at Reed High that had been replaced probably 5, 6, 7 times since that school opened because grass turf was not surviving there. And I literally clawed to get the turf there. And Reed has had teams go to regionals, conference, state, and sometimes we couldn't even play on the home field because the field was in such disarray. So I guess I'm questioning how we're thinking about these things. And we've got to be thinking about these things, and we have to be careful, and we have to be fiduciary responsibility to our constituents. And we got to make sure the money doesn't run out, because we've got a lot of schools that need our help. But if we're dumping this much money into a middle school that deserves it, if the money was unlimited, but it's not, we can still have grand middle school, but we're going to have to scale back at some time, not to a mud hut, but we are going to have to scale back a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, public comment?
I have no
Sir.
cards for this
Okay.
item.
Thank you, JJ. Whew. Got me. Okay. What's your fancy?
Oh, I'm looking.
Oh, okay.
I almost fell asleep. 3.02, correct? I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price 2, GMP 2, from Clark Sullivan Construction as the construction manager at risk, CMR, number 23-41-C-02-AS for the E. Otis Vaughn Middle School Replacement Project in the amount of $7,719,129, and approves an owner's contingency in the amount of $400,000 for a total of $8,119,000 and $126, and approves the Washoe County School District's owner CMR construction agreement.
Second.
Can I just add a little point of clarification? I believe on the total amount of the $7,719,126, and I believe you said 129.
I don't doubt it.
Okay, so I just want to make, just clarify for the record, that's what you want to do?
So clarify the total number again, please.
$7,719,126.
And then the total, end total.
The end total is $8,119,126.
Thank you. Don't you love her?
Okay, that's awesome. We have a motion on the floor to approve item 3.02 by Trustee Nicolette and a second by Trustee Smith. And I see two lights on, so, oh, good. Okay, you're making me nervous, Trustee Westlake. All right, seeing no further comments, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion, aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a break here shortly, but we're kind of all over the map right now, so just indulge me. I think what I'd like to do, colleagues, is we're going to skip over temporarily item 3.05, and of course we'll have 3.06 at the end. And we will go to our reports now, so we can get those in. Okay. And then we'll, yeah, and then we will break. So, okay. What's that? Is who not here? No. So we'll go with our student representative. Peyton Ware, thank you for coming in today. Just give you some time if you'd like.
Okay,
Up to 3
thank
minutes.
you. I actually don't have much
Okay.
to say, but last Friday we did have a student voice conference with all the schools, including elementary schools, which that was new this year. It's just so great to get them involved and see what they're thinking and their opinions. So I just thought that was really great. And I learned a lot and definitely will be implementing that with the district student reps. Thank you.
student representatives don't have time limits, so thank you. Okay, we'll go to our board reports, item 4.02. Who'd like to kick us off? Trustee Woodley?
I did not expect to speak today, so I don't have anything.
That's okay. That's all right. Well,
Thank
that's
you.
all right. That's save some time. We'll go with Trustee Phoenix. We'll just come around the room and end to Trustee Smith.
So I only had one. The Choral Academy over there with Diane Nicolette, and got to listen to the staff as they talked about the unique challenges they have and some of the successes that they have in the area there. They have a STEM coming up, I believe it's this Saturday. So, if you want to attend that, we've had the other sites that are all throughout Reno Sparks area there, so it's not just on 9th Street. So those of you that have been already. But I found that they are highly involved and highly engaged, and they appreciate any help that the district can to provide them and give them, and they really support. Heads up and thanks up for that. Then the other half was spent going to JROTC awards banquets. So if you haven't ever gone to those, you can see each and every school is different in their award ceremony. Everyone is different. They have a different presentation. They have their different branch of service. So it's very unique to go to see each and every one of those students with their chants. If you haven't ever served in the military or not like that, sir, yes, sir, aye, sir, and it goes on and on and on. So it's very unique and it's awesome to see. And to see that we are, at the district, that we are doing that still, and that we are supporting that. And then that really takes it forward where leadership begins. Leadership begins right then and there. And a lot of times, this is another avenue, if you're not in sports or any other type of leadership, you give that opportunity for that student to engage in that. And then the other is that the family. The family is there to be a part of all that. And they were acknowledged, and I believe it was at Galena where they did the rose piece, and they were able to give their rose to a certain family member, which I was like, oh, this is awesome, so way to go. So just those two things that I had there that I wanted to share and really expand upon JROTC and the things that they are doing. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. So I went to, in the evening to Dilworth Middle School. I'm going to start crying, Joel. To welcome in the vertical elementary schools. And you're missed. You're missed. I miss seeing you there. But I'm happy for you. And I know you're doing great. But it was really great to see the parents get to tour the school. And I'm thinking, what a comfort it is for our middle schoolers who are so like little kindergartners. It's a whole new frontier. And it's scary but exciting. And just to be able to experience it without the pressure of like the first day of school, I appreciate it. And I didn't even have any kids of my own there, but I appreciated it. I visited Esther Bennett, Virginia Palmer, Lois Allen, Bud Beasley, Lloyd Diedrichson, and Marvin Moss, and just had wonderful discussions with the principals there. And I was a judge for the Mendive Art Show. And I want to give a shout out to my dear friend, Katrina Oriel, who is the art teacher there. She goes above and beyond for her students and is always thinking of how to give their imagination free rein. And I mean, some of the art pieces, I have videos of the 8th and 7th and 6th graders. If anyone wants those, I'll send them to you. Amazing, amazing artists. I also attended the Student Voice up at TMCC with Dr. Lamarca and Deputy Chief Tiffany McMaster. And I mean, that whole floor was full of students, and it was wonderful to see how much that program's grown. And Miss Peyton and Miss Maya were there, and you guys are just exemplary. I mean, you are wonderful. And then I delivered donuts this morning. Bennett, Palmer, and Allen, so I want to give them a shout out for the staff, administrators, and teachers, and the students that rose to the occasion. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi. So in the last couple of weeks, I've attended a couple of commission meetings for commissions that I sit on, including the Recruitment and Retention Commission. And I just want to give a shout out to Trustee Smith, who ran that meeting like a pro. As the vice chair, she stepped in and managed that meeting. And you did a fantastic job. They were really tough conversations that we had, and you really kept it moving and ensured that good, solid points. So I felt like it was really important that you got that shout out. And then I also attended the Debt Management Commission meeting, which is always interesting, and I learned a lot of NRS, which I think I might be the only one that thinks is really cool. And then yesterday, I had the incredible pleasure of meeting Treasurer, who presented the final step of her Civic Seal project to myself and Assembly Member Heather Goulding. And she did a research study on HIV education and its efficacy. And it was incredible what this student has done on her own, entirely independent. And it was really cool. So I just wanted to share and give a shout out to Treasure, because she did a really, really great job. And Heather Goulding and I had a lot of fun with that. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Attended a ribbon cutting for the Ghetto Transportation Yard with many of you a few weeks ago. Seems like forever. Vice President Woodley and I had an opportunity to meet with the WEA board. Oh, they're, okay. I like these. These are pretty cool. I didn't know they were mobile. Trustee Phoenix and I attended the Liberty Dogs campus opening, and that was absolutely incredible down in South Reno. It's a campus where they prepare and train service animals for our veterans. Absolute incredible facility. Hats off to the DiLorettos and the Guillemot Foundation, all those who made that facility possible. I had a chance to participate in a great community cleanup a few Saturdays ago as well, and it was a pleasure to have a working lunch with the Don President and CEO Taylor Adams. Last Friday, I had the chance to attend the Student Voice Conference at the TMCC campus, and it's wonderful to see so many of our student leaders there. So thank you for being here, Peyton. And just want to congratulate Jason Maddock, principal of AACT, recognized as Nevada STEM Educator of the Year. Want to also acknowledge Mount Rose and TMCC High School as our newest Blue Ribbon schools. Well done, congratulations. And looking forward to the countdown to graduation, honoring and highlighting 20 graduates of the class of 2026. So look forward to the days to come. Thank you, Trustee Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. To expand on that Student Voice Conference, it was a wonderful learning and fun and innovative way to bring students together. There were 250 students from 24 schools. There were 22 breakout sessions, and it was just a buzz. I had a good time, and I sat in on some of the sessions, and they were student-led, and they were very interesting. They had done their research. I attended the Mount Rose K-8 Blue Ribbon event, and we were graced with Dr. Victor Wakefield. He is our state superintendent. He had a great time. You can tell he really likes being with the students. I'm the proud attendee of 8 JROTC events, and like my colleague Jimmy said, they are all different. Every one of them is unique. Every one of them is special. And these are our future leaders, whether they go into the military or whether they go into early care and education. They're going to be very successful. I attended the Paiute Student Language Bowl with Trustee Phoenix. He gave a speech, a lovely speech. It's such a beautiful language. It's another one of those languages that I wish I could understand and speak. It's a beautiful, beautiful language. During Staff Appreciation Week, I visited Lenz, Hunsberger, Westergaard, Billinghurst, and at Lemelson, I was doing playground duty, and I was in charge of the Gaga ball pit. And yeah, and I will tell you that those pits are awesome. And it was very interesting how these elementary students, they were able to manage the fact that they all kind of had their own rules. Imagine your surprise. But they were able to navigate that, and they were respectful and kind, and they were also very fierce. As the president-elect for the Nevada Association of School Boards, I participated in what we call our Pacific Region meeting this Monday. It's I guess, a coming together of Oregon, Washington, Utah, Alaska, and Nevada. And we talk about legislation, we talk about what's working, what's not working in our districts, and we just have wonderful conversation. We learn and share with each other. And then we've talked a lot about promise, and I'm really struggling with that word. I'll just be real honest with you, promise. It's a big word, and it has special meaning for a lot of people in different ways. And so I just wanted to remind us all of our WCSD promise. And the promise reads, "We will know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and our communities." And I was part of the group, as many of us were, who wrote that and believe in it and continue to live it. And I hope we all will. Thank you.
JJ, while we get the first picture up, what Dr. Nicolette didn't share is that the last part of that promise was very much led by her, adding the families and community. I know you don't ever look at it like that, but we have that because you added that too and you championed it. So I would like to say Happy Educator Appreciation Week for last week. I know we're going to have an item on that, but I would be remiss to not recognize all of our more than 8,500 educators in this district and how proud of you I am. I had a tremendous opportunity to accept a proclamation from the city of Reno with WEA President Kaylin Evans. That's what we've got this picture up here. And just from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being a big part of the why I serve and why we do this. So thank you so much to all of our educators. Also want to give congratulations to AACT Principal Jason Maddock for being the Nevada STEM Advocate of the Year. Really, really proud of him for that. The next picture that we have here was really great. So it was a joy to share a visit to Vaughn Middle School with Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, where we heard from students from the comprehensive life skills, strategies, deaf and hard of hearing, and then student voice. And she was there because an educator wrote her a letter and invited her to come meet all of these students. And the photo that you see here is not from the current Vaughn, but we also got a sneak peek at the new Vaughn. And boy, was that a lot of fun. So that was an amazing opportunity, and our children really shined in their questions and in their engagement with the senator. So that was a very special thing. I also want to congratulate Mount Rose K-8 Academy of Languages for being named a Nevada Blue Ribbon School. Very proud of you, Mountain Lions. And then the next photo that I have up here was from a little while ago, but it's worth mentioning. This was the bricklaying ceremony from the Nevada State Health Facility in lab at UNR. Oh, that was one of the previous pictures. That means you probably won't have the other one either, the stem from the Guillemot Foundation. No, that's okay. Don't worry. I also participated in the Pathways to Aviation event several weeks ago with the Guillemot Foundation, and several of our educators were honored with that. Matthew Cope from AACT, Christy Grove from Jerry Whitehead Elementary, Carl Kulis from Reno High, and Conrad Peterson from McQueen High School. And I will close with this. I was at a Dave Matthews Band concert with my husband last night, and the experience is always so wonderful to be in the presence of live music. And I felt that it was important to say that we must always stay focused on funding the arts. And whether that is music, art, movement, I think that that's something that we need to really continue to look at in our next era and prioritize it, not just in our thoughts, but also with our funding. Thank you.
Okay, almost done for our break. Normally, I wouldn't do this, but after consulting with the general counsel, I know there is a student in here that wants to give public comment, so I'm going to allow that. I think her father is with her, too. You want to stand up? Where are you? Yeah, come on up. But let me just state for the record that it is, again, with guidance from our general counsel, I'm going to open up our this is a general public comment before the recess. I'm going to allow it again at the end because of the unique nature of the long recess, given items are pulled, and so there's a long break. So those who want to give general public comment now can do so before the recess, but you cannot do it during the second bite of the apple at the end of the meeting. So, but yeah, I wanted to ensure, because I know you had to leave, and I wanted to make sure that we heard from you as one of our students. You're very important to us.
Ella Furman.
Just go ahead and state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ella Furman. Good evening. As the people responsible for the safety and well-being of every student in our district, are you confident that our schools are safe? My name is Ella Furman, and I am a senior at Reed High School. I am here tonight to talk about the drug problem in our schools and what I've done to try to fix it. The drug problem in our schools is not a rumor. It is not exaggerated. It is real, and it is visible. Our bathrooms are effectively unusable because of drug use. They smell like marijuana. They are filled with students smoking and vaping. The stalls are packed with groups of people using drugs and doing everything they can to avoid getting caught. Many of you have children who have walked the halls through schools in our district. Would you feel comfortable sending your student to school knowing they're surrounded by unsafe drug use? There's no denying the problem. It is not hidden, it is not slowing down, and it is not something we can continue to ignore. This is not a reflection of the lack of effort from our school admin or our campus police. Our admin and staff do everything within their power to keep our students safe, and I have the utmost respect for the work that they do. But as we all know, they cannot be everywhere at once, and they cannot detect drugs in a way that a trained canine can, and that is exactly why this project matters. What makes a canine unit so powerful is how it operates. A drug dog is proactive, not reactive. Rather than waiting for something to go wrong, a canine unit works to prevent drug activity before it escalates. And unlike human intervention, a dog does not profile. It simply does its job. That's the kind of fair, effective, and consistent deterrent that our schools need. And that brings me to the heart of the problem. We have one canine unit covering over 100 schools. One dog for over 100 schools. The resources are simply not there to address this problem, and everyone in this room knows it. So I decided to do something about it. Over the past year and a half, I built what is believed to be the first student-led canine funding initiative in the state of Nevada. I spent over 100 hours on this project. I secured over $19,000 in funding. I obtained food sponsorships and donations. I've been working closely with school police throughout the entire process. Even the chief of police is fully aware of everything I've been working on. But despite all of that, I'm standing here without a resolution. When a student goes that far and still cannot make this project a reality, what message does that send? It tells the students that the adults in charge are not as invested in their safety as they should be. I do not believe that is the message this board wants to send. I'm looking forward to working with all of you to make this project a reality. The drug problem in our schools is real. The need is there, and the work is being done. So I will leave you with this. You have the power to make our schools safer tonight. The only question is whether you'll use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, for your leadership and speaking out. We appreciate you. Well done.
Dan Furman. Is your dad here? No, he had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Daniel Marble.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Dr. Daniel Marble, and I'm currently serve here in the Washoe County School District. However, I've also supported school systems around the state of Nevada, and I am here to speak to the leadership of Superintendent candidate Tiffany McMaster. Tiffany is the kind of leader who definitely develops people and is a systems leader. She encouraged my growth in multiple systems of support at
You know
Tiger
what,
Middle
Daniel?
School. Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but that's a specific item that I need you to provide public comment on
Yes.
when she comes up, not during the general public comment on it. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies. This
Yeah.
is the first board meeting that I've been to.
You know, I know. Hey, I'm sure it's awkward and uncomfortable. I just appreciate you getting up and
Yeah.
appreciate you understanding. So, okay.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. We're going to go ahead and take a short recess. We've been at this since noon now. Everybody, thank you for your patience. And then we will convene at about 3:30. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 3:44 p.m. on May 12th. I'm going to bring back to order the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees meeting. Nice to see everybody here. We have some exciting things to talk about and share, and there's a lot on the agenda, so I'm gonna let you drive this, Dr. Picciotto. So this is your show for now. Thank you. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst, and esteemed members of our WCSD community. I'm Dr. Joel Picciotto, Secondary Area Superintendent. This evening, I am honored to bring forward an Educator Appreciation Month proclamation, one that reflects both of our deep gratitude for more than 8,500 employees and our shared commitment to the values that guide our work. Throughout our district, our educators live out our guiding principles every day. They lead with integrity, treat students, families, and colleagues with respect, and collaborate across roles and departments in service of student learning. From classrooms and libraries to cafeterias, buses, and central offices, our employees model lifelong learning, embrace continuous improvement, and approach their work with humility, care, and professionalism. This proclamation is more than a formal recognition. It is an expression of our appreciation for the way that our educators build trust, strengthen our schools, and positively shape the lives of students. We celebrate not only what they do, but who they are and the lasting impact they have on our district and our overall community. We are especially grateful to the community partners throughout Nevada and our entire nation who support our educators and the incredible work that they do within our schools. In the audience today, we welcome Jennifer Fuller, Vice President from Milken's Educator Awards from the Milken Family Foundation. We'll hear more from Vice President Fuller shortly. For today, we have invited to recognize and celebrate 15 educators across our district who serve in a wide variety of essential roles. I'd like to acknowledge that one of our honored guests this afternoon, a dedicated teacher and EC program facilitator, Jana Barclay, could not be in attendance today to celebrate as she is leading professional development to her own colleagues. So that demonstrates her dedication and unwavering commitment to her work. So for the rest of you, as I call your name, please stand to be recognized. And I know that there are a lot of folks here, so some of them might be in the overflow room. So hopefully they can run out and be in here to stand to be recognized. Immediately following the conclusion of the proclamation by the superintendent, we'll take a photo with the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Ernst. We also have a copy of the proclamation tonight and a card and a set of flowers for each of you. So with that, let's recognize some people, shall we? All right, the first one. Odette Daniels, Athletic Secretary from Demonte Ranch High School. Elizabeth Steffen, Administrative Secretary at Beasley Elementary. Heidi Gibbs, Admin Assistant from North Valleys. Vicki Russell, Kitchen Manager at Trainer Middle School. Juan Serta, SFC at Sky Ranch Middle School. Andy Haycock, School Psych at O'Brien and Debbie Smith. Fadine Oliver, School Nurse at many locations. Officer Diamond Brown, School Police. Even though she's not here, let's do a round of applause so she's watching. Jana Barclay. Colby Riordan, Principal at Moss Elementary. Joanna Wu, Algebra Teacher at Incline Middle School. Lori Farias, Teacher at Sparks High School. And from the Accountability Department, our School Improvement Coordinators, Nick Custer and Ron Coombs. And so then for one final recognition, I'd like to invite our guest, Vice President Jennifer Fuller, to introduce herself share some brief information about the Milken Family Foundation, and recognize one of our educators.
Superintendent Ernst, President Mayberry, members of the board, it is a joy to be with you tonight. My name is Jennifer Fuller, and I serve as Vice President of the Milken Educator Awards, a nonprofit based in Santa Monica, California. Before joining the foundation, I was a teacher and district leader for 21 years in Texas, and I received the Milken Educator Award in 2017 when I was a high school English teacher. The Milken Educator Awards have been recognizing outstanding K-12 principals, teachers, and specialists since the first awards were presented in 1987 to 12 honorees in California. Considered the nation's premier teacher recognition program and often called the Oscars of teaching, the awards have honored over 3,000 awardees across all 50 states and 94 here in the state of Nevada. The Milken, that's right. The Milken Family Foundation, established in 1982 by Lowell and Michael Milken, is driven by their belief that people are the greatest asset in any endeavor. Throughout all of our initiatives, the foundation invests in human capital by expanding access to resources, opportunities, and professional networks that empower talented individuals to make a lasting impact. The motto of the Milken Award is "The future belongs to the educated." And by that, we mean that if you are well taught in school, you will be ready to succeed, contribute to society, and enjoy your life. And under the able guidance of quality educators such as Ali Gallus, we can be assured that this motto comes to life in schools every day. Great educators do more than instruct. They change lives. Every successful person can name a teacher in their life that made a difference. Think for a moment of the teacher who helped you. Even years later, those teachers continue to inspire us through our memories of their example and advice. Milken Award recipients are the teachers that this generation's students will remember for years in the future. And after visiting Mrs. Gallus's classroom today, I know that her students will cherish the memories of the time that they were learning together in her classroom. But as a society, we don't thank and honor our educators enough. This initiative was established to recognize outstanding educators and give them a strong incentive to stay in education, to bring public recognition to the good news and results happening in schools, and by spotlighting the importance of educators to attract talented young people to the field of education. Milken educators are selected because they represent the best in the teaching profession and are known for their innovation, leadership, and results. There are unique features to the award that include a confidential selection process with no nomination or applications, an unrestricted financial award of $25,000. Milken Educator Award recipients are unsung heroes without any previous national recognition and are early to mid-career with the potential to remain in education and contribute for years to come. The obelisk that we present today is a tangible symbol of excellence that sends a message to students and the community that society values the work of talented educators. We celebrate success in schools and to remind educators of their power to make a difference in the lives of young people. With so many pressing issues in the world of education, today gives us the chance to pause and remember the importance of talented educators and to shine a light on examples of excellence. On behalf of Lowell Milken and the Milken Family Foundation, we congratulate Ali Gallus, a member of our family of excellence. Congratulations, Ali.
Got to say, we have a great group of educators in the house and all over this district. So we are deeply proud to recognize each of you today and many, many others of all the good things that are happening within our school district. At this time, I'm going to turn over to Superintendent Ernst or Clerk Cole to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Dr. Peixoto. Thank you to all of the educators out here. We appreciate all of you and very glad that you can attend today. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Clerk Hall, and she's going to read a proclamation on our behalf.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to share that I also accepted a proclamation on behalf of the Washoe County Commission for all of our educators this morning. So I am honored to have had the opportunity to do that. And to answer your question, I absolutely remember the teachers that made a difference in my life and made me want to become a teacher. So shout out to Mrs. Loggy at Lincoln Park Elementary School. She was my kindergarten teacher. And then Mr. Milton Himes, who is an Incline High School teacher, who changed my life and many, many people in this area's lives. So on behalf of the leadership of the Washoe County School District and in recognition of the vital role each employee plays in the education and development of our students, we affirm that all Washoe County School District employees, whether educators, bus drivers, nutrition services staff, custodians, administrative personnel, or support staff, are educators who collectively contribute to safe, supportive, and enriching learning environments for every student. Whereas educators serve with integrity, modeling ethical behavior and strong character while dedicating themselves to the academic and personal success of students, and whereas educators earn trust by building authentic, respectful relationships with students, families, colleagues, and the community, fostering environments where students feel valued, supported, and empowered, and whereas educators demonstrate respect through empathy, dignity, and inclusivity, honoring the diverse backgrounds, identities, and abilities of every learner. And whereas educators uphold accountability by committing to high standards, continuous reflection, and shared responsibility for student achievement and organizational excellence. And whereas educators pursue knowledge through lifelong learning, innovation, and professional growth to improve student outcomes and encourage excellence in others. And whereas the impact of dedicated educators extends far beyond a single school year, shaping lives, strengthening our community, and influencing future generations. Now, therefore, on behalf of Joe Ernst, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, I do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Educator Appreciation Month. And I'm almost done, I promise. And affirm that the Washoe County School District proudly honors and expresses sincere appreciation for all educators who exemplify our guiding principles through their service and leadership. The district recognizes the collective contributions of educators in advancing academic excellence, operational effectiveness, and positive school cultures. The district encourages students, families, and staff and community members to express gratitude for educators and to support their continued efforts to inspire learning, growth, and success for every student. That was it. We can clap now.
Well, I just want to say congratulations to Ms. Gallus. We're glad that you're here, and Vice President Fuller, thank you for making the trip to be with us this evening. And to all of our honorees and all of our staff in education at all levels, we're honored to represent and serve you. And this is a special month, and we're gonna pause and we're gonna take a picture. So thank you. Vice President Woodley's with us? You still on? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to honor our teachers and our staff. Now we're moving into item 3.06. And to think we had 2 more agenda items that we pulled. What a blessing. Blessing in disguise.
How smart are you? You're so smart.
I am, yeah. Okay. We will now move to agenda item 3.06. I have a script so I get this right. This is important. The interview of the Deputy Superintendent for consideration of possible appointment as superintendent. Today's interview is being conducted following the board's action at the April 14, 2026 meeting to interview the Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, for the position of superintendent. The purpose of this interview is to provide the board with a structured opportunity to assess leadership readiness, alignment with district priorities, and the ability to provide continuity and stability for the Washoe County School District. Before I begin, I would like to briefly outline the interview structure for the benefit of the candidate, the board, and the public. The interview will consist of an opening statement by the candidate, up to 10 minutes, structured board questioning, 4 minutes per question, then a closing statement by the candidate up to 5 minutes. Very similar to what we've done over the last 2 consecutive interview processes. Each trustee has either contributed 2 questions or has been assigned questions developed from the community survey. All questions were reviewed collectively to ensure clarity, avoid duplication, and ensure compliance with applicable legal requirements. Trustees will ask their assigned questions beginning at one end of the dais and returning to the other. Following the conclusion of the interview, trustees will complete the superintendent interview evaluation framework, which will inform board discussion and decision-making. I'm going to ask our legal counsel for some clarifications.
And so on the documents, you will have that interview framework document. If that is used as an evaluation tool, if you wish to use it. But because it is an assessment and potentially ranking and kind of scoring of the candidate, that is a public document. So please write your name on it, and it will be given to JJ after the conclusion of this item. And just a reminder, it is a public document, so it will be viewed and it will be provided as support materials for the item. You can take personal notes, and those are not public, provided you are not doing any ranking or scoring or assessment or evaluation on that. So if you are doing any assessment evaluation, please use your framework. If your notes are just used for kind of memory joggers, that is fine. They are not considered evaluative in that aspect. But if you are evaluating, please keep it on your framework because that will be the public document. Thanks.
I believe Vice President Woodley has also been emailed the documents and has those in his possession. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Any questions for Ms. Montalvo? Yes.
Yeah,
go ahead.
can I just clarify? So I've only been through the appointment process, so I just want to clarify. During the appointment process, we all had to fill out the scoring or evaluation framework similar. Is this we all have to, or it's an option?
My understanding is that it's an optional framework, and our chief HR person is nodding his head that it's
Okay.
not a required. It's just meant to assist you or guide you if you kind of need something to help guide your thought process.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Candidate introduction. Welcome, Deputy Superintendent, Madam Deputy Superintendent McMaster. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank you for your willingness to participate in today's interview and for your continued service to the Washoe County School District. We appreciate the time and the preparation that you've dedicated to this process. At this time, we invite you to provide your opening statement. You may take up to 10 minutes to share your background, your leadership approach, any perspectives that you believe would be helpful for the board and community to hear. And JJ will start the clock. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, President Mayberry, members of the Board of Trustees. It's an honor to be sitting here before you today to interview for the superintendent position and to have had the opportunity to come before you in the April 14th Board of Trustees meeting to express my interest in the position and my qualifications. Before we begin the interview, I want to just take this opportunity to let you know a little bit more about me, who I am, and what has happened to me along the way to develop me to the leader I am today. Whether it's been in my career, raising my family, projects at home, I've always approached everything as a math teacher. I'm a math teacher at heart. I'm very inquisitive about the world. The world's a puzzle to me. I like to problem solve, analyze, research, evaluate, look at different perspectives, approach problems in different ways. I am a math teacher at heart. And this has shaped my inquisitive, problem-solving, and analytical approach to leadership. This journey as a math teacher really began when I was in high school. I was the teacher assistant for the algebra teacher, and he had a student who, as we know today, was chronically absent, but then he just was never in class. And the teacher said, well, can you please go try to find this student and get him to come to class? So I did, and I found him, and I said, come to class, and I would love to tell you I was able to get him to come to class, and he was so excited, and that was not at all the case. He absolutely said no. I went back to the math teacher and said, I tried. And he said, keep trying. So I did the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and I kept trying. And it wasn't until I reflected on myself and realized I needed to stop asking him why he wasn't in class and start figuring out why he wasn't in class that I was able to make a difference. I learned that he struggled with math all through middle school. He absolutely hated math. He was failing. He had missed so much school. He was so far behind. He didn't see a point in going. And when he did go to class, he felt like he didn't belong. The other kids were so far ahead of him, and he had completely given up. So I went to the math teacher and I asked, would it be okay if I could get him to come to the library to tutor him in the library during class time? He said, absolutely. Again, I'd love to tell you, I got him to come to the library, things were great. Wasn't really the case. It was a struggle. He had so many gaps in his learning, and I couldn't even start teaching the algebra concepts without going back and filling in some gaps. I got him to come most days, not all. Some I still had to track him down on the football field, but I never gave up on him. And eventually he did return to class, and eventually he did pass algebra. I tell you that story because having a child-focused leadership style is at the core of who I am, and it started when I was in high school. I also learned that having a relentless pursuit to change the life of a child is what guides my leadership. As I continued my journey as a math teacher, I became the math department lead at Pine Middle School. I remember in the March of 2021, as the department lead, my principal came in and said, here, these just came from the Nevada Department of Education. It was a stack of academic content standards. We'd never had those before. So I got together with my department and said, what does this mean? What are academic content standards? So we actually got a hold of the Nevada Department of Education and realized that those standards were going to be used to build criterion reference tests. So some of us were able to volunteer to be on the committee at the state level, writing those assessment questions, unpacking standards, figuring out what they even meant, using that to drive our instruction. And we were able to bring that back and do really great things in our department to come up with a really cohesive structure for advancing student learning, having pacing guides, and we were really proud of that work. But through that partnership with NDE, we also learned that we had a network of people outside of our school. We started working with other middle school math teachers across the district, started building more and more assessment questions, and the project kind of took a life of its own and got to the point that it really became a district initiative, and that's when I left the classroom and became a teacher on special assignment as the K-12 math coordinator for the district. That experience showed me that leadership is always better when it's done together. It also showed me the power of a guaranteed and viable curriculum, not just to make a difference for my kids in my classroom, not just to make a difference for students in my school, not just to make a difference for every kid in our district, but throughout the state. That was really a profound moment very early in my career before I ever got into leadership. As I entered into roles as an assistant principal or principal, I really had opportunities to go beyond collaborating with other people and elevating expectations, and got into some really innovative space in every role I had. At Shaw Middle School, it opened as the first and only standards-based grading school, which was an exciting opportunity. I then went to Clayton Middle School, where we were a school improvement grant school, and we started the first and only pre-AP academy. Then I went to Westergaard Elementary School, and I was able to see how when you invest in positive climate and culture and unite people who are experts, you can make incredible gains for students. Those gains were all done through unity. They were all done through a shared purpose. We were able to get an incredible amount of support from all of our families, and we had a relentless pursuit for excellence. When going to Trainer Middle School, we had a focus on school improvement efforts. But what was interesting about that is somehow that united us as a staff. We were so fully committed, and it really started with building a shared vision and mission, because it had been a while since we had done that at Trainer. So we did that work together. We had shared ownership. We built teacher leaders who were casting a wider net and supporting the whole school and advancing our initiatives. We were able to leverage some grants. We got the one-on-one technology grant as well as a Zoom grant to really hone in on language development of our students. And we had 2 incredible instructional coaches who provided weekly professional development and ongoing coaching and support, as well as sitting in on our PLCs to support our teachers with making just the right time decisions that advance student learning outcomes. Lastly, my last principalship was at the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology. That's where I learned the power of career and technical education to really empower students for their future. I learned that grad tracking was so important, so you make sure no student slips through the cracks. I learned so much about community engagement because we had the opportunity to partner with business and industry to advance our career and technical education academies, and we also had the opportunity to partner with them to get students out into the workforce through internships. That put a whole new perspective of community engagement in my mind and opened up a world of possibilities for me. We had students engaged in dual credit classes, but I had concerns with access and opportunity. So I brought the first concurrent enrollment class to AACT before I left, and that was really a passion of mine. You see, I left every single role inspiring and empowering both the students and the staff to do great things well beyond my time there. The power was with them. It was just uniting them and getting them to remember the great things that they could bring to the table and what they could do when they came together. Joining the district as an area superintendent and later the lead area superintendent, instructional leadership quickly became our focus. We knew that if we wanted to improve student learning outcomes for the entire district, that had to be our focus. So we got together as a group and had a relentless focus on how can we do this, how can we make it happen. Through research and exploring other ideas from different districts, we were able to build a cohesive scope and sequence for our rounds with schools, as well as the professional development we were providing to principals. We established partnerships with our higher education institutions, and we partnered with our principals and our associations to tackle really tough problems like student discipline issues, like climate and culture issues, tackling student unique needs, and advancing academic outcomes for all of our students. You see, in each one of those roles, I collaborated, elevated, and innovated. Now, as your deputy superintendent, I've brought together the academic leadership team that has been committed to cycles of data review, needs assessment for our district, constant engagement in research and evaluation, but not just looking at the data, but making commitments to go into school and see all of the work in practice so that we can deploy the necessary resources and supports to our school. I have led work around chronic absenteeism. I led the Phone Away and Learn Today campaign. I brought concurrent enrollment through our partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno to Washoe County School District. I advanced student voice, clubs, 6th grade athletics. I was engaged in the legislative session with our Excellence in Every Hire Act and getting or eliminating double testing. I've supported the facilities modernization plan, and in all of those roles, I've been a math teacher, a principal, and a district leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent McMaster. We will now move into the board's structured questioning portion of the interview. I'll ask Trustee Phoenix to begin by asking the first question, after which we will proceed around the dais to our student representative, and then we'll bounce back this way. Trustee Woodley will be in this seat, so he'll follow Clerk Hull. I want to ask the trustees to keep their questions and any follow-up questions focused and within the scope of the assigned question to ensure consistency and fairness. So you as a trustee can ask a follow-up to your question, but the other trustees cannot. Okay, we'll start with Trustee Phoenix.
All right, good afternoon. Question one is transition and stability. As the current deputy superintendent serving in a key leadership role, how has your experience prepared you to transition into the superintendent position if appointed? And what aspects of the role do you believe will require the greatest adjustment as you lead the district through the challenges ahead?
Thank you for the question. I have had the privilege and honor to work along Superintendent Ernst for the past 2 years. All of the decisions that have been made, all of the problems that we have tackled have been done together, not just with me and him, but with a whole team of people. The executive leadership team has been by my side through all of these decisions, and we rely on this team to really make thoughtful, analytical decisions. I would say that in this role, obviously my career has been in education, and being a leader in the education realm and leading academics for our entire organization has been something I've done not just in the role as deputy superintendent, but in other roles as well. I think the part that's different in the role of deputy superintendent is forming the academic leadership team. We didn't have an academic leadership team before that, so we brought all of the chiefs that report directly to me that impact all of the instructional decisions that are made in our district. We've formed biweekly meetings where we get together and really dive into data. We look at every aspect of data and look at all of the program evaluation being done so that we can make well-informed decisions. Like I said in my introduction, we've made a commitment to going out to school and seeing things in practice. We're learning from excellence within our organization. We don't always need to go outside of our organization. When we see something that's working well, we lean into that and want to learn more. How can we take what's working well and spread that throughout the district? How can we learn from each other? How can we connect people? The academic leadership team has included our research and evaluation team, so they bring forward program evaluation and program review on all of our implementations. Like, for example, we launched Reveal Math this year, so they've already engaged in looking at Reveal Math. We look at all aspects of our organization, special education, EL, every aspect that impacts the day-to-day academic life of a student comes forward in the form of data. But it doesn't just stop there. We're a think tank. How can we do better? We're always engaged in a continuous improvement cycle. The one part that's been kind of new to my role as deputy is my deep involvement in the operational side of things. We have had so much change with the facility modernization plan and making sure that we're connecting the operation side with the academic side so that we are partnering with our schools as these decisions are made. Reaching out to schools, getting staff voice, getting student voice, reaching out to our families, holding engagement events. That's really where the academics and operations comes together. And I believe in my role as deputy superintendent, I've been able to be the connector, constantly saying, how does this impact budget? Let's get Mark Mathers at the table. How does this impact operations? How does this impact HR? Always trying to connect and get the right people at the table to make the decisions and give the important information that's necessary to move forward as a district. When I think about challenges ahead, just really quickly, I am already doing the role, but I do want to take advantage of the fact that Mr. Ernst is still here, and we have a legislative platform that we need to build, and his experience in that realm and his work with NAS is really essential. He works with superintendents across the entire state of Nevada. That's not an experience I've had. He works with the Council of Great City Schools. That's not an experience I've had. So I would look forward to working hand in hand with him to pass the baton, if you will, and really learn about those things that would be new to me in this role, as well as building relationship with this board.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a follow-up, then you can go. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief McMasters. Question 2, leadership qualities and board support. What strengths, experiences, and leadership qualities would you bring to the superintendent role, and what support or partnership from the board and community would be needed to continue advancing student success across the district?
So let me start with partnership with the board. Developing working relationships with each trustee would be a very important first step for me in the role of superintendent. I believe that all working relationships are grounded in vision sharing, wanting to know what your hopes and dreams are for this district, as well as you understanding me. Establishing norms for our communication and collaboration moving forward would be important to me. Making sure that we take some time to define some important things, like I think about the word support. I remember when I was a principal at Westergaard Elementary, very first principalship, a student got sent down to the office, and I immediately called home and set the student up in the office to work in the office with me because I don't even remember what he had done. And I go down to the classroom to tell the teacher and get work from the teacher to bring down to the office, and the teacher said, "Why did you do that? I just wanted you to talk to him and send him back to class." But that showed me that it's really important to define the word support, because I thought I was supporting that teacher, but that's not the support that the teacher needed. So making sure we take time to say, you know, what is a respectful working relationship? What does support look like? What does it not look like? What are some healthy boundaries for all of that? That would be some important work to engage with this Board of Trustees. When I think about working with the community and advancing student success across our district, we have a unique time where our strategic plan is coming to an end. And as it comes to an end, I don't think it's ready for a big, huge overhaul. I think it's due for a refresh. And I think a refresh is done in partnership with our community. I think that entering as a superintendent during my listening and learning, I can also at the same time gather feedback around our strategic plan. So I can figure out from families, from our community, from our students, from our staff, what are your hopes and dreams for the district? How does that align with the current strategic plan or not align? What are we missing? What do we need to add? And I think through that listening tour and gathering that information, I would be able to come back to this board and really refine our strategic plan that would be our guiding North Star. That shows us what we need to do as an organization together. So like I said, it's a really exciting opportunity to not only engage as I enter this role, but engage with purpose around a refresh of our strategic plan. Okay.
I have question 3, which is focused on curriculum and instruction. This question is specifically reflects input from approximately 14% of the community survey respondents who raised concerns about the substance and quality of curriculum, the level of rigor in instruction, and the role of teacher voice in instructional design. The question is, how will you ensure that the Washoe County School District strengthens the quality and rigor of curriculum, ensure meaningful teacher voice in instructional decision-making, and ensure classroom learning prepares students for the real world?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Hall. I believe that program evaluation is really at the root of what you're asking here. Anytime that we are looking at curriculum, it's not about what's the flavor of the month or what's somebody's good idea or what's one thing that we can bring to the table. It needs to be thoughtful. It needs to engage all people. It needs to be research-based. So when I think about looking at curriculum instruction, I think back to the agenda item we just passed around iReady and making a promise to engage in cycles of program evaluation. That really begins with the implementation of anything where you start a whole planning and design phase. What is it that we want to look at when we started iReady? It was, are we implementing it with fidelity? We had heard that the sweet spot was 30 to 45 minutes. So if the sweet spot was 30 to 45 minutes, that's what we started out with monitoring it. Is it realistic? Are we able to do it? What barriers are standing in the way? That was the key first step. Now we're at phases where we're looking more at what is the impact of that. So it all starts with the planning and the design of a program evaluation. Then it goes into the implementation and data collection phase. Like I told you, the academic leadership team is constantly looking at data. This is the data that comes forward to us on a regular basis. And when you have eyes on the data on a regular basis, and mind you, it's both quantitative and qualitative. What people have to say, the surveys, just the conversations you have in passing, which I know all of you do with stakeholders, that's important information to bring to the table. So it's a balance of the quantitative and qualitative. It's monitoring things on a regular cycle, making it important, having it calendared, and it's documenting along the way. The next phase is really to analyze, interpret what it's telling us. And when you look at what the data is telling you, look at performance trends, maybe things were working well at one point in time, maybe that's changed. If you're not engaged in those regular cycles, you won't be staying on top of that. So I think ensuring that when we do those data cycle reviews, looking at the alignment between the Smarter Balanced Assessment and our standards and what our curriculum is telling us. If the alignment is there, we should see the results in those higher stakes assessments. If we're not seeing those results, why? Do a root cause analysis, figure out what the reason is. Is it because we're not implementing it right? Is it because we haven't supported our staff? Is it because they don't have the resources to do it? Is it because it's just not aligned with the standards very well? A good example of this is when we had our benchmark curriculum and we did a program evaluation and found out that it really wasn't hitting the mark with phonics and phonemic awareness. So we had to bring in Haggerty to supplement that. That was all part of a program review and being open to the possibility of change. I think that it's important to always think about trying to pilot things. I think about that with iReady that we just talked about. Instead of making a big decision district-wide and hoping it works, how about we try something here, try something there, pilot something? We did that with the implementation of Teacher Clarity. We had some early implementer schools that started Teacher Clarity and have done amazing things that have now become leaders for other schools throughout our district. When we let people pilot and try things, figure out what works, what doesn't work, we're so much more informed going in. And it also shows that we're open to the feedback along the way. So thank you for the question.
Vice President Woodley, you're up.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Maxton. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. So the next question is related to board relationships. I know we touched on it on question number 2, so this is going more in depth. The superintendent must work closely with the board while also leading the day-to-day operations of the district. How would you define and maintain an effective board and superintendent relationship, including how you would communicate with trustees, support governance level decision-making, and navigate situations where board, staff, or community expectations may not fully align?
So I know I sort of answered some of this already, but I'll just expand upon what was already said. I think it's important to define the structure and the cadence for communication and collaboration together. And that may include some training and development together. I know along the way, I've been engaged in professional development with this board around board governance. We learn, when we learn together, we own together. So as we're defining what it looks like to work together, to have that cadence, to have that healthy dialogue, to know how we're going to disagree, because we will, and that's healthy. How will we do that respectfully? What will that look like? How will we respect each other's boundaries? How will we ensure that we're elevating the voice of everybody? How will I make sure that I'm supporting staff and being a buffer for information coming to them so that staff knows that I'm advocating for them and supporting them in the work that they need to do, while listening to the realities of the feedback that you receive as a board through public comment, through visits to schools. How can we be flexible and nimble with that? I believe it really comes down to having a regular cadence, and it starts with some relationship building. Like I said, getting to know you. What are your hopes and dreams for the future of this district? Why are you a trustee? I get the opportunity to tell you today why I'm interested in being your next superintendent, but why did you choose to be a trustee? What is the common ground that we have, and what are maybe some differences so that I know better how to work with each one of you? I also hope that through my focus on collaborating, elevating, and innovating, you realize that innovation may come with some mistakes. So having grace with me, that it's okay to make mistakes, because if we're going to innovate, that's how we do it. Did I run out of time? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to get used to the clock up there.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
4 minutes goes fast.
Yeah, it sure does.
Okay, I got the next one for you. This is a community and staff input theme. This question reflects the most common theme from the community survey raised by 17% of respondents, who emphasized the need for long-term leadership stability and a vision beyond a single budget cycle. What is your intended term of service as superintendent, and what strategies would you use to maintain your own effectiveness and longevity in the role while promoting leadership stability, organizational continuity, and improved outcomes for the district?
Thank you for the question.
You're welcome.
So I'm committed to this district. That's why I'm sitting here today. This is where I've grown as an educator and leader. This is my passion, not just as an employee of Washoe County School District, but as a parent whose kids went through this system, and as a community member that knows that public education is at the heart of everything we do as a community. I think about a book from Simon Sinek called The Infinite Game. And he talks about how in finite games, there's a clear beginning, middle, and end. There's a clear winner, there's a clear loser. Education is not a finite game, it's an infinite game. The goal of the game is to perpetuate the game. How do we always make education better tomorrow than it is today? That's the challenge of infinite leadership. Not making decisions about the here and now, but looking ahead, what's in the future. I think for me, committing to this community, committing to Washoe County School District, means taking responsibility, not just for some short-term results, but committing to that infinite game and our long-term stability, which means I invest in building trust, I listen to feedback, I have a relentless pursuit to improve student learning outcomes. With that mindset, I think the real question is, how will I ensure that the work lasts, perpetuates, grows, and is better year after year? I think about a recipe for long-term stability really boils down to we, not me. How are we uniting as a community? How are we uniting as a trustee and superintendent? Because if we build something together, it's sustainable. If we're committed to the people who are doing the work, it's sustainable. Having deep familiarity with the district already helps a lot, because I can hit the ground running. And I believe that when there's shared expectations, shared with the staff, shared with school leaders, shared with district leaders, shared with our board of trustees, shared with our community, I think longevity just follows naturally. It's not about refinement. It's not about reinventing things. It's about refining them to make a commitment for the long haul. I think the things that can stand in the way of that are lack of trust and lack of alignment. So attending to trust and keeping things aligned so that expectations from every level are the same goes a long ways. It gives us a clear why we're an organization, why we exist, why we're doing what we're doing. It sets structures for communication. We know change is on the horizon. It gives us a roadmap for how we navigate that change. It reminds us to always attend to the culture of our organization and to invest in our people. It reminds us to always get input and elevate voice. It reminds us to have shared accountability. And with that, I think I'm ready for the next question. Thank you.
Well,
Because I have 20 seconds left.
You did good. I'm going to ask you a real quick follow-up.
Sure.
Have you thought about the length of your tenure if everything was in alignment for you? And there's no right or wrong answer here. I'm just asking a question.
Okay, I'm just going to say I'm not ready to retire. I love this district. I don't have any plans for retiring. I want many years ahead, and I want to be part of great things. So I guess the question is, how long will the board have me?
Fair enough. Thank you. Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. Hello, Deputy McMaster. The theme of this question is strategic plan and priorities. How would you advance implementation of the district's strategic plan to ensure departments and schools are aligned, resources are directed towards strategic goals, progress is regularly monitored, and initiatives are sustained over time to produce measurable results?
Thank you for the question. I think that this reminds me of the story I started to talk about with coming to Trainer Middle School and doing the work around a shared vision and mission. And having the opportunity to refresh our strategic plan would provide me that same opportunity in partnership with that board, or this board, as it did with Trainer Middle School. When you have that shared ownership of a strategic plan, a roadmap moving forward, and you're constantly collecting data, reporting back on that, I think that is where the strategy comes in. That's where the purposeful intention happens. When I think about our organizational continuity, we have, excuse me, I apologize. Let me just read the question one more time. When I think about our current strategic plan and the work that we've done around milestones and momentum and coming forward to this board on a regular cadence and reporting out on each goal that this board has determined as a priority for our organization, it not only has provided you with insight as Board of Trustees to see where we're going, keep your finger on the pulse of things, but it holds us accountable as staff. We know that these presentations are coming up. We know when the reporting structure is. So we know the measures, and we know how to backwards plan, just like I talked about at my time at Pine Middle School as a math teacher. Backwards planning. If this is the goal, how are we going to get there? What's the action steps that we need to take? What are the reporting structures? How do we backwards plan? Each chief in our organization has what we call deliverables, and they're really tied to the strategic plan. It's where everybody takes ownership of different aspects of it and collects that information along the way. It allows us to figure out the supports and structures that need to be in place so that we can make those mid-course adjustments. I do feel like it's a gift that the strategic plan is due for a refresh. There are parts of it that have really come to an end. I mean, we've made great gains with expanding clubs and activities, but we're using all of our slots. creating more clubs may not be the answer. How can we take the clubs that we have and make them even better? Who's participating in the clubs? What are those barriers? Maybe those are the questions that we ask. It's time to take the great things that we're doing and tweak them a little bit. What's the next step? I think the core tenets of the strategic plan are really good. We spent a lot of time. I know many of you in this room were on those committees. I know I was. I know most of the people sitting behind me were. A lot of time and effort went into building the strategic plan that we have. The structure of it is good. The question is, how do we make those little tweaks to that so that we can have accountability structures to hold ourselves accountable, for the board to hold us accountable, for the community to hold us accountable, but most importantly, for students to hold us accountable because they deserve our best.
Hello, Deputy McMaster. So I'm going to read the question, and then if you would like, please feel free to take a moment. So I am not going to judge your response by how quickly you respond. Make sure to take a moment. If you'd like to gather your thoughts and then start, please do. Okay. So my question is on culture. How would you assess employee morale and organizational culture across the district, including among school police, education support professionals, school psychologists, professional technical employees, principals, educators, and district leadership? Based on what you learn, what specific actions would you take to build on strengths and address areas needing improvement?
Great, thank you for the question. I think about when I entered my principalship at Westergaard Elementary School, and I think the staff would admit to you that when I entered as their principal, they were divided. There was a lack of trust, and they were at the point where they were questioning their own individual value. It broke my heart to sit one-on-one and listen to all of their stories. But by doing that, I found some common ground. I learned that every single one of the staff members cared deeply about that school. It was a very veteran staff. Many of them, I think 2/3 had been teaching for over 20 years in that school. Their kids had gone to that school. The community, the partnership with parents wasn't just a teacher-parent partnership. They were their neighbors. They saw them at the grocery store. Their kids grew up together. They were in sports together. I mean, this was some deep-rooted connection. So by listening to that, I was able to discover that that was why this disconnect with the staff hurt so deeply. I was able to find some common ground, and it started with some just minor operational issues. There was some common themes from every staff member about some little operational adjustments, so I made those right away. And they felt valued and heard because we made little adjustments. And in a way that sort of brought them together because they were able to see they did have a common ground on something. Then as we continued, the importance of, eating with people, having monthly potlucks with the staff, that really started to bring us together even more. And then, like I said, that was a staff of people that were incredible experts. And elevating them as educators, asking them to lead professional development, asking them to form and lead committees, partnering with our PTA, we were able to bring the family back together again and unite a community. So when you ask me about employee morale in organizations, I would use that same process of engaging. I may not be able to engage one-on-one, but if I cast a wider net by leveraging my chiefs in my departments and all of the leaders in our organization, and we make a commitment to listening and learning from our staff, what's some common ground, some things that we're doing right, what are maybe some things organizationally that seem to be a common issue that we need to deal with. Making commitments to form committees, have regular cadence, meeting with our associations, and I think always having follow-up. What are the action steps we're going to take away? And they can't just be my action steps. What are the shared action steps that we're both going to commit to move forward? Investments in climate and culture is what changes an organization. People will do anything when they feel like they belong. So making sure that everyone has ownership in where we're headed, everyone sees how they fit into a strategic plan, helps them feel valued and heard. Making sure they know how they belong, seeing how they fit in things, and knowing that they, each individual person, is an important contributor to that is essential.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Deputy Master. Okay, the theme of my question is classroom technology. This question reflects community interest and how the district will responsibly steward technology, particularly as artificial intelligence rapidly transforms education, the workforce, and the skills students will need after graduation. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally transforming education and the world our students are graduating into. What does WCSD under your leadership look like related to AI use, proficiency, governancy over the next 5 years?
Thank you for the question, Peyton. Nice to see you. I think when I talk about my entry plan being grounded in collaborate, elevate, and innovate, this is really the innovation part. AI is upon us, and it's moving faster than we can navigate. I think we've done a lot of work in terms of coming up with some policies in our district and some guidance. We've formed a committee of teachers throughout our district at different levels to help navigate. We've reached out to our higher education institutions. What is UNR doing? What is TMCC doing? And trying to align our work with what is happening in higher education institutions. It's scary, uncharted territory, I will have to be honest. The possibilities for students to cheat, for the possibilities to take away some of the powerful human experiences that are critical and at the core of public education scares me. To think about professional judgment being taken away, that scares me. To think about students entering a world of AI and not knowing what they're getting themselves into and not being critical consumers of technology, that scares me. But what has me excited about AI is the opportunities to be more efficient. I think about all of the time that teachers put into these incredible lesson plans, and I know when teachers say, okay, well, how am I going to adjust this for my different learners? What about my English language learners? What about my special education students? How am I going to navigate and plan all of this? Well, AI has some tools that can help with that. And if it can help our teachers with planning and preparation and make their job just a little bit easier, that's a pretty good something. I have to say I'm a little worried when it comes to student data and the use of AI. I think that that's something that's still very human and has to be human because relying on AI to interpret student data can be very problematic. So having really tight parameters on what AI can help with and what AI should not help with. I think as we look over the next 5 years, change is coming. There's no doubt. It's about how we manage that change. How can we look forward and gain insight into what that's going to look like? How can we attend to the communication along the way? How can we engage various stakeholders to get information from them on what it looks like? How can we listen to students? Because you know probably better than I do. You're probably a much better navigator of AI than I am. So how do we listen to our students and partner with them? How do we take teachers doing innovative things, doing pilots, and learn from them what works, what doesn't work? How can we create a network of students, teachers, families, district personnel, where we're learning from AI and navigating it together? while it's keeping really tight parameters to ensure our students stay safe.
So we're going to boomerang back to me and go around this way. So my second question is around student behavior. How would you address aggressive or unsafe behavior directed towards educators and site-based staff, including strategies to support employees' safety, respond to harm or harassment, and help students access constructive behavioral and mental health supports?
Let me just say that student and staff safety is the number one priority. Whether it's our number one priority for the district, for school police, for school administrators, making sure that we have safe places to learn and work is essential. It's not about criminalization. It's about making sure that we have trusted adults for every student in every building. And sometimes that trusted adult can be school police, it can be a counselor, it can be a mental health professional, a social worker, a teacher, an administrator. It doesn't matter, but every student needs to have a trusted adult. So really attending to that is the proactive step that has to be in place. Kids make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes. And we are here and we have the gift of being able to guide them in a better and more productive direction. There are certain things that we cannot have tolerance for. We cannot have weapons in our schools. We cannot have violence in our schools. We can't have drugs in our schools. But how are we going to address that? It's not just one person. That becomes a community problem. If things like that are happening, it's because it's happening in our community. This is our community. We have shared ownership in that. I think it really starts with looking at data, constantly looking at the data, our discipline data with the school district, the data through school police. What are the trends telling us? What's getting better? What needs attention? It really helps us with deploying our resources. I think about, just starting with outside of the school and just traffic safety and our safe routes to school is essential, and just making sure students can get to school safely. The power of that is they can work with agencies outside, like for example, working with the city of Reno recently and adding flashers so that students had a safer route to school. Always having emergency management plans, not just at every single school site, but as a district. Making sure that those plans are updated annually so we're prepared, we know how to navigate things, doing our drills, making sure that people understand what secured campus means and doesn't mean, what do we do during those situations, making sure the protocols at our schools are in the sub-binders so when we have guest teachers coming to our school, they know what to expect, making sure we have our strategic system working so that we can rapidly respond to issues. And when we're dealing with student discipline issues, we're dealing with a human being. There isn't always one answer. Yes, we have a behavior manual that helps guide and helps us navigate how we're going to address these issues, but we're dealing with students. So it's really important to have that student-centered approach and do things in partnership with the families, giving them the resources they need, whether that's mental health resources, community resources. We have wonderful family resource centers. Oftentimes when students are exhibiting student behaviors that are less than what we expect, we find that there's a root to that problem. Why are they acting that way? And how can we help support that? So when I think about addressing student discipline issues, I think it has to be done collectively. I think we have to have open doors and lean into issues. I think we have to work in partnership with our associations because we do have to protect our staff and we have to make sure that they have the tools to do their job and feel supported. It looks like dropping everything when a staff member asks for help.
Thank you.
Okay, question number 10. This is a community input theme that surrounds student outcomes. This question reflects concerns raised by 15% of the community survey respondents who emphasized improving student outcomes and expectations, addressing Nevada's academic standing, and carefully balancing the role of standardized testing with meaningful learning. Here's the question. What strategies would you use to improve student learning and whole child outcomes, prioritize evidence-based practices to strengthen academic achievement, and measure student success beyond test scores and graduation rates?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to refer back to our strategic plan once again, because there's some incredible goals in there, and if we really take our time to look at the goals in our strategic plan, I think that provides the guide that answers this question. When we commit to a strong start for every child and leverage science of reading, expand pre-K, we are giving students a jump start to a strong education. When we take that as an opportunity to build trust with our families and partner with them for the long journey ahead through graduation, we are setting a foundation for this work to happen. When we think about goal 2, student voice and advocacy, if we are really going to look at student outcomes beyond test scores, we have to listen to our students. We've done a great job of expanding student voice. Students are learning to speak up at their schools about topics that are important to them. Administrators are starting to bring students into decision-making at their school site. Through the Student Voice Conference that happened just last Friday, students were learning to grapple with problems across our whole entire district. Student voice is being elevated. And as I told the students at the Student Voice Conference, it's not just about elevating your voice, which is important. It's about elevating the voice of others. The voices of the people who are silent, who may not speak up, and the voice of the people who have been silenced. That is a very important data point. Think about the student that I talked to you about who was in the algebra class when I was in high school. He wasn't willing to speak up for himself, but it was because I took the time to listen and find out why that I was able to learn from him and advocate for him to be able to approach his learning in a different way. When I think about evidence-based practice, well, first off, our curriculum is evidence-based. We go through a rigorous curriculum adoption process, and we're able to vet it against academic content standards to ensure that we have alignment. But a textbook is not a curriculum. It's a resource for the curriculum. It's a marriage between our standards, the curriculum resources, and the beauty, the art of teaching that happens in the middle there. That's the curriculum. That's how we advance what's happening in our classrooms. So if we want to advance student learning outcomes, a key part of this is providing professional development for our educators, investing in them, because they're the ones that directly impact our students. Sorry, I was just doing a time check there. When we think about whole child, it goes back to that trusted adult in every single school and making sure that there's somebody to advocate for every kid, just like that student I was talking about when I was in high school. Not giving up on them, being persistent, never taking no for an answer, looking for solutions, finding why, trying things that may not work, but continuing to persist. We need to provide our educators with the resources to do that, because the answer should never be, well, I don't have the resources to help that child. That's not acceptable, and we need to provide our educators with the tools they need to do their job. Constantly working with our research and evaluation team to assess the effectiveness of all of those programs and make tweaks, like I mentioned earlier with Benchmark, by bringing in Haggerty and bringing in supplements. But we don't do that if we don't listen.
Okay, you're down to the final third of the questions. How you feeling?
Great.
All right.
Who doesn't love interviewing? This is fantastic.
Great. Okay, question 11. The superintendent role requires making difficult decisions in environments with competing stakeholder expectations and high public visibility. Please describe a tough or unpopular decision that you were responsible for, and what you learned from that experience, and how you would apply those lessons as superintendent when exercising judgment, communicating decisions, and leading through complex or controversial issues.
Thank you for the question. I think about coming to Trainer Middle School as a principal, and it was very clear when I came to the school that there was intense school improvement efforts that needed to happen. That didn't land well with all of the staff who was there day in and day out, doing a lot of hard work. They felt a little bit defeated. And so spending the time to really listen to them and build that vision together and let them own the roadmap or the plan for school improvement was really essential. When I think about leading change, that's the first part of leading change. How do you set a vision as a leader? How do you get people to buy in to that vision? How do you get them to see themselves belonging and advancing that vision? That's a key component to really start the process. Once that vision is set, you have to have a plan to implement that vision. You have to have leaders that are going to take on different components. I think about our strategic plan, and we had different individuals who really own different aspects and action steps within the strategic plan. It was their job to advocate for that one action step and make sure we never lost sight of it. It's the same thing in a building at Trainer when our teacher leaders in every single department owned a part of our school improvement plan. It really made a difference. We were able to then say, we can't do this work alone. We need more resources. We were able to advocate and work and get grants to bring it into the school, to bring in new initiatives. We brought in people that provided the professional development and coaching that we so needed. And I share that story because it wasn't popular when I first came in. And I'll tell you, part of the reason it wasn't popular was because when I became principal, it wasn't at the start of the year. I didn't get the grace of being able to do this right when the school year started. I had to do this. I came in October and had to start this process. And I thought, okay, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do it slow. I'm going to build relationships. But in hindsight, I actually think that moving slow was a mistake in that case, because we had such incredible momentum with the staff. They were so eager to do the work. They were so vested in it. They would have been ready to go earlier on. And I thought about that. You know, I waited until the end of the year. I got my end of the year assessments and thought, wow, we can do better than this. So I think about the mistake that I made was not moving a little bit faster in that case. I was afraid to take a risk, and I think I learned from that mistake. I'm not always afraid to take risks anymore. When it's clear that the data is telling you to do something, you know you've got the right people in the right place, and we're primed to move forward, we need to take the risk, because that's what innovation is.
Thank you, and we have Vice President Woodley up.
All right, thank you. All right, the next question is related to budget constraints. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, thank you.
Yes, outstanding. The district continues to face significant fiscal challenges. Why are you the right leader to help the district navigate these budget constraints, make difficult decisions, and maintain focus on student outcomes, staff support, and long-term organizational stability?
So I've had the benefit of being in the district long enough to be involved in different budget challenges. Back in 2023, when the legislative session brought historical increases in our educator salaries and all of our support staff, We had a notable 20% increase in salaries. It was a time to celebrate. We had more money. We had ESSER funding coming in that we were trying to figure out how to navigate post-COVID and spend this ESSER money. It was a time of a lot of money coming in, and we had to step back as a leadership team and say, okay, what is our priorities? What is our strategic plan telling us? How are we going to spend this money? What are the priorities outlined in the strategic plan? What barriers exist? How are we going to leverage that money in the right place at the right time? Then you fast forward just a few years later, and here we are with 2 years in a row of over a $25 million budget deficit. The process was no different. How are we going to navigate a budget deficit? Well, we're going to get together as a team. We're going to look at all of the budgets. We're going to analyze them, do a deep dive, try to be forward thinking as much as possible, keep cuts away from our schools. We went through a whole process where each chief looked at budgets, tiered all of the budget expenses. We looked intensely at our contracts. How can we scale back contracts? How can we shave off little bits here and there to save money over time? That work was intense. It was brutal, and I'm not going to tell you that we agreed on everything because we didn't. But we all engaged in the work. We all did 10% budget cut scenarios and what that would look like, and many times that was not a pretty landscape to look at. But it was important that we all did that so we had a clear picture of what our options were and what decisions we had to make. It helped us with navigating what should come forward to this board. We were able to analyze things and bring back really solid information to this board to make those decisions. So when you asked me about why I'm the right leader for the district this time, I know that history. I know how to navigate it. I also know that we have a legislative session ahead. And Nevada is very interesting in their funding structure when you compare it to other districts across the country. We have about 15% of our budget comes from the federal level. And in most districts across the state, there's pretty even split between local and state funding. That's not really the case in Nevada. In Nevada, 55% of our funding comes from the state. That means advocacy at the state level in Nevada means something different and more important than in other states. So when you talk about the future, we've got a legislative session coming up, and really looking at per pupil funding and navigating the budget challenges at the state level is going to be a very, very important aspect of navigating our budget landscape here at the district level. Give me just a second. I want to make sure I answered that all. So when we think about student outcomes and supporting our staff, I will just close with we have been able to navigate all of the recent budget deficit challenges by keeping that away from students and from staff to the greatest extent possible. We did some forecasting and were able to hold jobs and not fill them so that we can minimize impact, and I make that commitment moving forward.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay. Question 13 is around family engagement, and this is a theme that came from parents and family. It reflects concerns raised by 14% of community survey respondents who felt disconnected and identified a lack of communication as a point of frustration. Given concerns expressed by families regarding trust, communication, and engagement, how would you strengthen relationships between families and schools and build sustainable, authentic partnerships across the district?
So I think I'll start by sharing a story. When I was principal at Westergaard Elementary School, we had an issue with the traffic in the morning and parent parking. It's a very difficult single road in front of the school to navigate. And I remember a lot of conflict occurring. We would have parents upset at each other over double parking. We would have students coming in upset because their parent was upset. We would have staff upset because they tried to address something and got in a predicament that was not a fun way to start a day. And I thought, what are we doing here? This is just ridiculous. We are all better than this. How can we address this in a positive way? At the time, I was working to form partnerships with some of the local businesses, and one of the things that they were doing is they wanted to promote their business, so they were giving me some gift cards. And I didn't know what I was going to do with these gift cards. And so then I thought, well, positive behavior incentives with students, we change behaviors by providing them with incentives. So we started as a staff, instead of engaging with families that were not doing the right thing, we started engaging in families that were doing the right thing. We passed out raffle tickets, said thank you for following our protocols with drop off and pickup. Thank you for making sure your child gets to school safe. And then people started saying, why did they get a ticket? What was that for? And word started to spread. So then we started doing monthly raffles and giving away a cup of coffee to people for following our safety protocols. And parents were partnering with us in a positive way. And I share that story because when I think about partnering with our families and building trust, it happens through taking an issue that's important to them, finding some common ground, celebrating areas where we can be creative and innovative, and making those partnerships last. That simple interaction with parents about the parent safety raffle really bled into our parent-teacher organization. They were giving our teachers money for their classroom, and it was wonderful and it was great, and they were so generous. But we didn't have Smarter Balance Assessment implemented yet at the time, but we knew it was on the horizon, and we didn't have technology in our school. So we came to our parents and we said, here's our issue, here's our problem, how can you help us solve it? And they were so generous and they helped us solve it. We were able to get laptop carts for every grade level in advance of our Smarter Balance testing, so our students could practice their keyboarding skills and prepare to take an assessment online. So when I hear that parents have a concern, when I hear they're expressing better or a need for better communication, I lean into that. What does better communication look like to you? What would you like to see in our organization? I hope to do those things through my listening and learning tour to find out, just like I said earlier with defining support with this board, what does support look like? I hope to define with our community, with our families, what does support look like to you? What does trust look like to you? What does true engagement and better communication look like? Because I will tell you, we have a lot of people doing an incredible amount of work. Our family school partnership team is amazing in their ability to connect with families. Our communication department is stellar in their work, trying to leverage social media platforms, Connect Ed. We try every day to engage in our families. So if parents are saying this, I want to go back to that question of why? Why do you not feel that way? What is your definition? What does that look like to you? And how can we make that happen? Yes.
Okay, back to me. Question number 14, community relationships. What specific steps would you take early in your tenure to build and strengthen relationships with community partners, local governments, and organizations across Washoe County in support of district goals?
So I look forward to the opportunity to share my entry plan with you around the theme of collaborate, elevate, and innovate. It's really, the answer to this question is really woven into that. Through the initial phase of listening and learning and engaging in feedback around the strategic plan, and moving forward with regular cycles of engagement. Just one second. We have an incredible community and community partners that want nothing more than to help support our district. I think about strengthen our community, joining with us on our chronic absenteeism initiative. We would not be where we are today if it wasn't for their help and support. Advocating for expansion of our family resource centers and our middle school engagement middle school engagement program. That would not happen without the interconnected support of all of our community partners, local governments, and organizations. I would want to establish partnerships with key stakeholders in all of these different areas. I know that Superintendent Ernst has a regular cadence of a roundtable meeting with community partners. I would want to continue that work. I know that going and working with all these organizations on their initiatives, so it's not just what can you give to us, it's what can we give to you is really important. I think a prime example of that is last winter, the executive leadership team all decided to give back to our community and went to the Food Bank of Northern Nevada and volunteered our time as a collective group. Just because of all they do for our organization, we wanted to somehow give back. So when I think about a partnership is two-way. How can we support this two-way interaction and not just advance student learning outcomes and the mission of our district, but how can we help support them and their work and their commitment and service to our community? Like I said, our community partners really do want what's best for our district. Their heart is in the right place. It's not that whether or not they want to help, they just want to know how to help. And so figuring out what are their resources, what are our resources, how can we help each other navigate is really important. I think about some really important changes ahead where we're going to be relying on these community partners. We just voted to initiate a repurposing framework. We have some closed schools that we're going to be figuring out what we're going to do with them. So when we close schools, if we get to the point where we're looking at external partnerships for our closed schools, that's going to be new uncharted territory for us. We're going to be navigating relationships that we've never entered into before. It's exciting and it's great opportunities, and thinking about the opportunities that could provide for our entire community and re-envisioning what a closed school could be and how it could be of benefit to the students and adults in our community is a really exciting thing. But I'm not an expert in real estate transactions. I'm not an expert in how to navigate the NRS 277 and 393 of how you do interlocal agreements and exchange property. But I sure know people who are experts in that, and relying on those experts to help us navigate that uncharted territory. We have community partners that want to partner with us and help this happen and for the betterment of our community. So how do we tap into those resources? It's all about relationship and a commitment that goes two ways.
All right, here we go. Final question. Association relationships. Our strength as a district depends on unity, trust, and shared commitment to students and strong relationships with employees and employee associations. Under Nevada's collective bargaining framework, how would you maintain and then continue strengthening productive labor management relationships while balancing employee needs, fiscal stewardship, and long-term stability of the district?
Our organization is built on people, and our people are the ones who care for our students. And our associations are there to support the members of their association and partner with us as a district. So when we have shared ownership in what that path forward looks like, it's essential. Again, with the opportunity to be refreshing the strategic plan, having every member of every association represented in those decisions, giving us feedback is going to be essential. They help define the roadmap. They help define the vision moving forward. Regular cadence and meetings with our associations is essential. That way we can talk about themes, big picture items, what are trends coming, I had the opportunity to share with associations what changes on the horizon and get their input. They get the opportunity to share trends from their members. It's a wonderful partnership, and I've been able to sit in on all of those association meetings with our superintendent over the past couple of years and have a regular cadence for those meetings and very much enjoy that partnership. But it doesn't stop there. It's about regular communication along the way, picking up the phone about little things before they become big things. Being able to navigate and fix small problems is really important, and our associations have the opportunity to elevate the voice of sometimes one, sometimes many, but no matter what it is, when they elevate that voice, we listen. I think about just the other day, I had an association president reach out about a staffing shortage issue at one of the schools. I wasn't aware of that, but because of that communication, within an hour, we were able to get support out to the school to fix that problem and commit to some ongoing supports for the school moving forward. It's about that relationship and being able to pick up the phone and make that phone call that made the difference for that educator that very one day. But investing in those relationships and working to build a collaborative partnership is essential. I've also had the opportunity to serve on the negotiating team for some of our associations. So I see behind the scenes about, some of the interesting navigation of really confidential information and the back and forth dialogue and how we come up with ideas and bring things to the table that sometimes work and sometimes don't. And we send each other off with homework, explore this idea, explore that idea. And when I think about the term negotiated agreement, it is just that. It's an agreement. It's an agreement between our labor associations and the school district about how we are going to support our personnel moving forward. I think one of the challenges, like I said, in a couple of years ago, we were able to provide historic salary increases to our employees that were so well deserved, but I'm really realistic in the financial landscape moving forward. I wish I could say that this next legislative session has a big pot of money that's going to be going to our educators, but I don't know that that will be the case. We certainly will be advocating to increase per pupil funding, but when changes happen with financial landscape, we have to be honest with our associations and partner with them and help navigate the roads ahead. When I think about long-term stability of our district, it's just a continued commitment to our employees.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, that concludes the board's questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughtful responses. Now at this time, we're going to invite you to provide a closing statement, and you can take up to 5 minutes on that.
Thank you, President Mayberry and every member of the Board of Trustees. I really appreciate your time today. I want to thank my family for being here today and sitting in the audience. I want to thank all of the leadership team members who are sitting behind me today, and thank all of the families, students, staff members, either here or who have just instilled trust in me over the years. That means a lot to me. I think I'm uniquely positioned to be your next superintendent in that I have led at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. When I think about students entering elementary school, I want them to have a strong start. I want their parents to trust us for years to come. I want them to leave elementary school with the foundations that they need to be successful in life. I want them to have a big dream for the future. So how do we do that? Well, making sure that we attend to reading and numeracy foundational skills by grade 3, and that no student leaves elementary school without those foundational skills. We do that by investing in the science of reading and the science of math. It's also important in elementary school that we develop a foundation of self-management skills in our students so that they're empowered to navigate their educational journey ahead. And it starts with a commitment to developing student clarity and having students own their learning. In middle school, I want every kid to be engaged in their learning. I want them to love learning, but I want them to know that they belong. So how do we do that? We attend to chronic absenteeism. We engage students by putting their phones away, providing high-quality instruction, listening to student voice, giving them a trusted adult, and making sure our middle schools are safe places to work and learn. In high school, I want every student to leave empowered for the future that they choose, ensuring that all students have access and opportunity to the pathway that they choose. I want their dreams that they started out with in elementary school to become goals by the time they leave. I want them to know that they matter and that they mean something in this world. How do we do that? Through rigorous support, knowing that all students can graduate, through career and technical education and internship opportunities, partnering with business and industry to expose them to things they've never been exposed to before, by honoring our electives in the arts, music, STEM education to bring passion to their learning, by ensuring we attend to advanced coursework, AP, IB, concurrent enrollment, dual credit, by celebrating their identity through their various clubs and activities, by expanding that awareness that they had in middle school for others, and making sure that they become advocates and the voice for all, making sure every student leaves us with a post-graduation plan. Real leadership doesn't start with direction or strategy. It starts with a belief in our students, a belief that they can do great things in their future. Public education is not simply a system that delivers instruction. It's an institution that inspires hope and carries trust. When we are clear about our purpose, when students believe that they belong, when educators believe that their work matters, and when communities believe that schools are moving forward, innovation stops feeling risky and starts feeling necessary. I am committed to this district. I'm committed to putting our students first. My entry plan will provide a roadmap to collaborating, elevating, and innovating, and putting those words into action. Working in partnership with this board to refresh our strategic plan, managing the change that I know is on the horizon, elevating our student voice, staff voice, community voice, parent voice in our decisions, and advocating for a better tomorrow will be how we partner moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the board, thank you for your, okay. Okay, on behalf of the board, thank you for your participation in today's interview and for your demonstrated commitment to Washoe County. Deputy McMaster, we appreciate you. So now we're going to move to public comment. And I believe we have a handful of public comments.
Brandy Vesco. She might have left. Mitchell Brown Silveria.
President, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mitchell Brown Silvera, and I'm with Northern Nevada Indivisible. I'm here to express my disappointment in how the board made plans to promote the deputy superintendent without posting the job or having public comment before making a choice. My organization relies on transparency and respect for constituents as the cornerstones of good governance, and the foundation of trust between citizens and elected officials. This action by the board erodes that trust. I'm not sure if the job was specifically one that is normally filled in this manner, or if the board chose expediency over transparency. If the policy for choosing a person for this position allows the board to make this decision without public input, then perhaps the policy should be changed. If the board simply made a unilateral decision to handle it this way, then I worry that the board is overstepping its power and not giving other applicants a chance at the job, as well as not giving the public a chance to comment before an interview process, as is typical with county executive positions. This is in no way an opinion on the person that you have considered for the job. Please consider going back to a more transparent hiring process and making it a requirement for future hirings in these sort of positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrienne Bemis.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry and members of the board. It's an honor to be here. My name is Adrienne Bemis, and I teach 3rd grade at Westergaard Elementary. I am here to express my support for Tiffany McMaster as our next superintendent. I had the privilege of working with Mrs. McMaster as a 1st grade teacher when she came to Westergaard in 2013 as our principal. And my children were attending Westergaard too. So I'm sharing my perspective with you today as both an educator and as a parent. What I experienced during those years with Mrs. McMaster was not just effective leadership, it was transformational leadership. I had a front row seat to this excellence, watching her raise staff morale, strengthening our school community, connecting with students, and creating a culture where our school family felt valued, supported, and motivated to succeed. It was a beautiful example of real leadership. Mrs. McMaster leads with a combination of professionalism, grace, humility, and heart. She holds high expectations while making students, staff, and families feel seen and heard. That balance is exactly what our district needs. Beyond her character, Mrs. McMaster's experience as an educator is unmatched. She has served our district for more than 25 years as a teacher and a principal at every level, an area superintendent, and as our deputy superintendent. And she also understands our district from every angle: classrooms, campuses, and central office. She is not someone who needs to learn our organization, especially during this busy time of year. She already knows it, and she's already doing meaningful work. She builds strong teams, she inspires trust, she leads with integrity. Mrs. McMaster has demonstrated and continues to demonstrate her commitment, effectiveness, and deep understanding of our community. Choosing Mrs. McMaster proves that you are dedicated to the momentum and stability and focus our district has been building over the past few years. It tells our families and community that you value continuity rather than starting over during a time when our students and staff need steady leadership. And I can say without hesitation that I was blessed to have been a teacher under her leadership. Mrs. McMaster made a lasting impact on me. Having her as my principal 13 years ago was a powerful moment in my early career. My children and I have been profoundly impacted by her love of education and this community. So to have her as our superintendent would be a true gift. What a wonderful position you are in. You are charged with moving our district forward in a positive direction centered on stability and strength. And how fortunate for you that our next leader is sitting right in this room, ready to lead our district. You've seen her transformational leadership. So I strongly encourage you to champion Tiffany McMaster as our next superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bemis. Appreciate that very much.
Debbie McDowell.
Good evening, Ms. McDowell.
Good evening. Dear President and members of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, my name is Debbie McDowell. I would like to speak in support of Tiffany McMaster as the next superintendent of the Washoe County School District. I worked closely with Mrs. McMaster for 2 years as her administrative secretary during her first principalship at Westergaard Elementary School, so I had the opportunity to see her leadership firsthand. Her 2 years as deputy superintendent have provided valuable preparation for this role. Working alongside Superintendent Ernst has given her direct, hands-on experience with the responsibility, challenges, and decisions that come with helping lead a district this size. She has been at the table, attending important meetings, and helping make the decisions that affect the entire district. No one else currently employed by the Washoe County School District has that same combination of district-wide leadership experience and established knowledge of the schools, staff, and day-to-day realities. An outside candidate may have served as superintendent somewhere else, but that is not the same as knowing this district. It is not the same as understanding Washoe County School District's people, its challenges, its strengths, and the dedicated employees who serve this community every day. Mrs. McMaster has built proven relationships with families, staff, and community leaders. In my view, her steady advancement has reflected not ego or ambition, but a sincere desire to serve and to be a reliable, steady influence in the district. Her allegiance to Washoe County School District is something we can count on. Washoe County School District does not need a leader who must first learn this district. It needs a leader who already knows it, believes in it, and is ready to lead now. I respectfully encourage you to vote yes for Tiffany McMaster as the next superintendent of Washoe County Schools. Thank you for your time.
Daniel Marple.
Daniel, welcome back.
Thank you.
We should have had you go first, I'm sorry.
Good evening, and thank you for having me back up here. My name is Dr. Daniel Marble, and I currently serve as a special educator in the Washoe County School District. It's actually been my main role in Washoe County, and I'm here to speak in support of candidate McMaster. I met Tiffany at Trainer Middle School, and Trainer, as she shared earlier, was a school that needed a lot of school improvement, and it wasn't her vision. She brought everybody together, and through the vision that we built together as a team, we directly impacted student learning outcomes, specifically with special education students. Special education students directly improved on their SBAC scores with the work that we did around the standard with NBAC standards and whatnot. Beyond that, she really takes her time to get to know her staff, gets to know who they are as people, and she champions them through their successes. I shared that I wanted to pursue my doctoral studies and enter into higher levels of leadership, and she took me under her wing and has guided me through my entire career. So that ability to build capacity is exactly what a superintendent should do, because she cares about people and she cares about students, and she brings that together to elevate student learning outcomes. And that's what we all want to achieve here in Washoe County School District and in education in general. With that being said, she will put her heart into this role, and I believe she would be an excellent superintendent for Washoe County School District. Thank you for your time.
Shelby Benzing.
Good afternoon, Shelby. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelby Benzing. I am a former student of ECT High School, and I had the privilege of having Miss McMaster as my principal for 3 years while I was there. I had the opportunity to see what a good leader and educator she is, and how much she cares about students. Her guidance was a valuable part in my high school journey and a significant reason why I just finished up my 3rd year at UNR. I strongly support her as the next interim superintendent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Shelby.
Teresa Quintana.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry and Washoe County School District Board.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you. My name is Teresa Quintana. I'm the principal at Desert Skies Middle School. I appreciate the opportunity to share my insight into why I feel that Tiffany McMasters will be the best fit for our next superintendent. I'm here to strongly support Deputy Superintendent McMasters as the next superintendent of the Washoe County School District. She has helped drive a clear vision that is producing results: higher student attendance, increased graduation rates, and fewer behavioral issues. Her experience as a middle school principal, elementary school principal, and high school principal, and area superintendent gives her a deep system-wide perspective. Having dedicated her entire career to Washoe County School District, she knows our community, our schools, and our students. And we know and trust her. It's easy to be drawn to the idea of a shiny new leader, but we have seen the cost of looking outside our community before. Those decisions led to setbacks and a loss of valuable time spent without a consistent, focused vision. Today, we do have that vision. Under Superintendent Ernst, alongside Deputy McMasters, the district has established a strong, effective plan that is already delivering results. Starting over now would disrupt that progress and create unnecessary uncertainty for staff and leadership. Deputy Superintendent McMasters has shown unwavering commitment to our district and our community. She is uniquely positioned to sustain and build on the momentum we have achieved. Rather than starting over, we have the opportunity to move forward with proven leadership and continue the meaningful progress already underway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Principal Quintana.
Catherine Phillips.
Good afternoon, Board. I am Kate Phillips. I'm the Assistant Principal at Desert Skies, and I'm speaking today to share my support of Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster to be our new superintendent. As you guys are well aware, one of our district's guiding principles is trust, and as you know, trust takes time to develop and is demonstrated through actions. Looking outside for a new leader does not demonstrate belief in this guiding principle. An outside candidate search shows a lack of trust in a leader who has proven herself through decades of service to our district at nearly every level, from teacher and beyond. Deputy McMaster has proven her dedication to our district and to our students through her continuous and dedicated service. Recently, I worked with Deputy Superintendent McMaster when she was our area superintendent. She's always been supportive of our efforts to improve our school and to serve our students in the best way we can. As you know, Desert Skies has been steadily improving, and we've been racking up stars. Much of that success can be attributed to her guidance and her approval and letting us pilot new approaches and routines to serve our community. It's time for Washoe County to walk the talk and recognize the great people who are already in our district, leaders who are demonstrating the district's guiding principles and supporting our students and staff daily. Deputy Superintendent McMaster has been demonstrating the district's guiding principles for decades and would be a steady, trustworthy, and proven leader who knows our district better than any outside candidate, and she's ready to lead on day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Sarah Johnson.
Hello, Ms. Johnson.
Hello, I'm Sarah Johnson, and I'm a teacher at Westergaard Elementary School. I've worked in the district for 15 years, owing much of that to Tiffany McMaster. I originally was hired in 2003, and I taught 2 years. I took some time off to stay home with my kids. I heard of an opening at Westergaard. I applied, I interviewed, and I got the job. It was not easy going back into teaching after being home for 7 years. Tiffany did a great job checking in with me regularly to make sure that I was successful. She truly cares for the staff members who she works with. She is so knowledgeable, taking the time to help me understand many of the changes that were taking place in education. Her biggest reason for wanting me to be successful was that she is passionate about education and the students she represents. She wanted to make sure that I had all the tools that I needed to help my students grow and flourish. She met with me personally on many occasions, as well as set me up with a mentor who I met with regularly to help me with those first few years of stepping back into the role of a teacher. She has high expectations for students, teachers, and staff. She created an environment where we all felt heard and cared for. Personally, I was very disappointed when she was offered another position in the district and she moved schools. She had very big shoes to fill. I did love hearing about her successes at the middle school and high schools where she worked. Wherever she went, she left a trail of positivity and academic impact. I have seen her several times since working with her. She still takes the time to make me feel appreciated and important. She has worked tirelessly to build up a positive reputation for herself among Washoe County staff members, students, and families.
Thank you so much.
The board received emails from Lindsay Burchars, Nick Pfaff, Scott McMaster, Robin Blunden, Brittany Culbertson, Jean Zordell, Jenny DeMonte, Debbie Koch, Tristan McElhaney, Lino DeMelchi, Matthew Boer, Dr. Chris Turner, Amanda Schlatter, Tavia Williams, Michelle Zukowski, Stephanie Smith, Melissa Carson, and Rebecca Berman.
Thank you. Okay, team. What I'd like to do is we'll stay in session here. I'd like to give you maybe 5 minutes to kind of get your thoughts and take some notes quietly. If you're okay with that, then we'll start a discussion. Okay? Totally optional. Yeah, I think wait for Trustee Smith to come back. You okay with that? Okay, then don't use it, yeah. It's the same. Mr. Owen, we do have a question for you, if we can get you up to the dais. Clerk Hall, go ahead.
Yep. Either, yeah, doesn't matter. I just wanted, because this is a new piece for the hiring of a superintendent, I believe in Washoe and Clark only, the approval by the Department of Education. So I just wanted clarification, or I guess maybe a repeat of exactly what the requirement and what our part in that, I guess, is. I just wanted a refresh on it.
Sure, no problem. I'm Doug Owen for the record, Chief HR Officer for the Washoe County School District. So 391-110 is being revised based on 460, the bill that recently passed. You said approval, but it's really the review by NDE. So you make a selection of who you would like to appoint as superintendent. I then send that information to NDE to review the credentials to ensure they meet one of the three paths or pathways. One of which was the typical educator pathway, right? They've been an administrator for X number of years. There was a CEO, CFO pathway where they've managed a large budget. And then finally, a business pathway where they've been a business management leader with a master's degree. So they have to fit one of those pathways. And then if the NDE reviews that and says, yes, they meet the eligibility requirements, they provide that back to you, to us, and you can then formally employ that person as a superintendent. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Chief Owen. I have a process-oriented question for you, or perhaps for whoever put together the item. So the second part of the consideration to potentially name Deputy McMaster as the superintendent effective July 8th completely makes sense to me. I went back, I did my homework, I went as far back as I could with modern record for superintendent hiring. That one completely makes sense. What I was less sure about was the naming of an interim now. So I was wondering if you could just expand on that. I looked at Board Policy 9082. I read that the interim refers to a person designated to fulfill the duties of a position on a temporary, long-term basis or until the position is permanently filled. And I could also find 0 examples of when the board ever named an incoming hired superintendent the interim while the existing superintendent was there. So this is very strictly a process-oriented question because I don't understand this option for us. Maybe somebody could explain it, but I do very much understand the second option, which would be to name Deputy McMaster as the superintendent following the superintendent's retirement. So I just want to be, I'm very blurry on that first part, but very clear on the second one.
Understood, and understand your frustration and confusion as well with that. So in the past, so the interim title as defined in 9082 does refer to a period of time where there is no superintendent effectively. Unfortunately, as a district, we've used that title. So for example, we used it for Tracy Davis between the month of November 2014 through December of 2015 while Pedro Martinez was still here. We used it again for Kristen McNeil for 4/28 through 7/1 while they overlapped as superintendent. And then again with Susan Enfield and Kristen again, it looks like they overlapped for 9 weeks at the end of 2022 or mid-2022. And then finally with Kristen McNeil and with Joe Ernst for the month of July, effectively of 2024. So in all 4 of those instances, we refer to those individuals as interim. It's not the definition met in the board policy. It's just what we called them. And then effective as of your last meeting, your motion basically said consider as an interim. So that's what created this agenda item.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, there's some differences there. When Dr. McNeil came on as the interim, we knew that Dr. Enfield was departing and we didn't name her. And I believe in the other examples, they were acting as the interim while the superintendent was on leave or where there were other matters. So I think that there were some differences. Anyways, the point that I'm really trying to signal to my colleagues is that I very much understand the second half of the motion, but I very much do not understand the first part of it. So, but you've answered that question. I still think that there has never been an example where we named an incoming superintendent while the other one was still here, but like literally serving at the same time. This feels like a novel expression of it, but you've answered my question, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Okay, Trustee Westlake, you have a question for Chief Owen?
I do, because I'm those other times that you mentioned, the superintendent, to my knowledge, was not in good standing, really. They weren't really even here. So I don't think we're comparing like to like. I mean, we have a superintendent in good standing. He is present. So I guess I'm uncomfortable with comparing things that are completely different.
Yeah, so, and forgive me, as I, of course, have only been here for 2 years. Kristen McNeil, for example, was an outgoing superintendent, was the superintendent in name, and she left on June 30th, 2022. That was her final day. Susan Enfield was the incoming superintendent who, according to payroll, right, and our HR records, started April of 2022. So there was a 2-month overlap, month of May and June, where Susan was the interim superintendent in our system, and Kristen was still the superintendent. So I'm not trying to compare different things. This was an outgoing superintendent, Kristen McNeil, and an incoming superintendent, Susan Enfield.
Okay. Yeah, respectfully, I appreciate the word interim, but we had to carry it on for this agenda item. I mean, wherever we land, we could take that item, we can take that word out. So I don't think we need to, I would prefer not to focus on it any more than we already have. I appreciate the dialogue, though. What I would like to do, if it's okay with my colleagues, if we could discuss this process, the interview with Deputy McMaster, and I'd like everybody to provide some critique, some words, so we can deliberate and move forward on this. I'd like to start with Vice President Woodley.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess first I want to start with, this is not something that we should take lightly. I'm glad that we had so many questions. I thought it would be, initially I thought less would be more, but this was a robust questioning. And we did have input from surveys to help create our questions. I really appreciated Ms. McMaster's responses. I acknowledge and appreciate her ability to express prioritizing partnerships with the board, with our community partners. I was impressed with her consistent reference back to data. I believe that that's very important. When you have an organization as big as we do, you have to rely on something that is objective and that is based on facts. I also appreciate her reference and over a reference to collaboration and working with partners, in-house and community partners, identifying issues as community issues, not just in the school district, having the ability to acknowledge that and understand that and know that we can't be the savior of all things and all issues. There are some things that we are a microcosm of the overall community. It's not just at our schools or just in our district. So that was very refreshing to hear because sometimes we get locked in just talking about here in the district, and as if though we are the cause of all things out there in the world, when in reality we are a part of the world. Um, I did like her reference to sharing ownership and having ownership. Really appreciative of that. I think something that really stood out to me, which is something very important to me. I know I always discuss this or touch on this, which is with regards to the budget deficit and the future. I appreciate her understanding of our financial structure, how we receive our funds in the state of Nevada, and how we rely on the state, and the fact that we have a legislative session coming up, and understanding where we need to make those communications and have those relationships. She spoke a lot about relationships. And I'm very happy to hear that because that's really what it's about in this state. You have to have that ongoing communication and relationships. I'm very impressed and very grateful that she has insight on what we've done in the past, what has worked, what as we experience today, what was met with conflict, what was met with resistance. Having that knowledge is very, very important. Having worked in those situations, with those situations, is important to have moving forward. There's no need for us to repeat the same mistakes. There's no need for us to try to bang our heads against the wall. Let's learn from the past issues that we've had and let's move forward. I really appreciate the refreshing of the strategic plans as opposed to let's scratch and start all over. I think that that's a great idea. That's how you create growth. No great company, no great agency, no great government existed by constantly recreating itself. There's something to be said with consistency and moving forward and progressing. So I was very impressed with her responses. I was able and am able to identify when she constantly made references to we. I looked at that as me as well, her as well, not just we. I know some of the questions we were asking, what do you know? What did you do? What can you do? And she's that kind of leader. She believes in the we and doesn't want to spend a lot of time talking about me. So we appreciate that. And I'm able to decipher her responses when she shared that information. So I'm very impressed. I'm very happy with the interview. And I look forward to seeing what motion hits the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. We'll start with our student representative. I'd love to hear from you, Peyton.
I would say I agree a lot with Vice President. And I just wanted to add on to what he was saying. She was mentioning that she's had a lot of leadership roles in the community already, being principal and a teacher, and then being a part, like a position as a superintendent, as deputy. And I just think that's really good to keep someone that already knows the culture of our district. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Trustee Smith, could I draw on you, ma'am?
You could,
Yeah, thank you.
and I would be more than happy to talk, but I'm also interested in hearing the thoughts of my colleagues, if that's okay. I would appreciate that, if I may.
How about you, Trustee Nicolette? You want to take a bite of the apple?
You betcha.
Okay.
I'll just be like, transparency is not my favorite word because it's that which others want you to know and hear, but I'm going to tell you the whole skinny. I'm going to actually talk about my evaluation framework because it's a good document and I appreciate it. So for those who aren't aware, again, it's simple yet it's strong, and I really appreciate that. I'll put my glasses on. So the criteria, there's 7. Number 1 is leadership and professional presence. I gave Deputy Superintendent McMaster's a 4, with the caveat being that it's really hard to demonstrate anything in an interview. It's kind of like you're just saying stuff. But I believed it, and I especially believed it with the follow-up public comment and my experiences through the years. Strong words like integrity, credibility, professionalism, communicates clearly, has confidence in purpose, commitment, resilience, and long-term mindset. I think that's extremely clear. Number 2 is strategic and organizational leadership. Basically sets clear direction, effectively leads complex systems. I think that's extremely evident given the experience over the years, the elementary, middle, high school, and executive leadership roles. Very future forward in the discussion that she had, and I appreciate that. The stories, which I appreciate, really deep dive stories which were shared, it illuminated an understanding for complex systems, and that's not always easy to do. Number 3 is governance, judgment, and adaptability. And basically I said, see my interview notes because they're extensive. But to that, again, her words and her concepts told me that she has a deep understanding of the judgments that need to be made along the way, along with rethinking your judgments along the way, because what you think tomorrow might not be really good in a week. And I very much appreciate that. Number 4 is communication, relationships, and advocacy. It is difficult to be a leader and an advocate at the same time because you're balancing so many interests, individuals, collective interests. 60,000 students, 9,000 employees, and then an entire community, 104 schools, and it's really hard to do that. And I have seen Tiffany, and I believe it will continue in role as superintendent, to be very reasoned, to be very strategic, to be very calm. And when you need to dig into the grit component, sometimes like the budget discussion, sometimes you just got to say, great idea, not today. And I believe that can happen. Again, that was a 4. So far, they've all been 4s. Number 5, culture, people, and leadership development. I really appreciated that you mentioned Superintendent Joe Ernst's power in the culture that he's worked so very hard to do. It's something we've worked on for years, but he kind of said it out loud. And he helped, I'll just speak for me, he helped me really realize that culture is this living, breathing thing that moment to moment can change, and we have to be very cognizant of it. Number 6, student focus and instructional leadership. That was extreme. That was a 4 too. And this is a 4. Student focus is very obvious to me in just watching her and listening, and going back to AACT and what happened there. That was very pivotal in strengthening that school culture. Number 7, readiness and experience. I gave you a 4 because although I know the experience is there, readiness is something that remains to be seen. I don't know if you're ready or not, but I want to give you a chance. And so collectively, the overall rating was 27, which is just 1 short of 28. So is that the right math?
Bonus points. Bonus points.
Bonus points. Bonus points, right? What grade is that? Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Again, I was very forthcoming in my...
Yes, Trustee Smith.
I appreciated hearing from that. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. So I will speak to Deputy McMaster. I am very impressed with your experience as it relates to having led at the elementary, middle, and high school level. I find that to be very compelling. That is something that I am particularly looking for, and I think would serve an incoming superintendent well. Among your answers, and there were a lot of questions that jumped out at me, was Trustee Westlake's first question about leadership qualities and board support when you told the story about how the teacher sent the student down to your classroom and you thought that you were supporting them, and then you realized after the fact, maybe we have different definitions of what support is, and so we should ask beforehand and make sure that we're on the same page. Something you have heard me, we have all heard me say, is that there are different ways of showing respect. There are different ways of engaging in a process. It doesn't make one right or wrong, it just makes it different. And I appreciated the example that you gave with that. I also appreciated what jumped out at me was your answer to Trustee Nicolette's question on the strategic plan and priorities. I liked that you identified that the strat plan needing a refresh, which I would agree it needs a refresh, it doesn't need a total do-over, is a gift for an incoming superintendent because it gives you an opportunity to come in and build something for its next era. And so I liked that very much. My first question about culture, I appreciated your example about entering Westergaard and how the staff was feeling at the time. I believe that that is a reasonable parallel. There's a lot of things going on in education right now, societally, budget-wise. There's a lot of challenges. And so I appreciated that example and how you went about working through that with the staff. And then you also said something that I wrote down as the investment in climate and culture paying dividends or something along that lines, because these are all shorthand notes. That really jumped out at me. And then also in my second question about student behavior, because obviously these were my two questions, is very important to me. I liked how you said that, dropping everything when a staff member asks for help, because that's something that we hear a lot when staff members have concerns about students coming right back to their classroom, needing help like that. We want to, of course, always make sure that these students get the education they deserve, but sometimes we have to look at that when an educator is saying, I need some help here. And then President Mayberry's question on leading change, I particularly appreciated your answer around not being afraid to take risks. That's where innovation is, because if you are not failing, you're not trying. So in the technology industry, which is where I came from, it would, fail often. Of course, not spectacularly, and I realize in this situation we have small children involved, but my point is that we've got to be trying things, and we need to be trying to innovate, and so perfection is never expected, but it's really trialing things, seeing what works, and then growing and evolving through them. And the last thing that I want to call out was Clerk Hall's question on family engagement. I really liked the idea of using PBIS for parents to demonstrate good behavior. So we know as parents or as people that you try to reward the behavior you want to see rather than trying to punish the behaviors you don't. And I thought that was really innovative. And so I thought that was really fun because I was thinking to myself, oh, I would totally be that parent that was like, how did they get that ticket? I want to earn that ticket. That gift card is mine. So so I really appreciated that. And so those were the things that jumped out at me overall with a very well done interview. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Well said. Trustee Clerk Hall.
Well, that's a perfect place for me to jump off. Mr. Ngati, I don't believe I ever had any PBIS rewards for following the rules at Pulikitas, and I was a stellar drop-off parent. I didn't even barely stop my car fully as I got my kids out and moved it along. Just saying. I just want to feel seen and heard that I did not get any gift cards, and I followed the rules. I agree. I did want to call out the innovation, and I think that goes deeper. And the majority of the notes that I as I'm looking through here are that every new situation that you have taken on, you meet the group of people you're working with where they are and work with them to create the next best step. And I really appreciated your candor that you can't make systemic change overnight, that sometimes it takes quite a bit of time, and maybe it's we're going to make this little step here and this little step here. And I think as a community member over the last several times that we have done this, it has felt like there were a lot of really big promises that were made. And when I was an educator in that situation or a parent in that situation, I always get a little concerned that we're not being honest about all of the steps and all of the people that need to come in. And so I will also echo the sentiments of Vice President Woodley that it is very clear in my observations of you as a leader. It is very clear in your storytelling, which, side note, you could totally be a social studies teacher because you're a great storyteller. Just saying, maybe you missed your calling. Math is cool, but social studies is also really cool. That you are a we leader. And I here's where I'm sitting on that, is that that's truly what we need as a district, because I continue to say we've spent so much time making great progress, but we need a leader who's ready to continue that progress and knows that it's going to take a whole village to do so. And I was incredibly impressed. And I will also echo that I love that you have experience in all levels of education. I think that is so important. And I think, we were all incredibly impressed with all of the wonderful supportive comments that were shared via email. There were also some that didn't come to us as a whole board. And I want to take a moment to just say publicly how much I appreciate so many people reaching out privately to me or maybe other board members that they felt most comfortable with and sharing their express support and concern for this process that we have gone through. I truly appreciate the amount of, I think second to our previous board item, I've gotten so much support, community input for this item. And I think that really shows how much our community values our schools and wants to see us do better and sees that we are making that progress. So I think those are all of my fractured thoughts, and I'm still trying to pull it all together. But overall, I truly appreciate, again, your candor and your honesty, that it's not all going to be perfect, and that we together will continue to make progress, whatever that looks like. So thank you.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I too love that you've been a teacher at all levels, and you've also been a principal, because I think I say it all quite often, not all the time, but quite often, inside the walls of a school is so different than what we see here at the district office, what I see from my perch in my house or going out into the community. I mean, it is impactful, stressful, great, but there's things that happen that aren't so great. And so I think we need someone who is a leader that really knows how important those people are in that building, and they deserve to be heard and included and trusted. They absolutely need to be trusted. When they are saying things, we need to listen. And I love that you're saying that you listen and you collaborate, because they're the ones that are getting it done. I mean, we can sit here and pass whatever policy and whatever action and all of that, but the ones in the building are the ones getting it done. And I love that, safety is first. I mean, these kids, they're our future. I mean, they're worth their weight in gold. And the little ones, like 5 times their weight in gold. But so those things I felt were worth mentioning. And then I just want to read off some things that really, that I value, the things that I value in others. So leaning into something that's working. I like leaning into something that's working and doing more of. I mean, we saw that clubs and sports and all of that, it works. And we could have said, oh, well, let's, we don't want to put money in that. It's just going to happen organically. Some kids will go to a club and maybe a teacher will want to volunteer, and that's all great. But it was systematically the thoughtful process and how do we get there. So I love that leaning into what works, because I think that's the key to a lot of things. Engaged continuous improvement. Again, these are things I value. Vision sharing, collaboration, and I love the refresh because, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because the strategic plan is a very good plan, but it could, hey, it could use a little look under the hood there. Engage with purpose. I love the thoughtful research. So really, like the clubs and sports, it was thoughtful, it was planned out. Alignment, analyze and then make a plan and make sure everything's aligned. Find common ground. Start with common ground and then everything's up from there. I loved the story you told about the infinite game. Uniting, building together, and share expectations, because sometimes what I'm thinking is just an easy peasy expectation. Someone else might say, well, this is not going to be that easy. If you thought of this, and I think sometimes if we listen to others, we'll see, well, in your head, you think it's an easy expectation. This is a no-brainer. But when you talk to other people, they're going to be like, yeah, this is a heavy lift. So what can you do to help me lift this? Because this is not such an easy expectation. Let's see, shared accountability, shared ownership, and I love your backwards planning. I love that. I think if we did more of that, we'd probably be better off, because we'd have a definite focal point on where we're going and then put the steps in place, because sometimes I think some steps get missed. Elevating our educators, listen and learning, let's see, listening to our stakeholders and students, all of this, I really appreciate that. And I think one of the really important things is if all of our kids had a trusted adult, things might be different. Thank you.
All righty. The colleagues have said a lot of good things, but I like to look at it from the executive management side. I got a little bit, not a whole lot, but I have some. And always, when we do interviews, I'm always looking at the potential in the employee or the candidate, or wherever it is, because over time, it'll tell. We'll be able to see all that. So with that being said, using the framework that we had here with leadership and professional presence, you answered those questions fully. All of them, you hit every one, referred to them, so you're making sure that you did that. And you expressed and provide examples through team building, and I heard it in your words and your nonverbal cues of empathy. You provided those things like that there. And then under the strategic and organizational leadership, again, you use examples to communicate your experience. You use those power statements. I believe it's something like motivate and renovate and elevate, and using those power statements. But again, that's that fundamental framework that we use to reinforce these things that we're continuing to communicate to others. And so seeing that framework there really, showed and demonstrated to me that, referring to the strategic plan and doing those things and repeatedly using that over and over. The other was on governance and judgment. This one was big for me. You provided specific examples. You were very specific on your articulating how you would answer and how you would deal with those types of things. And then communicates relationships and advocacy, the climate culture, value, heard, leads, and communicates. Again, those are all good examples. You continue to, like you had heard, storytelling and references so that we can communicate and fully understand what you were trying to express to us. So it was really informative as I was listening to you. The other is cultural and people leadership development, a big passionate, again, just really trying to communicate and connect with people, and that's a big key that when we talk about when we're dealing with folks. And then you're driven and your leads, develops, and actually you achieve. So those are the outcomes that we look for at that level. At least that's what I was looking for. The other was student focus and instructional leadership. Again, data-driven. I think you heard some of the others refer to data-driven. I think that's the one thing I learned here as a trustee. We're all talking about the numbers, and how we're making those decisions. And so that was where you referred to that time and time again. Again, referencing our strategic plan and listening to the stakeholders. And you were very thorough and detailed, and so I appreciate that. You took your time to communicate all these things. And if you're doing it here and demonstrating in front of us, I imagine you're doing that with the rest of the staff. And then the other is readiness and experience. I know we talked about readiness, but sometimes I look at the potential, and you showed the intellect, the mental agility, and innovations that were expressed amongst the colleagues here on moving forward. So again, overall great, improves outcomes, excellent on the strat plan at that level, you drive and deliver, and then the critical decision-making and the tough things that matter. That's the one thing, we see potential, but time will tell when we have those critical things that are coming up. And then same with board governance, really looking at how we're going to tackle that. But all in all, you're ready. So after consideration and I am in support of you. I believe that you demonstrate the leadership, professionalism, and readiness needed to lead in the district at this time of financial and organizational challenges while continuing to support staff and families. And again, we heard from the public, long story short, you're ready to step in and lead. And at this time, that's really what we need. So that concludes.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Phoenix. And then I'll provide some comments too, which my colleagues and members of the public made it real easy, so I'm not going to try to be redundant. I'll be brief, but Trustee Nicolette, you took the words out of my mouth. I have simple but powerful. I think you came up with something very similar. Simple but...
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate you being very thorough in your response. I think that you've demonstrated that you have a vision, and I think that's important, and particularly where we're at now in terms of maintaining continuity and stability. As all of my colleagues have stated, you've recanted a lot of your experiences. Absolutely a great storyteller. Absolutely, I agree with Clerk Hall that you'd be a great social studies teacher. But, and I love your experience. I love that you understand how important relationships are. Relationships are what makes the world go around. I love when you said students should hold us accountable. I think, wish I could read my writing. I love the we. I think the most compelling statement that I heard you say that moved me the most was when you said, people will do anything if they feel belonged. I think that is the epitome of what this district and what any organization should be about. So God bless you for saying that. I appreciate it. That concludes my remarks. Yeah, Trustee Nicolette.
I'm giving further thought to what my colleague Smith was talking about and Hull, because I'm looking at the recommended motion. And it just dawned on me that maybe the interim part is because of a timing consideration. it's going to take negotiation, contractual agreement, and then it's going to take NDE. So when current superintendent exits on July 7th, we want to make sure we have an interim in place. Am I going in a place I don't need to go?
At least from the way the agenda is written, you do not actually have to go with the interim item. You could, because it is written and/or, that you could just go with, at least from what the comments are saying, the appointment. And you don't have to do the interim. It wasn't about sort of trying to finalize a contract before then. And I think based on the previous discussions, it was about potentially having some succession planning and learning underneath the current superintendent during that time. But if the board does not want to entertain that, the agenda item does not require you to do that component.
Thank you, and I would prefer not to do the interim, but again, back to timing. Our current superintendent is retiring July 7th, and if all negotiation and NDE review are not completed, then are we technically without a superintendent if we don't do interim?
Doug Owen for the record. So if that were to happen, you would of course want to appoint an interim after Joe's departure date, but it doesn't have to be effective on the date that's on the agenda. I had to write the agenda that way because that was the motion of the board 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. So you don't have to appoint an interim today. You could leave that part out, and then if we don't resolve all those issues, we could come back to you and say, we need to move forward with an interim.
Well, and so we'd have to, thank you for that. And we would have to resolve those issues by June 23rd unless we called an emergency meeting, because then we don't meet till the end of July. I'm just thinking of timing here and what's the best course of action.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because JJ would clarify for me that I have to get it to her a week before July 20 or June 23rd. So it's about mid-June that we have to make that determination so that I can get the agenda item over.
So as just a thought, you could create the motion, the Board of Trustees considers action to appoint Deputy Superintendent McMaster as superintendent effective July 8, 2026, subject to negotiation and approval of employment contract and successful review by the Nevada Department of Education of eligibility for the position. Right? So you're essentially striking out the interim superintendent effective May 13, 2026. It was written that way for a reason, so we can strike that.
And I understand that, but I'm still thinking of timing, and maybe I just don't need to go there. Yeah. I might be nitpicking. Imagine my husband's surprise.
Okay. Yeah, Trustee Westlake.
So I understand the concern. However, I'm going to say one of the big selling points and one thing that was very attractive to me was that Deputy McMaster has been alongside our superintendent all this time in lockstep. So I think that, and then we always can go to the interim. I think we need just a clean dealie here. So I'm prepared.
Okay, Trustee Westlake, it sounds like you're going to make a motion.
Yes, thank you. The Board of Trustees considers action to appoint Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster. Do you want to get here? Okay. As superintendent to be effective July 8th, 2026, subject to negotiation and approval of an employment contract and successful review by the Nevada Department of Education of eligibility for the position.
I second.
And can I just do a point of clarification to clean up the language? Because I'm sorry.
It made sense to me.
Well, it is not your fault because it's the way this was written in the recommendation. I'll blame Chief HR Officer. Instead of considers action to appoint, I think he was just saying he didn't want to lead you into a decision, and so it was the Board of Trustees appoints instead of considers action to appoint. If you could make that clarification.
I want to clarify my motion, please. To the Board of Trustees appoints Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster as superintendent effective July 8th, 2026, subject to the negotiations and approval of an employment contract and successful review by the Nevada Department of Education of eligibility for the position.
And I still second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve agenda item 3.06, which appoints our Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, to the Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, effective July 8, 2026. Motion by Trustee Westlake, second by Trustee Smith. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you, Vice President Woodley. Okay. Okay. Would you like to come up to the table and say a few words? That's what they were trying to get me to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your trust in me and belief in me. It means the world to me. Thank you to everybody in this room who's supporting me. It means so much to know that there was a student on the panel that weighed in on this decision. Peyton, that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your leadership. I look forward to partnering with you as a board. Thank you to the leadership team for being in this room and showing your support. Thank you to all of you that I've worked with over the years and helping define my journey. Shelby, thank you for being here and being the voice of students. I really appreciate that. I look forward to this journey and partnering with you on the next steps. This is a true honor. I'm so vested in this community, and to know that I have a role in leading the academic organization for our entire community and having an impact on students and their lives for years to come is very humbling. I appreciate this so much, and I appreciate each of you. I'm not crying. Not crying. Oh, and if I didn't say it, yes. If I didn't say it, yes, I accept the position.
Such an honor, but.
Congratulations. We look forward to the days and weeks ahead with you. Okay. Take the rest of the week off. Just because they always laugh. They always laugh. Yeah, okay, I know it's not. Okay, well, listen, folks, looking at the agenda, I got one more item, and that's That's public comment. Item 5.01, this is our general public comment. Do I have anybody with any general public comment cards?
The board received emails from Trinity Tobin, Jen Felicis, Colleen Reed, Cindy Feit Furman, Michelle Matherly, Julie Ostendorf, J.C. Eldridge, Jaya Winters, Mario Figura, Lauren Geldert, Camille Fessler, Brenda Perryman, Savannah Thompson, Carlos Sanchez Quintero, Ronnie Green, Alex Dimitrov, and Holly Estes.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Thank you for your help today, too, by the way. I do have just a point of privilege and granted Trustee Nicolette a few minutes for a quick statement on National Police Week.
Thank you. Thank you. To kind of culminate a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, this is National Police Week, May 11th through the 17th, 2026. And I would like, it's very important to me that we all remember how important this week is. National Police Week is a time of remembrance, reflection, and gratitude for law enforcement, officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice, as well as those who continue to serve. History: in 1962, via presidential proclamation, John F. Kennedy signed public law designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week which in it resides. In 1982, the first official Peace Officers Memorial Service was held in Washington, D.C. 1984, Concerns for Police Survivors, COPS, was founded, providing crucial support and community for families and colleagues left behind. 1991, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial was dedicated in Washington, D.C., and today the wall bears the names of more than 24,000 officers who gave their lives in service. Today, each May, National Police Week now draws tens of thousands of officers, survivors, supporters to Washington, D.C., and communities like ours across the country who also hold their own observances. National Police Week continues to remind us and must continue to remind us of the courage, service, and sacrifice behind the badge and the enduring legacy of those who gave their lives in protection of others, and in particular for our Washoe County School District officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you.
Item 5.02 is our next meeting announcement. That'll be May 26, 2026 at 2 p.m. I want to thank my colleagues for your patience. I know we had multiple time changes to this meeting and some items that were pulled, so thank you for working through this complex initial agenda. And it is 6:54, and we are adjourned.